Lord of Mysteries, Lord of Order by Da Bai Bu Xiong. Chapter 376-400. Triss's expression was somewhat frenzied as she vented, telling Edsak all the words that had been building up in her heart for a long time, as well as all the truths she knew. Looking at Edsak, whose eyes were glazed over, as if he had finally awakened from a long dream, Triss unconsciously stroked the sapphire ring on her left ring finger, with a hint of pity and self-mockery. Poor thing, even liking someone was arranged for you, just like a puppet on strings. You are an expendable object, and I am both a hostage needed for the cooperation between the royal family and the demonist sect, and a necessary disguise for deception. I carry important items of the demonist sect and am under your strict supervision, liable to be destroyed at any time, and lose treasures. This is the sincerity of our cooperation. And once the matter is exposed and known to the three major churches or other factions of the military, the development of the matter will be very simple. Prince Edsak, infatuated with beauty, secretly kept a demoness, and, knowing his deep sins, committed suicide by shooting himself. Then, all problems will be covered up. Tilting her head slightly, Triss looked at the mirror world in the sky, invisible to the naked eye, her lips curving upwards. As she reached the door, she turned her head and sneered. This is your fate from now on, but I have to say, you are very lucky. The demoness monitoring me doesn't know the situation here yet. I can help you escape from Red Rose Manor, and from then on, we owe each other nothing. On the deep, layered sea of collective subconscious, Edsak's mental island trembled gently, and specks of light converged, as the virtual personality of Huon Lambus quietly emerged. Sensing the terrifying and dangerous aura emanating from Triss, this virtual personality ultimately did not leave the mental island. Invisible fluctuations spread outwards from its body, diffusing across the sea of collective subconscious towards the distance. At the same time, within the portion of the mental island submerged by the sea of subconscious, a faint glimmer flashed and disappeared. His sealed memories awakened, the previously silent Edsak finally raised his head, his rounded face showing both relief and pain, and he said bitterly to Triss. They've already found out. You should leave quickly. I have a hidden move left by the psychology alchemists on me. Let me live in this beautiful story and face its final ending. Perhaps, I can buy you a little more time. Triss's expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but look back, then took a deep breath and no longer lingered. Edsak slumped into the chair, his expression forlorn, and took out a golden revolver from the drawer. Looking at the judgment sword, emblem carved on the revolver, pointing vertically downwards with a ruby crown as its hilt, Edsak's arm trembled slightly as he aimed the muzzle at his temple. Hey, even a woman dares to fight against fate, but you are cowardly choosing suicide here. A familiar voice entered his ears. Edsak turned his head in disbelief, looking at Aaron who had appeared in the room at some unknown time. As early as when Edsak's mental island experienced strong fluctuations, the contingency plan Aaron had left during the hypnosis of the subconscious at the Charity Foundation sensed the anomaly. Having already returned to Backland from Tranquil Church, Aaron was previously at St. Samuel Church, recounting the events that had occurred at St. Lofty Church to Archbishop Anthony, and immediately teleported there. However, sensing a faint threat from Triss, Aaron chose not to cause further complications, allowing this quasi-god-descent vessel of the primordial demoness to leave. With his index finger, wearing the Dreamweaver ring, Aaron touched Edsak's brow, swiftly sealing off the mental island and directly extinguishing the virtual personality of Huon Lambus that hadn't had time to transmit the latest news. The hypnosis originally hidden deep within Edsak's subconscious quickly invaded the mental island. Aaron looked at the strangely calm Edsak and nodded in satisfaction. Aaron took out the Edsak shell, which he had prepared long ago and crafted from life essence, from the traveler's bag. After a gunshot, the room quickly returned to quiet. From today onwards, Edsak Augustus is dead. Next, you can observe closely what that king has been cooperating with the demonist sect on. Aaron reopened the traveler's door. Hermes' virtual personality was extinguished, and even if the culprit was unknown, necessary investigations were surely imminent. He had no intention of lingering here. The curtain had already risen, and he needed to make some preparations. Thick stone pillars supported the dome, and mottled gray flagstones were soaked with scarlet blood, a rich smell of blood permeating the hall. The stench of decaying flesh permeated the stone pillars and walls, which were covered with symbolic patterns and magical signs, quickly merging into the altar in the center of the hall. Muffled groans sounded, and bound mummified corpses fell. Demoness of despair, Panatia, dressed in a plain white robe, her appearance radiant and beautiful, sacred and dignified, was admiring the bloody and terrifying scene. She chuckled towards Mr. A, who was wearing a hooded cloak beside the altar. These slaves are the most the LotM royal family can offer right now. I hope you don't mind. Mr. A's delicate and beautiful face was unnaturally pale, and he said coldly. This is the sincerity of the LotM royal family. The Lord's descent requires more sacrifices, these are not enough. Moreover, Ince Zangwil has already left Backland. What you should be doing is keeping a close eye on your demoness sect sealed artifact. Panatia smiled, tying up her loose hair, adding a few touches of restrained and lazy elegance to her demeanor. I will convey your thoughts to those people. As for Triss, Saintess of White, is personally guarding her. Her smile had not yet spread before it froze on her face. Panatia was silent for a few seconds, seemingly communicating with an unknown entity to confirm the situation. Finally, her voice became low, tinged with anger and incomprehension. Huon Lambus sent word that something went wrong with Triss. What exactly is Katerina doing? I need to go to Red Rose Manor. I'll leave this to you. Mr. A replied with a lack of emotional fluctuation. No problem. Wearing his hood, a transparent, blurry book quickly appeared before him, accompanied by ancient, ethereal chanting. I came, I saw, I recorded. The book quickly flipped, stopping on one of its pages, then bloomed with a light blue, illusory glow. The light enveloped the demoness of despair, who was wearing a pure white robe, making her figure first blurry, then invisible. The demoness of despair instantly saw countless indescribable transparent shadows, and discovered that at the highest point there were streaks of clear brilliance containing infinite knowledge. Her body was dragged forward by a strange force, rapidly traversing, and in a short while, she left her original position and arrived at Red Rose Manor on the outskirts of Backland. Pulling down her veil to cover her face, Panatia looked up at the sky, only to see the dim yellow sunset obscured by clouds and mist, becoming faint. As a Sequence 4 demoness of despair, Panatia clearly sensed a mirror space belonging solely to the demoness above the manor, and Katerina's aura was there. Panatia's expression shifted, but she ultimately didn't dare to directly investigate Red Rose Manor. For a Sequence 3 like Katerina to make a mistake, something unexpected must have happened here. She was only a Sequence 4. If the church had secretly taken control inside, she wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Thinking this, invisible threads surged from her body, extending towards the mirror space in the sky, and the layered black flames attached to them rippled in the void. Katerina, who had been waiting for Bernadette's response, froze. Her delicate face quickly showed anger, and her white skirt was enveloped in black flames. She no longer entangled with Bernadette. With a crisp cracking sound, the mirror space that had isolated the outside world instantly turned into dust. Eyes filled with various abstract symbols looked past Katerina towards Panatia, who stood outside the manor with an equally gloomy expression. Bernadette did not attempt to stop her. The erase she deciphered pointed to a location very close to, but not entirely identical with, the one Katerina had provided. She could guess that the demoness's given location was problematic, but she only needed a general location anyway. With the short distance, that segment of the evil god's umbilical cord would lead her to the altar's precise position. Her body gradually dematerialized, dissolving into specks of starlight, and Bernadette directly proceeded to the locked area. Recognizing the Queen Mystic, Panatia waited until the other party left before speaking in a deep voice, repeating the information transmitted by Huon Lambus. Katerina closed her eyes and sensed for a moment. The mirrors scattered throughout Red Rose Manor simultaneously deepened, each mirror seemingly becoming her eyes. Finding neither Triss's trace nor any possible ambush, Katerina and Panatia appeared in the small building where Triss had been sealed. Feeling the lingering primordial aura, Katerina's previously gloomy expression relaxed considerably. Confirming that it wasn't a secret attack by the church, but rather an anomaly caused by Triss's further integration with the sapphire ring, Katerina then looked at Panatia and said in a deep voice. Triss is getting closer to the primordial one, which is a good thing, but she has a strong self-destructive tendency. I will immediately look for her. You go and explain to the king. If another accident occurs, the plan can be initiated early. The sacrifices that the Aurora Order lacks will be supplemented by my demoness sect. Intis Republic, Dillis City. As a large city along the Intersea coast, although its scale and population cannot compare to the capital Trier, it is extremely economically developed due to its proximity to the Hornassus Mountains, which are rich in resources. On the outskirts lay the outer reaches of the Hornassus Mountains. A figure abruptly fell from mid-air, creating a crater on the rugged mountain ridge. A hand clutching a pure white quill extended first. Ince Zangwil, whose aura was much weaker due to using an incomplete mythical creature form, slowly crawled out with a somewhat distorted expression and spoke in a low voice. You, who exactly are you? A crack opened on his forehead, at the position that originally symbolized the core of the underworld. A slightly mocking chuckle and a spine-chilling chewing sound simultaneously emanated from it. After digesting the sealed artifact corresponding to the iron-blooded knight that he had snatched from Liddell, the Red Angel, evil spirit had already escaped its initial weakened state. Taking advantage of Ince Zangwil's weakness, it forcibly interrupted his preparations to return to Backland in the spirit world. After the chuckle ceased, the playful voice seemed to ponder for a moment before slowly saying, Great God of War, symbol of iron and blood, master of turmoil and strife. This is my honored name. You can also call me that. Both sides of Ince Zangwil's face simultaneously split open with bloody gashes, his mouths opening and closing in unison, revealing 2 rows of illusory white teeth inside, while 2 identical sounds of disdain emerged. Bah! God of War! Do you even deserve that now? The Red Angel chuckled and slowly added. If it weren't for that lunatic Alista, when you 2 fools stepped into my trap back then, this honored name would have spread throughout the world. But you're the first to die. The 2 cracks on the Red Angel, evil spirit's face retorted simultaneously. Medici said without hesitation, that means I'm the strongest, the most valued. After speaking, the 3 personalities of the Red Angel, evil spirit simultaneously fell silent. Ince Zangwil, who had been collecting information, frantically searched his mind, recalling the church secrets he had seen when he was an archbishop, and finally found the most fitting name in a corner of his memory. Red Angel. This evil spirit seems to have achieved balance by some external force. Damn 008, it must be this thing secretly influencing me, otherwise how could I have been silently parasitized? His expression grew even more grim, and Ince Zangwil took the initiative to speak. You, or you all, what exactly do you want? Once I return to Backland, I will fulfill your demands. Medici's voice came from within the underworld of the body, tinged with mockery. You want those people from the Lowen royal family to expel us from your body, don't you? Hey, they can't do that. Moreover, preventing you from returning to Backland now is for your own good. I don't want to inexplicably fall into that little crow's hands. As for what we want, hey, what else could an evil spirit need? Of course, all kinds of Beander characteristics from the hunter pathway. Perhaps we can reach a cooperation. You help us recover, and I help you escape the Church of the Evernight. Ince Zangwil's eyes flickered. He assessed his terrible current state and looked at the pure white quill he held in his hand, then spoke in a somewhat compromising, deep voice. Your strength in life far exceeded my imagination. A mere promise I cannot trust, unless you are willing to use the power of the Quill of Alzuhad to sign a formal contract with me. Amidst the rustling sound of writing, Ince Zangwil's face grew paler. 008 was incooperative, so he could only consume spirituality to forcibly write the story. Fortunately, the Red Angel, evil spirit, residing in the underworld within his body, was extremely cooperative. Without expending too much spirituality, and with the help of 008's power, Zhangwil signed a contract with the evil spirit, allowing him to naturally switch between evil spirit possession and self-dominant states. Putting away the slightly dull white feather pen, Zhangwil's face showed a playful smile. Standing on a ridge on the outskirts of the Hornassus mountain range, he looked at the nearby city of Tiras and muttered leisurely to himself. Sauron, your descendants are truly becoming more and more desolate now, actually being suppressed by an organization that only appeared in the 5th epoch. Since that's the case, why not merge with us? Cracks reappeared on both sides of Zhangwil's cheeks, and a gloomy, low voice emerged. HMPH, the decline of the Sauron family was caused by little Zaratul and that fellow named Russell. Otherwise, with the foundations I left behind back then, the family wouldn't have fallen to this extent. Medici, there's no need for those petty tricks. As long as we can recover quickly, 1 or 2 bloodline descendants are nothing. However, compared to the Sauron family, Einhorn is still an imperial family, and they might even have a portion of the conqueror, Beander characteristic preserved. Raising his hand to rub his face, allowing the mouth on his cheek to slowly disappear, Zhangwil simultaneously said with a smile. No need to rush, everyone will have a chance. It is their honor to contribute everything to our resurrection. Once I recover some strength, I'll take you to see the current Pinsee. Saying that, he ignored the curses coming from the spirit world within his body. A bloody banner mark faintly appeared on Zhangwil's forehead. He looked towards the area with the strongest iron-blooded aura in the city of Tiras, and his figure gradually disappeared. The dim and silent sewer pipes were lit by black flames, and hurried footsteps echoed. A shadow was moving quickly along the bottom of the stone wall towards a certain direction. It was Trissa, who had escaped from the Red Rose Manor. Thanks to the darkness vision and strong physical fitness granted by Sequence 9 Inches Assassin, even in the narrow and confined sewer, her speed was faster than that of an ordinary public carriage. Although as a demoness, Trissa also mastered other witchcraft, such as mirror jumping. Using these witchcraft in front of a demoness of undying would make it easier to expose her location. Trissa's eyes gradually deepened, and the sapphire ring on her left ring finger silently exuded grayish-white fine lines, continuously merging into her body. Accompanying the spiritual tremor, Trissa abruptly stopped, found a nearby exit, and instantly returned to the surface, where she saw the majestic and tall building towering in the distance. It was St. Samuel Cathedral, once the headquarters of the Church of Storms, now the headquarters of the Backland Diocese. As soon as she took a step forward, Trissa's brain was struck by a needle-like pain, and layers of endless depression filled her mind, almost reducing her consciousness to chaos. Her hair stood up one by one, all becoming as thick as small snakes. Their outer layers were slippery and sinister, with either clear black and white eyeballs embedded at the tips or snake-like heads growing out, their mouths slightly agape, flicking their tongues. Floating in the sea of pain, after an unknown period, Trissa reopened her eyes, and the previous abnormalities in her body had strangely returned to normal. Struggling to stand up, Trissa looked at the familiar yet strange face reflected in the puddle at the street corner, a hint of venom flashing across her face. She hated the demoness sect, hated her manipulated fate, but in the end, even after selling her soul to the Primordial One, her last bit of freedom was still false. Not to mention exposing the secrets she knew, she couldn't even get close to the church. Even the patrolling police, when they occasionally looked in the right direction, couldn't detect her presence. Feeling a surge of sadness, Trissa looked unwillingly at the distant St. Samuel Cathedral and suddenly recalled the only person who had caused strong obstruction from 008 during her many escape attempts when she was still in the Red Rose Manor. Sherlock Moriarty. Trissa's eyes flickered. If she remembered correctly, this great detective's address in Backland was in Sherwood Borough, where St. Samuel Cathedral was located. Glancing at the crimson moon obscured by the thick yellow-green haze, Trissa gritted her teeth. Not knowing when Katerina would arrive, she no longer hesitated and decided to take a gamble, making a final attempt. The streetlights on both sides of the road appeared indistinct under the cover of the haze. Klein slowly got off the carriage and couldn't help but murmur to himself. Backland's weather is getting worse and worse. Searching for the two-story building at 44 Sapphire Street took him a lot of time, so much so that by the time he left with the paper crane, night had already fallen, and he had missed the last public carriage. Although he didn't want to travel in such bad weather, given Emlyn's lesson, Klein still gave up on using a skeleton key to take a shortcut home and reluctantly called a private carriage. Putting the paper crane, which he had examined all the way without any results, into the inner pocket of his clothes, Klein sighed, planning to divine the true use of this item above the gray fog tonight. Just as he was thinking this, he turned the doorknob and saw the living room lit by warm candlelight, his expression freezing in solemnity. An unprecedented sense of crisis exploded in his heart, like clusters of thorns slowly and deeply piercing his skin and flesh. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Klein's Adam's apple bobbed. He managed to force out a stiff smile and spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. "Your Royal Highness, why are you at my house? Is His Royal Highness not with you?" Trissa sat expressionlessly on the sofa in the living room. The spider silk burning with black flames had completely enveloped 15 Minsk Street after Klein entered the room, taking in all of Klein's emotional changes. "It seems I was right. Among so many escape attempts, you were the only one who showed something different. You truly aren't simple. Let's reintroduce ourselves. Hey, you can call me Trissa, Trissa Cheek." Cheek. Even with psychological preparation, Klein's face still twitched, and his gaze subtly withdrew from the sapphire ring. Although he didn't know what this fellow wanted, Klein, out of spiritual instinct, frantically pondered how to seek help from Duke Aaron without alarming this demoness. At St. Samuel Cathedral, Aaron directly traversed the spirit world, dropping the disheartened Edsack before Archbishop Anthony. After giving a few instructions, he immediately departed. He directly used the historical void image of the Staff of Stars to instantly return to Jerusalem, arriving at the hall covered in red copper rust. A strong iron-blooded aura, accompanied by a terrifying, almost tangible pressure, emanated. Aaron's steps paused slightly. He saw Valna, clad in ancient full-body armor with red hair and brown eyes, already standing in the center of the hall. The entire hall was currently enveloped by an ancient array pattern. Looking at the law array pattern left by the Night Emperor himself, which had been activated and was recovering, the last appearance of the crippled weather warlock in Bansi Harbor still seemed vivid. Aaron's consciousness connected with the Nation of Disorder, and the Scepter of Sun Chasing, entirely golden red and resembling the sun, immediately appeared in his hand. He inserted this sealed artifact of grade 0 into the light cluster formed by intertwined silver white and blood red patterns, which was also the center of the entire array. The already obscure and terrifying aura of the grand array deepened even further. Amidst the swirling dark gold mist, after Aaron's subconsciousness within the Sephira bestowed the Scepter of Sun Chasing into reality, he took out the mass of flesh, subtly pierced by spiders silk and sustained by the Stone of Life, from the pile of sundries. The divining pendulum hovered above Trass's flesh and blood. Aaron absorbed both the Black Emperor card and the Judgment card into his body, beginning his divination within the vortex formed by the dark gold mist. The current location of Vice Admiral of Disease Trass's mother, Katerina. Repeating the divination statement in a low voice 7 times, Aaron entered a dream and saw a 2-story terraced attic, enveloped by a deep, dark mirror world, standing out in a gray world. At the top of the attic, Katerina, wearing a sacred white robe, had a smile on her lips as she watched Trissa and Klein, who were talking about something in the attic's living room. The dream world shattered with a roar. Aaron abruptly opened his eyes, his brows unconsciously furrowing. He had been plotting for the Conqueror, the Yander characteristic in Katerina's hand for a long time, but previously, due to 008 and Aemon hidden in Backland, he hadn't found a good opportunity to act. The Great Smog event was the best and last chance. Once missed, if this Yander characteristic were sent to the Demoness sect headquarters, whether sacrificed to the primordial Demoness or not, it would be very difficult for him to obtain it again. After a moment's thought, Aaron took out the Red Priest card and a black crystal card-like charm from the pile of sundries, throwing them both into the illusory door of bestowal. And that was his last remaining Fortune Stealer charm, made by Pallas Zoroast using his own Worm of Time, powerful enough to affect an angel. Standing at the edge of the array pattern, where divine patterns protruded and the aura was strong, Aaron put away the Red Priest card and the Fortune Stealer charm. He looked at Valna, who had turned his head, and spoke in a deep voice. "There's a slight unexpected change in the plan. It might need to be moved up. I'm returning to Backland immediately." Valna nodded slightly. With the Scepter of Sun chasing, as the array core, the Crown of Stars, flew out from the light cluster of the Grand Array and landed in Aaron's hand. Regaining control of this sealed artifact of Grade 0, Aaron immediately activated Wander, his figure seemingly merging into the brilliant cosmos, disappearing in an instant. Not even the law array that enveloped the entire underground hall, almost forming a small world of its own, could stop him. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein's body was tense as he listened to Trissa's narration. Especially when he heard that she was being hunted by a Sequence 3 demoness, he almost turned and ran. Restraining that instinctive impulse, Klein's face grew darker and darker. Finally, he spoke in a deep voice. "I'm just a small Sequence 6. I don't want to get involved in the affairs of the demoness sect and the royal family. I'm afraid I can't help you much. With just me, let alone the Church of Storms or the Church of Evernight, even MI9 might not believe it." And, Klein thought for a moment and rephrased it more subtly. "What are you doing this for? Simple revenge or repentance?" Glancing at the clock on the wall, Trissa's face showed a captivating smile. "Why? Hey, shouldn't the ending of a good story be that all the bad guys die? Like me, and like those who toyed with my fate?" Looking at Trissa, who seemed to have gone through something and now regarded life and death with indifference, Klein opened his mouth, somewhat at a loss for how to respond. Just then, crisp applause accompanied by an alluring, charming voice rang out. "Too bad, good stories are just self-deceiving tricks of the cowardly. Always deceiving themselves with illusory imagination. Trissa, you disappoint me greatly." Who is it now? Klein was already somewhat numb. Ever since he stepped into his home tonight, his premonition of danger seemed to have malfunctioned. Immediately, he felt an invisible force binding him. Trissa's expression changed, and a large amount of black flames suddenly erupted around her, illuminating dense, invisible spider silks, but she couldn't ignite them. In an instant, Trissa and Klein were sealed within transparent cocoons, unable to move or escape. At the staircase on the second floor, a figure materialized, wearing a simple, sacred white robe, with black hair and blue eyes, clear and graceful, possessing an indescribable charm. "Katerina Pelle, when did you?" Trissa seemed to have used all her strength, finally letting out a low cry. Katerina chuckled softly, feigning a careful recollection, and said playfully, Let me think. When you wanted to go to St. Samuel Cathedral, I was standing right behind you. I even helped you pull back from the brink of losing control and coincidentally created an illusion to cover your screams." Trissa's expression grew even more somber, and an unconcealable anger flashed in her eyes. As her emotions changed, the sapphire ring on her pinky finger began to glow. "It's a pity you are just a demoness of pleasure. Even if you gained the primordial one's recognition, the power you can exert has its limits. Escaping one restraint changes nothing." Katerina's smile remained unchanged. She gently shook her head, her tone gradually becoming respectful and low. "Horn of Doomsday, Mother of Calamity, primordial demoness who brings the end to the universe." Her figure suddenly faded, as if stained with the luster of a nighttime lake. A faint halo merged into the sapphire ring, instantly smoothing out all abnormalities. Trissa groaned, held up by the spider silk so she didn't fall to the ground, but still let out a piercing, painful wail, making Klein's mood even heavier. "Pain will bring you closer to the primordial one," Katerina chanted in a low voice. After dealing with Trissa, she then looked at Klein, who was enveloped in transparent amber, with great interest. She licked her bright red lips and chuckled. After finding Trissa, I observed her secretly and didn't immediately capture her because I wanted to see what was special about this child chosen by the Primordial One. Until she came here and found you, what an ancient and familiar aura. Accompanying that slightly surprised, charming voice, Klein felt a chill and coldness in his chest. A delicate, antique brass whistle, pulled by invisible threads, was drawn from his shirt pocket, adorned with many strange patterns full of mysterious charm. Katerina Pelly looked at Klein, whose expression grew increasingly stiff, took the brass whistle into her hand, and said with a faint smile, "I didn't expect that after more than 1,000 years, I could still sense the aura of that LotM Empire's death consul. To be a young man valued by him, tisk tisk, if I didn't have other things to do right now, I might have, without revealing the vicissitudes of my heart, had an encounter with you in pursuit of pure love." This demoness of undying subtly restrained her charm, her expression holy and solemn, and her features and temperament miraculously enhanced this contrast. Is this the allure of a high-ranking demoness? Not daring to meet her gaze, Klein slightly lowered his eyes, already trying to use meditation techniques to resist that indescribable charm. Examining the Azak brass whistle in her hand, Katerina Pelly paid no attention to Klein's reaction, and added with a playful expression, "If it were according to my old habits, everyone who knew the secret would die. However, for his sake, I can give you a chance." Without further explanation, Katerina Pelly gently raised her hand, and the mirror in the bedroom, which Klein often used to summon erodes, suddenly rippled with black flames, its surface instantly becoming dim and dark, as if countless objects and layers of space were hidden within. That mirror seemed to become a passage to another world. Klein and Trissa, solidified in amber, and unable to move or even speak with great difficulty, were thus dragged by Katerina Pelly to the mirror and entered it as if they had no physical form. The illusory world of layers within the mirror then converged, as if constantly moving away. Is this the mirror world? Klein's eyes flickered uneasily. In his sight, the original mirror surface had become blurry, more akin to a dim, illusory, and unreal passage. It connected with similar things in the surrounding area, forming a complex and abstract spiderweb, weaving together a deep and strange world. Almost immediately upon entering the mirror world, the demoness of undying Katerina Pelly's charming smiling face suddenly froze, enveloped by layers of spider silk, transforming into an illusory mirror. Inside, water light rippled and faint glows emerged. At this moment, it did not reflect the scene in front of it, but instead outlined a massive, bandaged, headless body, with black thorns emerging from the neck's opening, exceptionally horrifying. An angel-level spirit world creature. How is this possible? Upon seeing this situation, Katerina Pelly, clad in a simple, holy white robe, shrieked without hesitation. Invisible sound waves rapidly spread through the deep, chaotic mirror world, and her hair also floated up, each strand distinct, thick, and dyed a dull gray. The mirror that reflected the headless body, its illusory and deep surface suddenly shook violently, seeming as if it could collapse and disintegrate at any moment. And the figure it reflected had already disappeared from the mirror, appearing in Katerina's pupils the next moment. In mid-air, her invisible spider silks emerged, all turning dim and evolving towards a grayish white. At the same time, the dim and deep mirror developed cracks, and with an illusory cracking sound, it disintegrated and vanished directly. The demoness of undying, whose body was gradually stiffening, also disintegrated, but the escaping gray-white airflow strangely condensed, reforming into Katerina Pelly's figure further away. Unlike before, the terrifying headless angel was no longer in her eyes. After a brief exchange, she had discerned that it was merely a historical projection of an ancient bane. Otherwise, even she, a member of a secret organization who understood some abilities of the Rose School of Thought's high-ranking members, would not have been able to break free so quickly. Scholar of yore, a member of the Hermit Order. That Zeratul who disappeared a long time ago. Thoughts flashed through her mind. Katerina Pelly took a deep breath, and a strange crown full of rust and bloodstains appeared in her hand. Resisting the desire in her heart, she forcibly activated this Conqueror Beander characteristic. An illusory figure, 3 to 4 meters tall but without the unique vertical single eye of a giant, emerged, its originally playful and mocking smile replaced by indifference, clad in black full-body armor as if splashed with blood, completely different from the appearance seen in the underground ruins previously. Eren, wearing the star crown, was hidden within the vast mirror world, looking at the illusory red priest triggered by that Beander characteristic, with a playful expression on his face. The mirror world is not a true world. More accurately, it is closer to a collection of doors, connecting different mirrors and different mysterious kingdoms. If one gets lost inside, they might directly appear in the abyss, or even the cosmos, similar to a secret sorcerer or a demigod with such abilities who could use it to create a reflection world to hide in, just like Eren now. The giant-like illusory red priest swung the broadsword in its hand upwards, and countless bluish-white, purplish flames condensed into long spears, densely shooting towards the ancient Bane. Countless more illusory figures vaguely emerged, even within the special space of the mirror world. This projection, summoned solely by a war imprint, seemed capable of having an entire legion of illusory Beyonders cooperating in battle. The headless body was pierced by spears, but the sinister black thorns extending from the neck's opening also penetrated the red priest's figure, until they spread to Katarina Peli and turned into grayish-white powder. Although Katarina was a Sequence 3 demoness of undying, without any preparation and relying solely on Beander characteristics, even with the red priest pathway's particularity, the war imprint she summoned barely reached the angel level. With her body pierced by thorns, the originally indifferent, red priest, suddenly raised his head, and terrifying, rotting, bone-revealing marks appeared on his young, handsome face, while his eyes held a hint of playfulness. He first looked at Katarina, whose expression slightly changed, and then turned his gaze to a certain spot in the illusory and undulating mirror world, meeting Eren's eyes. Adjusting the star crown on his head, Eren's face also broke into a smile. Although he hadn't expected Medici to be attracted despite the obstruction of the mirror world and the angel-level secrecy spell cast by the star crown, his preparations were complete. Although Astolf was still in slumber, it did not prevent the summoning of his historical projection. As a high-level spirit world creature, he could maximally delay Katarina Peli in the mirror world. This bought Eren enough time to quietly peel this area from the mirror world with the star staff, and banish the entire space into the already activated law formation. The anomaly of Medici's war imprint caught Katarina Peli's attention, and she also saw Eren, who no longer concealed his figure. Looking at the terrifying figures emerging behind the Duke, this demoness of undying instantly abandoned her plan to fight. Being cautious and fleeing immediately when things went wrong was also the reason Katarina Peli survived the tragic Pale disaster of the 5th epic. But this was no longer the past, and she was no longer the dispensable demoness of despair. To escape this trap set for her, she had to abandon something. Seeing the sudden change, Trissa, whose numb mind showed a glimmer of life, suddenly let out a hysterical roar. The primordial demoness's will, which had been appeased by Katarina, lost all its restraints and began to assimilate the host without question. A ruthless look flashed across Katarina Peli's beautiful face. As long as she escaped successfully, after the Backland affair was over, offering this conqueror Beander characteristic to the primordial one would forgive even the greatest mistake. Before the ruthless expression faded, Katarina Peli looked at the layers of the mirror world around her with some disbelief. The passage that was once at her beck and call, even though it was right in front of her, seemed to be separated by an untouchable barrier. Not to mention escaping deeper into the mirror world, she couldn't even return to the real world. The star crown on Eren's head erupted with an extremely brilliant light, illuminating this dim and layered mirror world, and a dark blue light curtain rapidly converged, with black fissures appearing. This area of the mirror world was violently torn apart, looking somewhat like a crystal ball formed by countless insects, and a gray-blue, illusory door with 7 brass keyholes appeared in the gradually expanding black fissure. A planeswalker can transform himself into a symbolic representation, thereby effectively utilizing the astral world to travel to different planets and different worlds, and when the object of banishment is a closed space, it can also be symbolized to enhance the accuracy of banishment. Looking at Klein, who seemed somewhat joyful and about to say something, and Trissa, who was on the verge of collapse, Aaron manipulated the star crown to directly kick them both out of the mirror world. Aaron finally looked at Katerina Pelli, who was frantically crashing against the barrier, and the blood-colored crown whose iron-blooded aura grew increasingly rich, his pupils instantly turning reddish gold. At the same time, the subconsciousness within the Nation of Disorder utilized the Black Emperor card and the Justiciar card to maximally activate the Saphira's power. The surging dark gold mist transformed into a tide, frantically pouring into the brilliant chaotic crown where order and chaos coexisted. From the top of this Night Emperor relic, the reddish gold eyeball embedded within it emitted a reddish gold light, which transformed into a stream of light and merged into the prayer image. Katerina Pelli, who was still desperately trying to activate the Conqueror Beander characteristic, was immediately enveloped by that light, and the blood-colored crown, which had been constantly emitting an iron-blooded aura and growing stronger, strangely returned to calm. The contract contained within the crown, personally made by George III, which prevented Katerina from taking the Beander characteristic out of Backland, also slowly melted away in the light. Having lost the last obstruction, the crystal ball, as if formed by countless insects, vanished behind the banishment door in an instant. Empress Burrow, Sadrak Palace. George III, wearing a crown, with a resolute face and a small mustache, suddenly stood up from his throne, closed his eyes and sensed for a moment before saying coldly, "Those fools from the demonist sect." There was not a single servant in the silent palace, yet a slightly aged voice sounded out of thin air. Huon Rambus, his hair completely white, with a gentle and refined demeanor, emerged from the collective subconscious sea and slowly spoke. "Your Majesty, it is time, otherwise once those people from the church react, all our painstaking preparations will be for naught." Nodding with a somewhat gloomy expression, George III, who appeared to be only at sequence 5, suddenly exuded terrifying pressure, and a huge black mausoleum was reflected in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. "Tell Adam, I need an explanation." Night had fallen deep, the pale yellow mist was not particularly dense, floating everywhere in Backland, carrying a slightly choking smell, cold and damp. Panatia, the despair nightingale, looked around, stepped out of the alley, and entered the street, her pace slow, as if she was wandering in an ocean of mist. Where she passed, the mist imperceptibly thickened slightly, tinged with a hint of iron black, and the visible distance quietly shrank. She was currently unaware of Katerina's situation, having only received Huon Rambus's order to act early, to unleash a wave of death with the Great Smog, and to offer the grievances generated from the sacrifice of all living beings as compensation to the Aurora Order for their divine descent ritual. The iron black and pale yellow intertwined smog descended upon the East Borough, upon the docklands, upon the factory district spewing smoke, and continuously spread throughout Backland. Reaching a clock tower, Panatia stood on the top observation deck, her expression serene and gentle, admiring her artwork, her lips slightly curved as she chuckled softly. The history of the Loan Kingdom will remember this day. 15 Minsk Street. Klein's smile froze on his face, and the words he hadn't yet spoken caught in his throat. He looked with a twitching face at Trissa, who had already begun to distort not far away. At a time like this, even if he wants to deal with that demoness, and is powerless to help me escape Backland, he should at least find a way to throw this guy far away, preferably directly in front of those irritable old men. Complaining helplessly in his heart, but without Katerina, he at least had a chance to call for help. Looking at Trissa's completely dark eyes, and the gray-white spreading outwards from her center, Klein decisively retreated and took out the paper crane whose specific use he didn't know. Just as he was about to try lighting the paper crane to see what would happen, Klein suddenly noticed that Trissa, who should have lost her sanity, suddenly showed a human-like fear and dread on her face, and the spreading gray-white abruptly stopped. His heart skipped a beat. Klein stiffly turned his head to look behind him, where a female figure wearing a hood and a dark robe had appeared at some point. The lady who suddenly appeared had a beautiful, expressionless face, and her dark, deep black eyes lacked vitality. As Klein met her gaze, a cold yet not piercing sensation suddenly emerged, instantly soothing the distracting thoughts and worries in his heart, as if he were quietly gazing at the darkness, gazing at the cosmos. He remembered this feeling vividly, having a fleeting illusion of time flowing backward, returning to that day in Ting'an City when he pressed his hand on that holy relic and chanted the goddess's honorific name. This, before Klein could fully recover, the figure instantly faded and vanished from the spot, along with Trissa, who had been screaming shrilly. Standing alone in the now grayish-white living room, Klein's mind raced with various conjectures, somewhat disbelieving that he had just escaped danger. Calming his mind, he finally found a sense of reality. The one who could give me that feeling must be a powerful individual sent by the church. She arrived in time and dealt with Trissa, who was connected to the primordial demoness. However, I am far from safe right now. With such a major upheaval in the demoness sect, the Loan royal family, who has been secretly plotting something, will definitely take action. I must leave Backland as soon as possible. After quickly assessing his situation, Klein was still planning whether to use the East Tacker family to escape Backland when sudden changes occurred before his eyes. Reds became redder, yellows became yellower, and various colors intensely overlapped, depicting a strange oil painting. A man of medium build with bronze skin slowly walked out. His brown eyes revealed a sense of vicissitude, his features were quite gentle, and there was a tiny black mole below his right ear. Mr. Azik. Seeing this familiar figure, Klein exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, all the suspicions and anxieties he had felt after learning Mr. Azik's identity vanished, replaced by a true sense of peace filling his heart. Mr. Azik chuckled softly, explaining in a gentle tone. I left a contingency on the copper whistle. When that demoness took it, I discovered the anomaly and arrived at Minsk Street, but by then, you had already entered the mirror world, until that person just left. He paused, quickly moving past this topic and continued. Something big is going to happen in Backland. I'll take you out of here first. Looking at Mr. Azik, whose expression had turned serious and somewhat inscrutable, Klein, though curious about the identity of that mysterious lady, rationally chose not to press further. At Mr. Azik's reminder, he finally noticed that Backland outside the window had changed. Under the crimson moonlight, yellowish-green smog began to spread like a tide. What is this? As soon as he spoke, Azik grabbed his arm and moved through the depths of overlapping, intense colors. Everything around them seemed like an illusion, colors intense and overlapping, rapidly receding. Klein's expression changed for a moment, and he sighed helplessly, beginning to observe and experience this wondrous passage, his gaze unconsciously drawn to the 7 mirror lights suspended at the highest point. Just as he was about to ask Mr. Azik some questions, Klein felt Mr. Azik's hand, which was gripping his arm, trembling slightly. The surrounding illusory and blurry spirit world creatures fled as if in escape, and within the colorful, overlapping blocks of color, an illusory pair of large doors instantly outlined themselves. The door seemed to be made of bronze, not quite real, yet extraordinarily heavy, its surface covered with countless strange patterns and symbolic signs of unknown meaning. With a creak, the door split open, and from within, pale, bloody arms stretched out, jostling each other. Besides these, there were also greenish-black vines with infant faces and slippery tentacles with protruding eyes, attempting to seal off the area. Mr. Azik's expression turned cold, and an indescribable aura surged from his body. The arms, vines, and tentacles emerging from behind the door of the underworld trembled uncontrollably, revealing a black-robed man hidden within them. Numinous Episcopates Patrick Brain, by the Grand Archpriest's decree, has come to pay respects to Death Consul Azik. Patrick Brain pulled down his hood, revealing a sharply defined, lean face with black hair and brown eyes. Klein, protected behind Mr. Azik, instantly recognized this numinous episcopate demigod whom he had met once in the green cemetery on the outskirts. Unlike before, Patrick Brain now held a sinister green skull in his hand, its hollow eye sockets like a deep, bottomless vortex. Stimulated by Mr. Azik's aura, that vortex expanded, emitting a cold, chilling, and superior aura that made Klein instinctively tremble and lower his head. This was the aura of another death console. Even if Azek's strength was currently only at the undying level due to his memory loss, his essence as a death console, or even higher, gave him a natural suppression over demigods of the death pathway. Only by holding such an angel-level artifact could one reduce or avoid this negative effect. Reverently holding the skull, Patrick Brain, with a fanatical yet somewhat puzzled expression, questioned. "You are a blood relative of God. If you could join us, God would surely awaken from slumber. Why are you unwilling? If it's because of your memories, if you agree, I can take you to the Grand Archpriest right now, and all your questions can be answered." Azek's expression was cold, and he was not moved by Patrick Brain's words. He merely said coldly, "I told you before, I wish to find my memories myself. Now, disappear from my sight." Patrick sighed deeply, as if he had already anticipated this, and no longer suppressed the sinister green skull in his hand, allowing it to burrow into his glabella. A sudden ominous feeling surged in Klein's heart. Before he could react, he felt an intense sensation of weightlessness, his body uncontrollably falling and even spinning. He was directly flung out of the spirit world by Azek. The surrounding red, yellow, white, and other colors rapidly faded. In the last moment before leaving the spirit world, Klein saw dense black mist appear, enveloping the area where Mr. Azek was, faintly forming a coffin. The complacency he had felt from his rapid advancement was utterly extinguished by these successive blows. Klein felt a deep-seated sense of powerlessness. Now, he couldn't even protect himself, let alone others. His chaotic thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Klein fell heavily onto the solid ground, his head dizzy and his internal organs churning. Through his vision, which was dotted with golden stars, everything slowly returned to normal. To his left was a dark, bottomless abyss, like the legendary Abyss of Devils. To his right was a gray stone wall that stretched upward, seemingly supporting the entire area. There was no crimson moonlight here, nor any yellowish-green mist. The only light came from luminous moss growing in different places. Darkness and profundity were the main colors of this world. This is an underground ruin. Is it in another area? Or is it still near Backland? Klein endured the soreness throughout his body, forcing himself to stand up from the ground. Before he could further investigate his current situation, he felt a strong sense of malice and resentment. A section of a curled, blood-stained umbilical cord with burn marks was bound by fine threads woven from starlight, twisting and wriggling above his head, seemingly holding a deep grudge. His eyelids twitched. Klein instantly recognized that this was the remnant of the evil god's offspring that he had given a great gift, with a sun flame talisman back in Tingen City. How did this thing appear here? Thinking this, Klein almost instinctively tilted his head slightly. A greenish-blue vine abruptly grew out of the steep, smooth rock wall, and a woman dressed in a unique style sat casually on the vine, her azure eyes sparkling with an assessing gaze. What's going on today? Why are all these high-sequence powerhouses appearing in clusters? Feeling a bit bitter, Klein froze in place, unsure what to say for a moment. Before Klein could come up with a probing excuse, a clear, ethereal voice resounded. Sherlock Moriarty. She knows me. Why? These two thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, and then he heard a more explanatory addition. Duke Aaron once mentioned you to me. As one of the additional conditions for helping me advance this time, I will safely send you out of Backland. After speaking, without giving Klein a chance to choose, a long whip condensed from starlight lashed fiercely at the evil god's umbilical cord. The wailing of wronged souls immediately arose, making Klein's forehead twitch and causing him to obediently shut his mouth. Once this evil object settled down, Bernadette led Klein around the cliff face and into a dark corridor with a vaulted ceiling. The walls on both sides were adorned with numerous mottled murals. After turning a corner, they soon entered a large hall where 4 guards in dark black full-body armor stood, their gazes sharp. A flickering orange-yellow flame appeared out of thin air. Strangely, this flame grew on the tip of a matchstick, on the verge of extinguishing. Klein, who was just about to observe this mysterious powerhouse's move, was somewhat astonished to find that the 4 guards, whose auras clearly reached the mid-sequence level, seemed to see nothing, showing no unusual reaction even as the 2 walked through the hall. What kind of sequence ability is this? Klein's expression was momentarily blank. He glanced at the now extinguished and vanished matchstick, then quickly quickened his pace, following the passage to its end. There was an illusory door composed purely of faint blue light, completely sealed off otherwise. Bernadette's azure eyes seemed to flow with illusory rivers. With one hand, she pinched the suddenly agitated, blood-stained umbilical cord, and clusters of brilliant starlight emerged from the void. After enveloping the umbilical cord, the starlight instantly condensed, forming a transparent amber. This item, closely related to the true creator, could sense the location of a divine descent altar, but the sensing was mutual. The altar's controller could also sense the arrival of an intruder. After Bernadette arrived at this underground ruin using coordinates obtained from deciphering a magic array, she had been unilaterally interfering with and blocking that sensation using her clairvoyant abilities, until now. Finally found it. A voice tinged with a smile echoed in his ears. Before Klein could fully grasp the meaning of this sentence, he felt a gentle force push him away. An ancient-style spear appeared, its entire length from tip to shaft stained with dark red blood, emanating a strong aura of destruction. With a whoosh, this terrifying spear shot out. All sounds vanished, and the guards who had been standing before the illusory door were instantly annihilated into dust. Amidst the crisp, piercing sound of shattering, the faint blue illusory door rapidly collapsed, revealing a wide, deep passage behind it. Illusory, overlapping cries emanated from the deep passage. It seemed as if someone was calling, and the sounds of painful groans seemed to turn into a tide. Without the obstruction of the passage, as half a mysticism expert, Klein seemed to see illusory, transparent figures formed from unwilling resentment, rushing into the passage one after another, gradually becoming part of that tide. They all seemed to be shouting the same words. The Lord who created all things. The Master behind the veil of shadows. The fallen nature of all living beings. His expression suddenly turned grim. Klein looked at the woman in front of him, wearing a finely meshed veil, and without much thought, asked directly. Who exactly are you? Allowing the tide of numb despair, pain, and hatred to pour into the passage, Bernadette paid no attention to Klein's tone and said calmly. On the sea, they all call me Queen Mystic. Queen Mystic, Bernadette, Rissel's eldest daughter. Klein was stunned. He truly hadn't expected that someone who had only appeared in Rissel's diary would appear before him in such a way. Wait here. Starlight rippled around Klein, seemingly forming a barrier. After Bernadette left her last words, she transformed into a beam of light and entered the passage. The brilliant starlight illuminated the palace within the passage, its dome supported by stone pillars, as well as the altar surrounded by layers of light, and the tall, thin figure standing within the altar. Mr. A had removed his hood, revealing a beautiful, eerie, almost feminine face, while his left chest, shoulder, abdomen, and thighs were covered with wriggling, viscous, disgusting flesh. Around him, the layers of light were filled with illusory, transparent figures, brimming with feelings of numbness, despair, and painful suppression. Above the entire hall, even more radiance penetrated from unknown places, swiftly entering the altar along the stone pillars covered with symbolic signs and magical markings. Sensing Bernadette's aura, this shepherd's expression turned ruthless. He half raised his hands, adopting an open-armed posture, and shouted in ancient Hermes. Great Lord, your devout follower implores your descent. I am willing to offer my body as a vessel to bear your great will. Amidst the prayer, a light suddenly descended from an unknown place above Mr. A's head, completely enveloping him. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. The raven with a white circle around its right eye, leading the group, lowered its head and glanced at Medici, speaking in a human voice. Just testing the Evernight goddess's attitude. Even if Zeratul recovers his complete attendant of mysteries, he's still just a slightly larger pawn. But you, tisk tisk, it seems you've received that guy's tacit approval. It ruffled its wings, looking at Trier not far away, and sighed mockingly. How proud, the undefiled son. Ignoring Amon's sarcastic tone, Medici shrugged, his deep, flame-flickering eyes also looking at Trier, and he muttered to himself. The Iron and Blood Cross Order's century-long exploration has finally found its use. Rather than letting that conqueror characteristic continue to be wasted in a daze on your descendant, it's better to fulfill me. As he spoke, the flesh on Medici's cheek squirmed, and a human face vaguely emerged, but under the influence of the bloody Shang-Chi mark on his brow, it could never truly form. Bored with Medici's reaction, the raven with the white circle around its right eye dissipated. As its playful voice echoed, a 12-jointed worm of time drifted down. I have some avatars still left there, I haven't retrieved them to avoid provoking certain sensitive individuals. Take this, and you'll get the help you desire. Mist Sea, Lasha Island, Emerald Palace. The mystical reenactment of the 9 Cauldrons stood majestically. After receiving a response from the fool, Melissa was no longer as anxious as before. With Catlia's help, she was learning Beander knowledge in the field of constellations. As neighboring pathways, Constellations Master and Astronomer share commonalities in potion digestion and certain taboos. Catlia's experience can help you avoid many detours. Once you've fully digested the potion, I will provide you with an opportunity to complete the advancement ritual. Only by acquiring divinity will you truly be considered my disciple. Benoit, dressed in a simple priest's robe, spoke in a gentle tone. He was quite satisfied with this student Aaron had given him. After all, strictly speaking, Melissa was Benoit's first disciple after his humanity returned. After giving some instructions, Benoit then looked at Audrey beside him and said with a smile. The remaining mental imprint within that discerner characteristic had already been cleared by Duke Aaron earlier. This saved me time, and now the final step can be performed. Audrey was momentarily stunned by the words, then felt a pleasant surprise. Following her previous discussion with Benoit, she entered her consciousness island to separate a virtual personality, and at the same time, she looked around curiously and asked, "Is Her Excellency Bernadette not on Lasha Island?" As she spoke, a halo of light emerged from the void beside Audrey, transforming into another, less real version of herself. This virtual personality held the blasphemy card of the visionary pathway. The situation is turbulent now, especially with the changes in the Moses ascetic order, so Bernadette has left. If my identity weren't so sensitive and unsuitable for public appearance, I probably wouldn't be able to remain aloof here either. Without hiding anything, Benoit nodded slightly in explanation. He waved his hand and cast the blasphemy card along with Audrey's virtual personality into the chaotic light-emitting grayish-white fragments within the giant cauldron. The blasphemy card's status is sufficient to bear angel-level power. This is also the most suitable vessel I could think of, capable of maximizing the authority of this characteristic with the least cost. Patterns formed by symbols surged out from Benoit's body, integrating the discerner characteristic, which had been forged to its final step, along with Audrey's virtual personality into the blasphemy card. Audrey, who had maintained contact with that virtual personality, felt a momentary trance, as if she saw countless symbolic patterns and strange designs overlapping and extending, penetrating the surrounding environment, even allowing her to glimpse the essence of this space constructed based on mystical reenactment. This indescribable, wonderful feeling flashed by. When Audrey came back to herself, she noticed the visionary card quietly suspended before her, half illusory and half real, as if it could disappear into the collective unconscious sea at any moment. At the deepest part of Calderon, at the end of a tributary of the river of eternal darkness, illusory, almost lightless ripples undulated in the grayish-white mist, and a faint glow surged out from the crack in the skeletal gate. Aaron, who had already prepared, raised his hand to separate the surrounding grayish-white mist and grasped the faint glow. This is the Western Continent's sigil system. Bone-chilling coldness came from his palm, bringing a slight stinging sensation. Aaron raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the black sigil inscribed with numerous symbols that materialized after the faint glow dissipated. With Aaron's current status and his degree of integration with the Nation of Disorder, through this medium, he could also get a glimpse, further perfecting the envisioned system of blessings unique to the Nation of Disorder. Although due to initial caution, neither party revealed too much to each other. Even the most basic exchange of information allowed Aaron to learn a great deal. The existence that called itself Netherworld Taoist was more like a kind of collective consciousness to some extent. Over a long period, it had gained some understanding of the world beyond the Western continent through Alistair Tudor's death imprint, which had merged into the river of eternal darkness. What surprised Aaron most was that this Netherworld Taoist knew that the Evernight goddess had obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway. It showed no hostility towards this, and even actively expressed a desire to contact the Evernight goddess. And from the veiled content it revealed, Aaron could confirm that the Mother Goddess of Depravity's previous influence on the Mother Nest had also affected the Western continent, which was based on Saphira. Holding this special sigil, Aaron looked again at the skeletal gate. The grayish-white barrier's influence on him seemed to have weakened considerably, and he could vaguely see the figure wearing a rusted iron crown and strange long robes. I will hand it over to the Evernight goddess. Without overly revealing his need for the rift eroded by the river of eternal darkness, Aaron nodded slightly towards the figure, making a concise promise in his native language, firmly grasping the stepping stone of his outer deity descendant identity. Without further delay, dark golden radiance surged around Aaron, forcibly correcting the rules distorted by the river of eternal darkness's tributary, and he directly teleported out of Calderon. Suspended deep within the spirit world, Aaron silently gazed at the ancient divine kingdom shrouded in grayish-white mist. Although he had obtained the water of the river of eternal darkness, the appearance of the Netherworld Taoist forced him to reconsider his original plan of using the hidden gap in the celestial worthies barrier in Calderon. I still need to contact the Evernight goddess as soon as possible. I can feel that the state of the Netherworld Taoist and the river of eternal darkness is completely different from my relationship with the Nation of Disorder. This should also be the reason for his display of goodwill. With thoughts churning in his mind, Aaron withdrew his gaze and swiftly left the spirit world. At the top of the clock tower in south of the bridge, Backland, Panatia glanced at the hurricane and silver-white lightning arcs emerging from above Cherwood Burrow, watching the pouring rain begin to cleanse the earth, and pursed her lips in regret. The Church of the Storm reacted much faster than expected. What a pity, but even so, it's enough. It's time to leave. Just as she was about to leave, her vision blurred, and she saw a young woman in a classical hooded robe, with black eyes and hair, and a beautiful but blank expression. Panatia's gaze sharpened, but she wasn't overly flustered. Having cooperated with the Loan royal family for so long, she was well aware of the unwritten rule that the three major churches would not deploy angels or sealed artifacts of Sequence 0 in Backland. As a Sequence 4 demoness of despair, even if the archbishops themselves took action, it would not be difficult for her to escape. Black flames suddenly erupted around Panatia, spreading disease, and she intended to ignite everything around her, creating a large-scale fire to create an opportunity to escape. But at that instant, her body trembled strangely and froze in place. Then she watched as her left hand gradually disappeared, rapidly spreading upwards, unstoppable. In her eyes, the beautiful, blank-faced woman opposite her had deep, dark pupils, as if containing a pure, lightless darkness. "You're not. You're." The incredulous, despairing shriek abruptly ceased, and the entire person was like a sketch, quietly erased by an eraser, leaving no trace. Her final gaze was filled with terror and bewilderment. The spot where she had been was empty, as if no one had ever sat there. The beautiful, blank-faced woman pulled the hood of her classical robe, and her lips moved almost imperceptibly. Her figure instantly vanished. In the spirit world, burning with dark green flames, a section of an illusory, dark nether river appeared, with countless wailing souls and fine white hairs stained with yellow oil floating within it. As the blurry face on the mask of pale death became clearer, that extremely noble, death-filled terrifying aura began to permeate the spirit world, like an illusory deity enthroned above countless undead. Suddenly, whispers, both high and low, sounded simultaneously. Strange corpses of different races floated from the dark, deep riverbed to the surface, looking out of the spirit world with their half-rotted, half-pale faces. From the deepest part of this section of the Nether River, the completely dark coffin formed by cold black mist let out a strange roar, like a summons in a roar. The coffin, which had already taken shape and was moving along the Nether River to some unknown place, began to tremble. As the roar reached its peak, the coffin, along with all the surrounding scenes in the spirit world, collapsed inward, transforming into a boundless, slowly rotating dark vortex. The Nether River poured backward, and the pervasive black mist no longer gasped, slowly spreading outwards. Azek stood silently above the vortex, crushing the dark green skull with his bare hands. His originally Kang Sang eyes were now completely replaced by two pale flames. Without pursuing Patrick Brain, who had been taken away by Hater, Azek's expression became terrifying, as if someone had driven a wedge into his temple, splitting his head in half. Amidst this intense pain, a series of familiar yet strange, disjointed images suddenly flashed in his mind. His body trembled, even revealing patches of dark, cold scales. Azek, with a somewhat ferocious expression, fell into a richly colored, variegated patch and disappeared. Inside Street, Wind Cathedral, the dome was high and wide, with connecting arches. The murals, outlined in blue and silver-white, appeared rough but conveyed a sense of sacred majesty and solemnity. The storm abruptly ceased. Archbishop Ace Snake, the singer of God, and cardinal of the Backland Diocese, retracted his silver light. His black archbishop's robe, embroidered with the storm symbol, billowed in the wind, and he spoke in a grim, deep voice. Since you knew about those bugs in the dark corners, why couldn't you inform me in advance during the day? Or do you, the Church of Evernight, prefer to discuss matters at night? Sherwood Borough, as the primary jurisdiction of the Church of the Storm in Backland and one of the gathering places for Storm believers, was adjacent to the East Borough, the source of the Great Smog, and the Backland Bridge area. If believers suffered severe casualties in this disaster, coupled with the previous failure to protect Duke Negan, the authority of the Church of the Storm would undoubtedly be greatly affected. As the direct person in charge, Cardinal Ace Snake would inevitably face reproach from the altar and the Pope, making his tone somewhat irritable. No sooner had he finished speaking than a nearly transparent spirit body, like a mountain, emerged from another void in the dome, placing a figure in midair. That figure wore an archbishop's robe with a black base and red patterns, had deep eyes, and no beard. It was Anthony Stevenson, the head of the Church of Evernight's Backland Diocese. After completing its task, the huge spirit body immediately shrank and entered St. Anthony's mouth. Then, with a calm expression, he looked at Ace Snake and gently explained, "I only learned the specific news today. Regardless of whether they conducted some secret transaction, this after all involves the royal family and the king. Before receiving a reply from the Holy Hall, I naturally couldn't leak the transaction. It's just a pity they were even more decisive than I imagined." His expression subtly shifting, Ace Snake suppressed his somewhat irritable mood and pressed, "What did you discover?" Anthony shook his head with some regret, his eyes also showing a hint of gloom. "They handled it very cleanly. According to normal logic, whether the collaborator disguised themselves or not, since they met, there would definitely be corresponding memory fragments remaining. I have personally performed spirit body touches, but I couldn't find any traces in that regard. It seems as if it never existed, which should be due to the influence of a contract." Emphasizing the word, cleanly, Anthony glanced at the silent Ace Snake and quietly added, "Let's go. We shouldn't keep others waiting at this time." At the mouth of the Tussock River, in the wide river valley flanked by two sides, Bernadette detached from the state of information torrent and reconstructed her body with complex and pure knowledge. Quickly removing the sage's circlet and the pale death, which had undergone some unknown change, Bernadette placed the unconscious Klein on a haystack. Her azure eyes looked towards Backland, upstream of the Tussock River. Perhaps it was because William Augustus I, who had descended with only a power projection through a ritual, couldn't stop Bernadette in her information torrent state, or perhaps he sensed Bernadette's identity and deliberately held back, not wanting to get entangled and risk being cornered by the three major churches, leading to an unmanageable situation. But to prevent Mr. Duke's highly valued faceless from seeing what he shouldn't and hearing what he shouldn't in the information torrent, Bernadette still decisively used the Sleeping Beauty magic of mystical reenactment. Slowly retracting her gaze, Bernadette refocused on the sage's circlet floating in the air. As a clairvoyant, she clearly saw the opportunity for advancement, understanding that she had completed the corresponding ritual and prevented a high-level power-related disaster. Angel. Looking at the diamond-encrusted vertical eye, Bernadette's eyes became even more resolute. After leaving Intis, she had two main wishes. One was to investigate the truth of those matters and see if she had misunderstood her father. The second was to follow her father's lingering footsteps, to see what he had experienced and if there was any possibility of his resurrection. And now, only one last step remained to understand all the truth. She no longer hesitated, firmly raising her right hand, outlining ancient, star-shimmering words in the void, summoning the spirit world creature that was human Shang Ban Shen and Wen Sha Ban Shen, and retrieving some of the auxiliary materials for the sage potion from it. Just then, a portal of brilliant, dark blue starlight appeared, and Aaron, holding the crown of stars, emerged from it. This was originally the meeting point they had agreed upon after leaving Backland. Congratulations, it seems you have completed the advancement ritual. You can advance under the gaze of my lord, without worrying about the hidden sage's gaze. Aaron chuckled, his gaze returning from Klein, who was lying on the haystack. He raised the crown of stars in his hand and looked at Bernadette, adding, "This sealed artifact, which originated from death, is best not used again before you fully advance, to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble that might affect your advancement. Let me help you with the crushing of the Beander characteristic." Bernadette did not refuse Aaron's kindness. After the Beander characteristic was completely crushed, she proactively handed the pale death to Aaron, which, even detached from a human body, still faintly revealed a blurry human face. Countless transparent insects surged from the brilliant gems on the crown of stars, attaching to the surface of the mask. The dense death intent, enough to wither everything, instantly dissipated, as if the mask itself was isolated in another space. Acknowledging Aaron's actions, Bernadette glanced at the gurgling, bubbling, sage potion, each bubble containing a transparent eye. She nodded slightly towards Aaron. This queen mystic, with a resolute expression, raised her right hand and brought the glass bottle to her lips. As the sage potion entered her mouth, her body became illusory at a visible speed, and within a few breaths, it decomposed into complex knowledge, transforming into the existence form of an information torrent. The surging Tussock River, and even the strong winds and heavy rain spreading from Backland, seemed to lose their tangibility, as if they were reduced to the most basic and fundamental forms of various information. In the nation of disorder, dark golden mist surged, embracing a greenish-black cyclops head, slowly floating down beside the prayer light spot. The terrifying will almost distorted the prayer scene. In the real world, Aaron's eyes instantly turned crimson gold, and the domain of judgment quietly spread, sealing off this increasingly terrifying aura to prevent it from being discovered. While being wary of potential interference from the hidden sage, Aaron also took advantage of this rare opportunity to observe firsthand the birth of a complete mythical creature. This was also the reward given to Bernadette for receiving the Lord of Orders blessing. An ancient-looking bronze whistle appeared in Aaron's hand. He casually threw it onto the haystack beside him, accurately hitting Klein's head. Although his gaze was still fixed on the information torrent that was constantly condensing, reorganizing, and then dissipating, his tone was quite teasing. "Since you're awake, there's no need to pretend to be asleep. If you don't want your eyeballs to explode, just close your eyes obediently." He could observe and study Bernadette's process of advancing to an angel, but that didn't mean Klein, who was only at sequence 6, could withstand it. Just the unconsciously displayed mythical creature form alone could cause Mr. Fool to die young. Clutching the bronze whistle that had hit his head, feeling its familiar coolness, Klein's originally somewhat embarrassed face instantly flushed with surprise. Obediently closing his eyes, he bowed towards the direction of the voice. "Thank you, Mr. Emperor, for your assistance." He didn't ask about the final fate of the high-level demoness who had taken Azek's bronze whistle. The recovery of this whistle was enough to explain the situation. What he was more concerned about now was actually Mr. Azek's state. That undying of the numinous episcopate was clearly prepared. Although he was anxious, he also knew what was important. Just from the fragmented words he heard upon waking, he could guess that Russell's eldest daughter was currently attempting to advance to an angel. A powerhouse of this level was a pope-level figure in all major churches, and she was clearly also related to the Lord of Order, yet Klein had never seen Bernadette at the Chaos Council. Suddenly recalling Zerathul's prophecy about Bernadette in Russell's diary, Klein couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Not caring what Klein was thinking, Aaron stared at Bernadette, who was constantly gathering all her information and beginning to reconstruct her body by relying on the marks left in the spirit world. He suddenly raised his hand. The crown of stars, emitting a dark blue light, was instantly enveloped by a dense dark golden mist. Around Bernadette, space and time twisted. The secret information that suddenly appeared in midair from unknown sources, trying to merge with Bernadette while she was reconstructing her body, missed its target and was swallowed by a shimmering golden door with a dark golden vortex. The already rippling prayer scene was instantly pierced. This will, originating from the hidden sage, directly submerged into the giant single eye. The surrounding dark golden mist boiled, and the giant's head quickly returned to calm. Without the hidden sage's interference, Bernadette seized the opportunity, completely reconstructed her body, and, with the help of her anchor, initially balanced the terrifying will generated within her. At this moment, she truly became him, becoming a Sequence 2 angel of the mystery prior pathway, a great figure in the mystical world who could be respectfully called an hidden existence. Imprints formed by countless strange symbols appeared deep within her pupils. Bernadette felt her perspective being infinitely elevated by spirituality, as if the entire world was encompassed within her sight. From this special perspective, Bernadette almost subconsciously looked up at the brilliant night sky. After becoming a complete mythical creature, the Eye of Keeping Secrets also underwent a complete transformation. In this state of infinitely elevated spirituality, Bernadette directly saw the astral world composed of symbols and authority. It looked similar to the cosmos, dark, deep, and boundless, but in reality, it had many peculiar features, more like an abstract painting made of various colors, surrounded by a pile of concepts and symbols. However, those abstract paintings with various symbolic meanings looked extremely horrifying and comical. From another perspective, this might be a manifestation of the chaotic and insane underlying rules. Outside the world's barrier, the light on the surface of a giant red moon pulsed and expanded as if it had come alive. The more distant and vast desolate universe became even deeper and darker, dotted with one dazzling diamond-like light spot after another, revealing one extremely evil and insane eye after another. A terrifying contamination, far exceeding the hidden sage's previous interference, descended upon Bernadette through the gaze, and a malevolence capable of making the soul tremble spread with it. Clearly sensing the subtle changes in the astral world, Aaron quickly withdrew his gaze from Bernadette, flashed to Klein's side, and pointed a finger at his glabella. The faint light rippling from the darkness imprint instantly concealed their figures. Bernadette, who had already advanced to sage, as long as she did not court death by going to the cosmos or the core of the abyss, areas already corrupted by outer deities, the contamination brought by mere observation could no longer affect her. After the initial surprise, Bernadette's body rapidly virtualized, completely transforming into an information entity, and quickly locked onto the contaminated information flow. A large amount of useless and complex knowledge surged, enveloping it, dissolving strands of black mist and streaks of red light, severing the invisible connection, and forming a dark and obscure ball of light. Bernadette, who had recondensed her body, looked at the obscure ball of light that seemed to have come alive and was constantly wriggling. After some thought, she did not completely shatter it, but instead covered it with layers of seals. After completing all this, she emerged from the information torrent, standing once again above the mouth of the Tasok River, looking at Aaron, whose dark mist was gradually fading, and Klein, who still had his eyes closed. Just as she was about to say something, her gaze swept over Klein, and her azure eyes, like a deep ocean, flashed with obvious surprise. She sensed the aura of the Lord of Order from this small faceless, and besides that, there was also darkness and an aura she had never seen before but was equally high in sequence. After taking a deep look at Klein, who had his eyes closed and seemed unaware of what was happening outside, Bernadette finally looked at Aaron, and spoke softly after careful consideration. Is this what you meant by the contamination from the cosmos? Cosmos. Klein, with his eyes closed, quietly pricked up his ears. The inexplicable fear that arose in his heart piqued his interest, but unfortunately, after hearing this sentence, all his perceptions were blocked. He immediately understood, guessing that these were secrets he could not comprehend at his current level, but he still kept cosmos in his mind first. Aaron took in all of Bernadette's changing expressions, then casually blocked Klein's perception before nodding slightly in response. Yes, that is also the source of the apocalypse. I like to call them above sequence. Of course, some true gods name it in other ways. Some call it outer deity, some call it outer god, and some use cosmos to refer to it. Looking at Bernadette, who was somewhat enlightened yet also somewhat confused, Aaron rubbed his forehead and, in a low voice, explained the secrets of cosmos, outer deity, and outer god. Her body rippled with obscure starlight. Bernadette's gaze narrowed slightly, her lips moved, and she muttered to herself in a low voice. Outer deity, outer god, cosmos, creator, above sequence. So that's how it is. At this moment, she finally understood the essence of the apocalypse. She thought back to the fourth epoch when true gods could still walk on the ground, but by the fifth epoch, even their descent was rare. No wonder it was called the apocalypse. Bernadette instantly felt her scalp tingle, a profound sense of powerlessness washing over her. The joy and excitement of just having advanced to an angel immediately vanished. As her emotions fluctuated, she immediately felt the primordial one's spiritual imprint within her body strengthen, further corrupting the anchored parts. Bernadette took a deep breath, integrating those chaotic thoughts into the complex information flow, calming her mind, and allowing the fragile balance to reappear. Looking at Bernadette, who had suddenly fallen silent, seemingly waiting for him to say something, Aaron did not deliberately hide anything and spoke directly. Roussel, after advancing to an angel, once had a secret operation. Guided by Mr. Dorr, he left the barrier of the astral world alone and went to that red moon. It was there that he was secretly contaminated by an existence at the pinnacle of outer gods. This is also the fundamental reason why he eventually became radical and, even after achieving sequence 0, was still besieged and killed in the astral world. As the apocalypse draws nearer, no deity would allow Roussel, who was deeply contaminated by an outer deity, to continue to be active in the human world. Bernadette's personality was highly similar to Roussel's, full of adventurous spirit and particularly stubborn. If he didn't clearly explain the stakes to her, Aaron was truly worried that this fellow might one day run off to an outer god to offer herself as a sacrifice. Chuckling softly, Aaron looked at Bernadette, whose expression was changing as she fell into thought, and finally revealed his true intention. And the best way to completely eliminate a Black Emperor is to create a new Black Emperor. Bernadette suddenly looked up. Combining Aaron's hints with her own understanding of the Black Emperor pathway, she easily understood the meaning of this sentence, but she couldn't figure out who could meet the Black Emperor's advancement ritual now. After informing Bernadette of George III's secret and the 9 ruins left behind by Blood Emperor Tudor, Aaron looked at this sage, who had a cold expression after her sudden realization. He then handed over the re-sealed, pale death, and said softly, "On this matter, we have a common enemy, but even now, what you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. Even the great Lord of Order has concerns, we need to plan slowly." Bernadette took a deep look at Aaron, then pushed the cold mask back, and slowly said, I have already achieved angel status, and I no longer need to rely on this sealed artifact to resist the hidden sage. This is an item my father brought back from the southern continent, closely related to death. I am willing to offer it to the Lord of Order, only seeking a glimmer of hope for his survival. Although she didn't know what kind of connection this hidden existence had with her father, to understand Russell's affairs so thoroughly. But the only thing that was certain was that as a Sequence 2 angel, she simply couldn't revive Russell while surrounded by gods and even outer deities. This request was both a show of goodwill, deeply binding herself after profoundly understanding the current grim situation, and a test of attitude. Just as she had said before, after advancing to Sage and gathering external power within herself, even losing this Grade 0 sealed artifact would only mean losing a powerful offensive means for her, and it would not affect her self-preservation ability. To Bernadette's surprise, Aaron did not take the extremely terrifying Grade 0 sealed artifact. He closed his eyes and prayed in a low voice for a moment, then respectfully opened his eyes and pushed the mask back to her. Another Grade 0 sealed artifact Russell left you, Wishing Lamp, actually contains a sealed outer god, though it's only a part of him. Upon sensing your advancement to an angel and your ability to travel to the cosmos, he will certainly try every means to tempt you. This item left by death can help you make him shut up. Russell's matter involves quite complex high-level existences. The cost of reviving him even our Lord needs to consider repeatedly. Bernadette clearly understood the hint in Aaron's words, but her expression remained unchanged. A daughter pays her father's debts. She had already prepared herself mentally before advancing to an angel. Without hesitation, displaying the decisiveness of a pirate king, Bernadette chanted the honorific name of the Lord of Order in ancient Hermes, her voice low. I am willing to sacrifice, pale death, to you. You may take it at any time. Oravi Island will also become your sharpest sword from now on. Granted. After a long while, a magnificent and majestic voice came. Bernadette clearly felt an unknown imprint emerge, seemingly forming a bond with a great existence. When Bernadette reopened her eyes, Aaron subtly retracted the golden glow from his eyes and said with a smile, Welcome to the Chaos Council. You've just advanced to an angel, and your state is still unstable. Moreover, we don't know how the hidden sage will react. You should handle your current affairs first. After everything is over, I might need you to connect me and introduce me to Bonoa. Recalling the previous commission and Bonoa's strange reaction, Bernadette nodded gently, no longer refusing. She put pale death away again, and her body transformed into an information torrent, disappearing instantly. The gloomy and overcast clouds had silently dispersed at some point. The pre-dawn light appeared, and the light of dawn emerged. A new day had arrived. Klein only felt that all the shackles that had bound him were gone, and he regained his perception of the outside world. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw that extremely familiar yet intimately close face, and his mouth twitched as he took 2 steps back. Duke. Waving his hand, Aaron subtly withdrew his gaze, having already confirmed with true sight that no mark of Adam was left on Klein. Well, it's also possible that it once existed, but has already been erased by the goddess's divine descent vessel, Aaron mumbled to himself. Just as he was thinking about where to throw Klein to properly temper him, he heard a somewhat urgent voice. Mr. Duke, something happened to Mr. Azek. To save me, he was cornered by the numinous episcopate in the spirit world. After his 5 senses returned, Klein looked at the somewhat dim Azek's copper whistle in his hand, his voice pausing slightly, truly not knowing what he, now utterly penniless, could offer to invite Mr. Emperor to act. Listening to Klein's words, Aaron looked over with some surprise. He had descended directly with the help of the Crown of Stars, and had not sensed anything unusual in the nearby spirit world. Either an angel with the corresponding spirit world authority had sealed off that anomalous spirit world space, or the battle had already ended. In a flash of thought, Aaron ruled out the first possibility. If an angel had truly sealed the spirit world, Bernadette would have surely discovered something when she reformed her body in the information torrent using her spirit world imprint. Considering that Salinger's contingency plan on Azek concerned the goddess's scheme, it was indeed appropriate for him, with the title of Night Worshipper, making things convenient, to do something. Aaron did not continue to inquire, grabbing Klein's shoulder and immediately entering the colorful spirit world, not shying away from directly chanting in ancient Hermes. The never-fading light of the spirit world. The embodiment of endless knowledge. The red of authority and will. Without wasting time searching alone, Aaron chose the most convenient method, directly inquiring, Red Light, Al-Moriah, who held authority related to spirit world beings and locations. He did not use a more standardized and complete, mystical ritual. With their previous cooperation and the fact that he now had the great ruler above the spirit world, with him, Aaron believed that Al-Moriah would respond to his call. Standing within the domain of judgment, Klein, who was subtly observing the surrounding spirit world, also heard that honorific name. After quietly memorizing it, he also determined that this should correspond to the red light, one of the 7 lights of the spirit world. Is the honorific name of just one of the 7 lights a 3-part structure because of their special determination in the spirit world, or did they truly possess the Beander characteristics of an angel? 7 angels. This, Klein, who was muttering to himself, suddenly found the surrounding spirit world space dyed with a rich, clear, yet not at all bloody red. A majestic old man in a long crimson robe silently appeared, and a faint but authoritative voice rang out. "How may I help you, Mr. Duke?" He came in person. Aaron glanced at this red light, who clearly cared about Klein but looked straight at himself, and directly pulled the still somewhat dazed Klein into the middle of the two. He was not clear about what Azek had experienced, and it would save more time for the person involved to ask. Moreover, some information that he might not be able to obtain might be revealed if Klein asked instead. Red Light, Al-Moriah, wearing a diamond crown, shifted his gaze, then looked at Klein and nodded majestically. "Hello, you can call me Al-Moriah directly. What is your question?" So polite, the thought flashed through his mind, and Klein said sincerely and respectfully. "Your Excellency Al-Moriah, previously, 2 high-sequence powerhouses of the death pathway had a great battle in the spirit world. One of them was an undying from the numinous episcopate, named Patrick Brain. The other is my teacher, Azek Eggers. This is his item. Can you tell me the location of that spirit world area or his current situation?" As he spoke, Klein handed the Azek's copper whistle in his hand to Al-Moriah, somewhat nervously awaiting the red light's answer. Gently pushing the copper whistle back, Al-Moriah paused and spoke calmly. "Azek Eggers has escaped the trap of the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction, but his condition has some problems, and he has long since left that area. However, I can find the spirit world coordinates corresponding to where he last disappeared." A smile immediately appeared on Klein's face. He grabbed the Azek's copper whistle that had floated back in front of him, then thought of something, coughed lightly, and tentatively looked at Aaron behind him. Not in a hurry to depart, Aaron looked at Al-Moriah and asked thoughtfully. An undying from the numinous episcopate was able to stop Azek. Even if Azek hadn't recovered all his memories, it was impossible for him to be ambushed by an undying, and especially near Backland. Backland, within the completely ruined underground ruins, a phantom door suddenly tore open in midair, covered with complex symbols. The door opened silently, and out walked a handsome man in a sharp suit. He was about 40 years old, mature and elegant. His golden eyes, with just a sweep, locked onto an old man in a white priest's robe and a soft clerical hat. That was Archbishop Horamek Haydn, the head of the Backland Diocese of the God of Steam and Machinery Church, and a member of the Pre-God Council. The Archbishop also cast his gaze towards the suddenly appearing golden-eyed man, speaking in a low voice. "There are residual traces of the true Creator here. It is indeed the Aurora Order's doing. Besides that, there should also be a high-sequence Beander of the Mystery Prior Pathway. The aura of mystical reenactment is somewhat like." Before he could continue to describe his findings, faint thunder rumbled, and amidst the surging darkness, Archbishop Anthony, accompanied by God's singer, a snake, also appeared in the dilapidated ruins. Completely different from Horamik's tone, silver light flickered in Ace Snake's eyes, as if a storm was brewing, and he asked, suppressing his anger. Sirt, I think you should know what happened here, right? When did even the Aurora Order and the Demonist sect become capable of causing trouble in Backland? Your MI9 is truly competent. Listening to the slightly sarcastic words, the golden-eyed man named Sirt did not get angry, and shook his head very calmly. I just arrived too. However, I will report this matter to the royal family, and MI9 will definitely give an explanation to the three major churches. Explanation. Ace Snake almost laughed in anger, and coldly added. I will also report this matter to the Holy See. I hope you can give an explanation to His Holiness the Pope. After speaking, he didn't even look at the somewhat displeased Sirt, and flew directly towards the ruins below. Horamik Haydn frowned slightly, gave a questioning glance to Anthony, who had remained silent, and after receiving no response, merely shook his head gently and said nothing more. After listening to Red Light, Al-Mariah's account, Aaron's expression became a little strange. Hytel, the leader of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction and former high priest of the Death Church, was also involved. Because half of his soul was separated, Azek had repeated the experience of waking up, searching for memories, and falling asleep again countless times over the past 1,000 years. During such a long period, Hytel had never intervened, but this time he suddenly made a move. If not for the Pale Death, a remnant of death controlled by Bernadette, coincidentally causing some changes in Backland, Azek would not have broken free from his restraints. This sudden change cannot be without reason, a change related to death. Aaron, deep in thought, focused his gaze slightly and looked at Al-Mariah, whose expression was solemn, and asked ponderingly. What has Calderon become now? As early as his last visit to retrieve water from a tributary of the River of Eternal Darkness, Aaron had already triggered the imprints of the two former deaths, who had been dormant in the River of Eternal Darkness, due to the aura of the Nation of Disorder he carried. When Calderon first mutated because of this, Aaron encountered Hytel at the outer entrance, who, even though unable to leave the mausoleum, still projected his power. And before that, to help Astorf recapture his body, Aaron had also banished the abomination, Sar, who carried the power of the bound god, to Calderon. Considering the dangers within, he had never explored what changes had occurred there. Not surprised by the question, Al-Mariah pondered for a moment, his expression becoming serious, and slowly shook his head. Calderon has been enveloped by a higher-level power. Even I cannot know the specific situation inside without personally going in to investigate. Considering that Klein was nearby, he did not directly mention the River of Eternal Darkness, but Aaron, who was a direct participant, easily understood his meaning. Without a precise answer, Aaron did not press further. After obtaining the spirit world coordinates corresponding to Azek's last known location, he bid farewell to Red Light with Klein. Listening to the question and answer session, which felt like a riddle, Klein, lacking the necessary knowledge, could only commit the name Calderon to memory and secretly guess its connection to Mr. Azek. Before he could think more, the invisible force that had been carrying him through the spirit world suddenly tightened. A familiar sense of weightlessness struck him, as if he had been thrown into an icy pool. The terrifyingly cold and deathly aura stung Klein's spirituality. The fear of life slowly draining away instantly overwhelmed the discomfort of weightlessness, until the Azek copper whistle he had been clutching trembled slightly, and this sensation significantly weakened. Gasping for a few breaths, Klein subconsciously looked around and found himself in an ancient castle hall with a simple style and architectural features distinctly different from the styles of the northern continent's countries today. Even though it was old, it was extremely well preserved, except for the faint murals carved on the black-based walls, which could no longer be discerned after the erosion of time. On both sides of the hall, coffins of different shapes and colors were placed, resting quietly, as if their very existence had been weathered by death. As the Azek copper whistle in Klein's hand trembled, slight sounds suddenly emerged from inside these coffins, like rusting joints opening one by one. Silently, bones emerged from the coffin closest to Klein, gushing like a fountain into the air, forming a giant skeleton nearly 4 meters tall. This is Mr. Azek's bone messenger. This feeling, it seems to be the one who shielded me from disaster in Tingen City. Has it returned from the underworld? As his gaze met the 2 pulsating pale flames within the giant's skull, various thoughts arose in his mind, but it did allow Klein to finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, the oppressive and deathly aura pervading the hall did not diminish. The bone messenger lowered its head and looked down at Klein for a second. But when it looked at Aaron, who was smiling faintly at the side, the flames in its eyes trembled violently, and it voluntarily bent its back, lowered its right arm, and opened its palm. A thin glove, as if made of human skin, lay quietly on the palm formed by bones. An indescribable sense of hunger, accompanied by illusory chewing sounds, spread outwards. In this ancient castle hall, already filled with death and yin energy, Klein seemed to hear the unwilling shouts and painful moans hidden within the chewing sounds. Distorted, hideous, and wailing transparent faces faintly appeared on the surface of the human skin glove, overflowing with a sorrow and madness that made one unbearable to behold, and all of this ceased abruptly a few seconds later. Aaron toyed with the thin, human skin-like glove. The creeping hunger, which already possessed living characteristics, became extremely docile at this moment, not daring to release even a trace of malice, like a hound crouching there, not daring to move. Having seemingly completed its mission, the bone messenger did not linger. It disintegrated instantly as if fleeing a plague god, falling like a waterfall into the coffin and quickly disappearing. Aaron, disinterested, tossed the human skin glove to Klein, who was staring at him eagerly. The creeping hunger had long been sealed by Azek. Aaron, pretending to be unintentional, whispered, "Although sealed artifacts with living characteristics are dangerous and terrifying, to some extent, this characteristic can also be exploited. After all, consciousness allows for communication, and even more so, intimidation." After speaking, he no longer looked at Klein, whose expression had changed. Aaron ignored the coffins that kept making strange noises and walked directly into the depths of the hall. The layout here was quite familiar to him, with some similarities to certain buildings in the inner areas of Calderon. At the deepest part of the hall, a pure black coffin adorned with pale feathers was placed. This was also the source of all yin energy. His pupils turned crimson gold. Under the gaze of the eye of judgment, the black coffin looked more like a fusion of abstract, complex symbols connected to the underworld, helping the slumbering Azek resist the invasion of some power. Aaron thoughtfully withdrew his gaze, took out an envelope from his and threw it in front of the coffin, then returned to the edge of the hall, comforted Klein, and continued. "Your current identity is not suitable for returning to Backland. Where do you want to go next? I'm in a good mood right now, maybe I can give you a ride." Klein's originally somewhat joyful expression slightly dimmed. In a few days, it would be his first New Year since arriving in this foreign world. His lips moved, but he ultimately held back. Putting away the creeping hunger, Klein's gaze became firm again, and he said softly, "Tingen. I want to go back to Tingen first." Aaron took in the changes in Klein's expression and smiled, offering his suggestion. "I can hold a mass in the name of the East Tucker Charity Foundation. 008 has already left Backland. With me to cover for you, you should be able to see the people you want to see. The mass needs to be coordinated with the Evernight Church. I can take you back to Tingen first." Klein opened his mouth, but still followed his inner voice, nodding with a complex expression. Tingen City, Raphael Cemetery. Although the afternoon sun was quite strong, many areas here were still dark and cold. Klein stood before a grave, quietly gazing at the black and white photograph on the tombstone, and softly said, "Captain, I've come to see you. Backland, Hillston District, Starry Church." The chairs that were neatly arranged in the prayer hall were now replaced by bodies covered with white cloths. A melodious lullaby emanated from the sacred platform inscribed with the sacred emblem of darkness, soothing the whispers of pain and comforting the suffering souls. This was a small requiem ceremony, and in the square outside the starry church, more bodies covered with white cloths were awaiting requiem. After the requiem, unclaimed bodies would be buried in the public cemetery. Melissa, with some stains on her clothes, looked at the white cloths with vacant eyes. In her ears, the sharp, weak, lingering cries and wails seemed to echo, making her recall that afternoon in Tingen City. Her shoulder was suddenly patted. Melissa slowly turned her head and met Leonard's somewhat worried gaze. Looking at the overcoat soaked by the heavy rain, Leonard sighed and placed a thickened priest's robe in Melissa's hand, saying in a deep voice, "You've done very well. There's no need to take on responsibilities that don't belong to you. Your brother must be very worried about you. Go rest for a while, then go home." Melissa took the robe, looked at the prayer hall covered in white, and her voice was a little hoarse, as if she was asking Leonard, and also herself, what did they do wrong? His dark green eyes narrowed slightly, and Leonard fell silent. As a member of the Red Gloves team, with Pallas Soloia hidden within him, he had some understanding of the essence of this great fog. Watching Melissa walk away alone, Leonard sighed, and a teasing voice came from beside him. "I have to say, your personality is quite similar to that guy's. With your way of chasing girls, alas." Choked by the long sigh, Leonard looked at Madame Daly, who was standing in the shadows, leaning against the wall, and retorted, "Madame Daly, you've misunderstood. I made a promise back when I was in Tingen. Since I couldn't prevent Melissa from becoming a Beander, I had to at least do my best to look after her." Saying that, without waiting for Madame Daly's reply, Leonard changed the subject, his expression also becoming serious. "Have the specific casualty figures been tallied? Have the culprits who caused this disaster been caught?" No longer dwelling on the previous topic, Daly stepped out of the shadows and gently shook her head. The East Borough, Dock District, and Factory District, which were most severely affected by the Great Fog, are still being tallied. Even though the Church of Storms reacted quickly and brought down heavy rain in time, those three areas already had poor sanitation and extremely high population density, so the situation is probably not optimistic. At this point, Daly's tone became even more sarcastic, and she scoffed. "As for the culprit, hey, Prince Edsac, who was tempted by a demoness and colluded with cults, has committed suicide. Is that enough?" Leonard's expression instantly darkened, and he asked incredulously, "That's it? Can Archbishop Anthony accept this explanation? Have those two from the Church of Storms and the Church of Steam acquiesced?" Daly took a deep breath, averted her gaze, and whispered, looking at the Evernight holy emblem on the altar. "The royal family has promised that anyone who obtains a corresponding peerage, no matter how, can obtain a seat in the House of Lords, especially those factory owners and bankers supported by the Church. As punishment for the lax supervision of military intelligence 9, the three major churches are also allowed to send personnel into the military." Quietly recounting the information she had obtained from Bishop Electra, Daly looked back at Leonard, who had fallen silent again, and said softly, "The remaining matters will be handled by other Nighthawks. Prepare yourself and come with me to the airship. There's a new mission." Street. Samuel's church received an urgent telegram. Ince Zangwil has appeared again, attacked Dillis, a coastal city in Intis, and fled to the Sea of Intermittence. We will take the airship to the Sea of Intermittence County first, and Archbishop Randolph Carter will meet us there. Leonard tilted his head slightly, seemingly listening to the lullaby coming from the altar. After a few seconds, he nodded slightly. Empress Borough, Count Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey stood by the window, watching the pale yellow and iron-black mist quickly dissipate, and the heavy rain, uncharacteristic of winter, poured down, her mood calming considerably. It was only after her father finally returned from the church that Audrey learned the official response, but her confusion had not lessened at all. After finishing dinner, still preoccupied, Audrey had just returned to her room when she felt a familiar aura and exclaimed in surprise, somewhat delighted, "Aaron." She then lowered her voice. After confirming the door was locked, she stared intently at Aaron and asked somewhat urgently, Is the truth hidden behind the Great Fog incident truly just caused by those cultists trying to awaken the primordial demoness and the true creator's descent? Why did Prince Edsak choose to cooperate with them? I remember he wasn't that kind of person before. Looking at the somewhat confused Audrey, Aaron pondered for a moment before saying, "He was hypnotized by a virtual personality, just like you once were. He was merely a scapegoat pushed forward." However, the Evernight Goddess Church was prepared and promptly eliminated the demoness of despair, preventing the awakening of the primordial demoness, keeping the level of contamination from the Great Fog within a controllable range. Moreover, the Aurora Order's ritual was also destroyed, and the true creator, who attempted to descend through it, remains cut off from the real world. When did Backland become so dangerous? Two evil gods appeared in one great fog. If it hadn't been stopped in time, the entire Backland would have been destroyed. Thoughts raced through Audrey's mind, and her expression was a little dazed. She had originally thought that the so-called evil gods were just propaganda used by the church, never expecting that there were actually two hidden existences, on the same level as Mr. Fool, secretly interfering with reality. When Medici, in the form of a flame giant, raised the flag of God's demise, Bansi Island, separated by half of the northern continent and the Berserk Sea, finally erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. Abusive and frenzied roars, mixed with the clanging of metal chains, shook the entire Bansi Island. The previously clear sky instantly darkened, and the River of Destiny, sparkling with jagged light, was torn open by an extremely dense, grayish-white mist, causing the cycle of fate covering the entire sea to shatter. Thousands upon thousands of uncountable rotten heads shimmered in and out of the mist, dragging pale, bone-white spines like long tails, wandering over the mist-shrouded sea. The war mist, permeated with the scent of rust and mixed with a hint of grayish-white mist, did not continue to spread after breaking free from the cycle of fate that bound this space, but instead slowly infiltrated the spirit world. Thanks to the blockade by the Church of Storms and the naval battles between Loan and Forsac, all ships avoided the waters near Bansi Island, so no immediate disaster occurred for a time. In another nearby sea area, the turbulent sea surface was eerily smoothed. A beautiful lady in a gray, old-fashioned long dress stepped out from the flat sea surface without causing a single ripple. Her waterfall-like black hair was casually draped, and her blue eyes, more crystalline than gems, looked towards the world shrouded in mist in the distance. It was Judith, the leader of the demoness sect, the godchild of the primordial demoness, the demoness of Grey. Feeling the immense power that seduced and tugged at her divinity, this demoness, who was closest to the primordial one, took a deep breath, lowered her eyes slightly, and prayed in a low voice. When she opened her eyes again, they had turned grayish-white, her casually draped black hair lifted, and black and white eyes grew from the top, looking at the mist once more. The feeling of seeing flowers through a mist disappeared. Her gaze swept past the spines and heads. In her black and white vision, with the aid of the primordial demoness's grace, the demoness of Grey saw the phantom of a vast city through some kind of barrier. Tight iron chains stretched across it and extended downwards, engraved with numerous reliefs. Each face, exceptionally hideous and resembling a vicious ghost, seemed to be endowed with life, peeping around, ready to devour anyone. The demoness of Grey steadied her mind, reined in her consciousness which was subtly pulled by the chains, and continued to sink, dragged by the primordial one's graceful power, arriving at a staircase leading to an infinite height. A vast figure, as if formed by two enormous pythons intertwined, quietly coiled at the end of the staircase. Iron-black chains with ghastly reliefs pierced through its black and white scales, locking it to the staircase, but still unable to obscure the blood-stained crimson divine throne at the end of the steps. As if sensing the demoness of Grey's gaze, this behemoth slowly raised its triune head. The indifferent face on the rightmost female human head finally curved into a stiff smile, and prism-like light surged out. Primordial One, unconsciously murmuring, the demoness of Grey's body trembled slightly. The face, almost identical to the deity she worshipped, continuously magnified in her pupils until the scene transmitted by this consciousness was covered in spiderweb-like cracks and collapsed with a bang. With a muffled groan, the demoness of Gray's eyes burst open, and ink-black blood dripped from her eye sockets onto the sea, but it did not diffuse or lighten. Instead, it transformed into a blood-colored mirror. Having some expectation of her own condition, the demoness of Gray's expression was quite calm. As a mirror person created by her main body after a long period of receiving the primordial one's grace, she had understood and accepted her fate since her birth. Without hesitation, she leapt into the blood mirror. Although the power she encountered in the illusory city was related to the primordial one, this did not mean that such high-level contamination could be ignored. Although her main body could escape contamination through death and revive herself from within the sleeping mirror, that would waste too much time and affect the demoness sect's cooperation with George III. In the deepest part of the mirror world, on an altar made of grayish-white stones, stood a huge statue of the primordial demoness, seemingly made of white bones. The true demoness of Gray came to one side of the altar and watched indifferently the scene composed of broken mirrors before her. The wildly arrogant flame giant swung the blood-stained flag with scorching marks, brutally tearing apart the scroll of civilization composed of faint clear light, and disappeared without a trace amidst hearty laughter. This shouldn't be a true containment of a uniqueness. How did Medici achieve this? An unbelievably soft voice came from the mirror space below the altar. The demoness of Gray's eyes moved, and she looked at the demoness of Undying, who had spoken, responding coldly. You will know when you are one step closer to the primordial one. Also, have you still not found the container that escaped the sect's control? The demoness of Orange, who had spoken earlier, immediately became silent. The Grade 0 sealed artifact she controlled came from the Tamara family, corresponding to the angel characteristics of the door pathway. Before the angel within the sect fell, she probably had no chance to get one step closer to the primordial one. At this moment, she could only bite the bullet and respond. Triss has been out of contact since the end of the Great Smog. Although it can be confirmed that she is in Backland, I have tried many methods but have not had any actual success. Glancing at the other high-ranking demoness sect members around her who were minding their own business, the demoness of Orange gritted her teeth and finally added, "That traitor must have received the blessing of night." The demoness of Gray withdrew her extremely oppressive gaze and spoke indifferently. The medium for temporary divine descent left by the primordial one before her slumber must be recovered as soon as possible. The frequency of the primordial one's will awakening is getting higher and higher, no mistakes can occur at this critical moment. Zeratul of the Hermit Order has already reached a cooperation agreement with the Lowen royal family. With the help of an attendant of mysteries, as long as that container is still in Backland, finding it is only a matter of time. In exchange, our demoness sect will be responsible for one of George III's mausoleums. As for Medici, since Adam is behind him, we don't need to worry about him for now. However, forcibly mobilizing that power will bring him severe backlash. Knowing that she couldn't avoid this task, the demoness of Orange accepted it without hesitation. The Grade 0 sealed artifact of the door pathway she controlled, combined with the demoness's own mirror space, was well suited for protecting the mausoleum. Moreover, if things truly became untenable, escaping to save her life would be no problem at all. After the few high-ranking demoness sect members left, the demoness of Gray came behind the bone statue, watching her mirror person slowly dissolve in the churning blood pool. The prism-like light brought from the illusory city, losing its carrier, instantly surged into the bone statue, making this special mirror world even more oppressive and terrifying. Aaron didn't hold back too much, he merely revealed a semi-public secret without delving deeper. Where there is light, there must be shadow, this is not uncommon. Even if it's known that this is merely a whitewashed truth, as long as a sufficient price is paid, the church will tacitly accept the royal family's narrative. Humans cannot be simply categorized as good or bad, let alone those high-ranking individuals who have been corrupted and assimilated by divinity. Aaron glanced at Audrey, whose expression was complex, and didn't continue speaking, changing the subject. I've already discussed it with Archbishop Anthony. Tonight, there will be a moon mass held for all the innocent victims who perished in this great smog, to help them fall into a peaceful slumber in the goddess's kingdom and attain eternal tranquility. The moon mass was essentially closer to a large-scale requiem ceremony. A ceremony involving Beyonder power could allow souls to resonate, enabling different people to see closely related deceased individuals in the darkness, release their sorrow, and find peace. Audrey pursed her lips, thinking of the lives that fell like stalks in the wind, and the chaotic thoughts that followed left her in silence for a moment. Tingen City, Zudaland Street No. 36. After leaving the cemetery, Klein used his faceless ability to disguise himself as a tall, cold-tempered young man. A complex expression appeared on his chiseled face as he looked at the rebuilt building across the street. The style had changed significantly, becoming a 3-story building popular in recent years, but the only constant was the black door and the vertical sign. Blackthorn Security Company. Benson and Melissa had already left Tingen. The only place in this city that held his memories was here. We are guardians, and also a group of poor wretches constantly battling danger and madness. He didn't choose to push open that door. Looking at the gradually dimming sky, Klein paused for a moment, muttering to himself. Pulling down his hat brim, Klein walked to the corner, and his spirituality subtly stirred. The black iron door not far behind him opened. A pretty brown-haired girl walked out in a very good mood, wearing a light green long dress that was a bit thin for winter. Behind her followed a kind old man with white hair, dressed in a classical black robe. Roxanne, and old Neil. Klein's lips unconsciously curved upwards. He no longer lingered, pulling up the collar of his black trench coat and quickly disappearing into the shadows. When he returned to the cemetery as agreed, he didn't see the Duke. Instead, there was a steady middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, possessing quite the scholar's demeanor. He stopped cautiously, Klein's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly averted his gaze, pretending to be an ordinary person visiting the cemetery to mourn. But the calm voice that followed made him relax. "Mr. Gehrman Sparrow, the Duke is occupied with matters and has specifically ordered me to bring you back to Backland." Klein casually flipped a gold coin, casually glancing at it, maintaining his cold expression. He didn't inquire about the reason, just nodded slightly and responded concisely. "Thank you." Not bothered by the somewhat impolite response, the middle-aged man smiled and pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, then introduced himself. "Yes, my name is Victor Abraham. It's a pleasure to meet you." Hearing the 4 words, Abraham, Klein couldn't help but look at the man a few more times, recalling the scene when he obtained the universal key divination in Backland. Combining it with the contents of those notes, this ancient family, cursed for thousands of years, should have already escaped the curse's influence with the help of the Lord of Order. Thinking this, Klein saw a transparent, blurry book appear in Victor's palm, and a distant, ethereal chant followed. "I come, I see, I record." As soon as the chant began, the book quickly flipped open, and a faint blue light quickly appeared in front, forming a transparent door of light. How flashy! Klein looked enviously at the gradually dissipating illusory book, muttering to himself. Only after Victor entered the traveler's door first did he quickly follow. On the dark, deep sea, a blood-red moon hung high, and a huge sailing ship moved smoothly. On its fluttering flag were 10 equally sized white stars, and these stars encircled a cold, lashless eye. Future. Inside the captain's cabin, Catlia, with her black hair simply draped, had eyes that were purple and drawn inward, seemingly transforming into an abyss that could devour souls, yet this abyss was filled with nothing but pain. As a member of the Moses ascetic order, Catlia, already a sequence 5 constellations master, would receive knowledge infusion from the hidden sage every full moon night. Since leaving Bernadette and joining the Moses ascetic order, Catlia had grown accustomed to this pain, even learning how to find truly useful information within the vast and complex knowledge. But this time, Catlia clearly felt an unprecedented abnormality. Without her urging, the Eye of Mystery Prior opened on its own. Everything within dozens of meters, though unobstructed, appeared in her vision in an extremely chaotic manner. She vaguely saw layers of thick curtains, like shadows, around her, and behind the curtains, something seemed to be watching her, bringing bone-chilling coldness and killing intent. Unimaginably chaotic information flooded her brain, and Katlia convulsed, falling to the ground. The muscles of her cheeks split open, and the flesh inside condensed, as if turning into eyeballs. Her ears stretched and expanded, and her fingers clawed vivid bloody marks onto the floor, one after another. A pair of cold, emotionless, lashless, almost transparent eyes appeared behind the deep, thick curtains, quietly watching the mutating Katlia. Then, as if sensing something, those indifferent pupils slightly shifted, meeting the gaze of another pair of eyes as blue as the sea. A pale mask gleamed with a metallic luster, and the captain's cabin suddenly returned to silence. Katlia's mutation abruptly stopped, and her body rapidly repaired itself in a strange way. After a moment, she struggled to her feet from the ground and subconsciously looked at the full-length mirror. In the mirror, her facial skin was fair and smooth, without a single crack. All the abnormalities on her body had disappeared, and her slightly dark purple-black eyes were calm, as if nothing had happened. However, Katlia's eyes, with a touch of mystery, could see the eyeball-like flesh hidden beneath her skin, not yet completely dissolved. Suddenly, her expression became incredulous. A tall figure appeared in her violently twitching pupils, and her lips moved as she uncontrollably whispered, "Your Majesty." Taking off the pale mask with its metallic luster, Bernadette looked at the somewhat weak Katlia, feeling the dependence and attachment, and her gaze softened involuntarily. No longer keeping people at arm's length as before, having successfully ascended to angel and believed in that hidden existence, Bernadette now had the confidence to face the hidden sage directly. She softened her tone and said softly, "You've done very well in these years since you left the dawn." After a brief moment of tenderness, Katlia quickly noticed Bernadette's change. Even though she deliberately suppressed it, the sense of oppression stemming from a higher life level was quite sensitive for a constellation's master. A look of surprise appeared on her face, and Katlia asked in a low, confirming tone, "Your Majesty, have you ascended to angel?" Nodding gently, Bernadette's smile faded, and her voice was somewhat ethereal. "Only after ascending to angel did I truly understand the secrets of this world, and I also understood why he did what he did in the end." Having grown up by Bernadette's side, Katlia could guess that he was Emperor Russell. She just listened quietly, not speaking again, just as she had done long ago when she was still on the dawn. Deleting some dangerous information, Bernadette described the cruelty of the apocalypse in the form of a prophecy, finally saying, "Many things, just understanding them, will lead to danger. What you need to do is to quickly improve your strength and do everything possible to investigate the hidden sage within the Moses ascetic order." After Russell's demise, relying on her father's legacy, Bernadette only barely managed to advance in her pursuit of knowledge. She had a deep understanding of this uniqueness of her pathway that had suddenly and strangely become active. But just now, when she was fighting the power projection of the hidden sage while wearing pale death, she clearly felt the evil god's powerlessness, as if he was recovering from a severe injury. Recalling the mysterious pillar of stars and moon of the Moses ascetic order, who had strangely fallen earlier, Bernadette keenly realized that this might be a rare opportunity. After quietly listening to Bernadette's words, Katlia's face showed a bitter smile, and she seemed to hesitate to speak. Although she was one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order, due to her background and less influence from the hidden sage, she had never been particularly trusted by the president and other high-ranking members, and was an outcast on the fringes of the organization. In a sense, her relationship with the Moses ascetic order was more like a collaboration. One side needed a force and a powerful individual to implement their will across the 5 seas, while the other desired to obtain corresponding knowledge and materials. And to obtain information about the symbolic deity, the hidden sage, suddenly coming alive, and to confirm his current state, she had to become a core member of the Moses ascetic order. Bernadette's azure eyes glanced at the somewhat troubled Katlia, and she understood, speaking calmly. "The pillar of stars and moon, one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order, has fallen some time ago. With your current status and strength, participating in the decision-making of the Moses ascetic order's internal affairs is still somewhat difficult. Moreover, this will be quite dangerous. Even if the hidden sage is not in a good state and doesn't interfere much with the specific operations of the Moses ascetic order, other high-ranking members will still launch a certain degree of counterattack due to their power being infringed upon and the persistent suspicion. Excluding the fallen, pillar of stars and moon, there are at least 5 members above demigod among the 10 pillars. At this point, she paused, and the corners of her mouth curved as she added, "You've been a constellations master for a long time. Now it's time to ascend to demigod." Catlia's expression flickered, and she looked at Bernadette with some excitement, asking back in a verifying tone. With your blood, she had always been on the fringes of the Moses ascetic order, active as a pirate, essentially because her own strength was insufficient, and she was afraid that getting too deeply involved in the organization's internal affairs would lead to her being eliminated on the spot one day. She had countless times wanted to abandon the Queen's mission in her identity as one of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order, to return to the dawn, to return to the Queen's side, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Now, she had finally gained the Queen's approval. Most importantly, the pressure Frank brought her was simply too great. A druid with a problematic mind, constantly conducting strange experiments on the future, without demigod strength, she was truly worried whether she could stop Frank at a crucial moment. Meeting Catlia's somewhat expectant gaze, Bernadette shook her head and explained. Sequence 3 of the mystery prior pathway is called clairvoyant. The mythical creature blood analyzed when ascending to mysticologist will affect your future path. I will help you find a drop of mythical creature blood from the fate pathway. The hidden sage's pollution should not appear again during this time. You should first adjust your state. Looking at the confident Bernadette, Catlia didn't ask further. Her trust in the Queen had never wavered. Leaving the auxiliary materials for mysticologist to Catlia, Bernadette's azure eyes swept over the astrolabe hanging at Catlia's waist. As a sage, she felt a high-level aura almost identical to that on Klein. A layer of mist covered her azure eyes, then quickly dissipated. After briefly prying into the river of fate, Bernadette said no more, dissolving into starlight and disappearing from the future's captain's cabin. After moving far away from this sea area, Bernadette, whose body had reformed in the information torrent, looked at the high-hanging red moon and prayed in a low voice. Great Lord of Order, please inform Aaronwill that I have adjusted my state and can accompany him to the Church of Steam to find Bonava Gustav. Deep within the spirit world, where red, black, blue, and other colors were densely layered, the 7 bright mirror lights hanging at infinite heights also became chaotic. Layers of gray-white mist appeared as flickering phantoms, forming complex symbols that continuously converged. This area of the spirit world and its corresponding real world experienced gentle tremors, as if encountering an earthquake from a distant place. At the center of the converging symbols, a gigantic figure covered in black thorns slowly rose. Ethereal black smoke flowed from the severed neck, seemingly continuously drawing power from the mists of history. Aaron stood not far away, feeling the violent aura, but the smile on his face became even more pronounced. As soon as Astolfo, his bond with the messenger, awakened, he sensed it. After arranging Klein's matters, he immediately rushed to the depths of the spirit world. After Astolfo completely integrated this body in the spirit world, he had fully recovered to the rank of Sequence 2 Ancient Bane. After getting rid of the pollution, he was continuously drawing power from the cursed mists of history. The tremors in the spirit world became increasingly obvious. Aaron, using the perspective provided by the mystical ring, could clearly see streaks of light emerging from the surging historical fog, which seemed to be phantom images of creatures in different forms. Before he could examine them closely, everything returned to calm. The headless body floating deep within the spirit world slowly split open from its smooth neck, and the corpse oil bandages stained with yellow-green liquid also disintegrated. A humanoid creature, wrapped in thorny roses and resembling a mummy, slowly walked out. Its eyes, as red as blood, held no human aura. An invisible, chilling wind quietly emerged. Astolf, who had returned to being an ancient bane, first nodded towards Aaron not far away, then lowered his head to look at the huge corpse that had split into two halves. His scarlet eyes then reflected the two constantly squirming, bizarre corpses that seemed to want to gain new life. After losing Ormir's lingering thought and all angelic characteristics, the remaining pollution was unhinderedly eroding this ancient, deeply rooted remnant in the spirit world. Silently, the twisted, squirming flesh glowed faintly, mixing with the broken thorny vines and corpse oil bandages, transforming into strange and bizarre creatures Aaron had never seen before. Having lost all characteristics and being cut off from the spirit world by the deformation curse, those strange, bizarre creatures flowing with black stickiness roared as they were entangled by thorny vines and dragged into the blood-colored pupils. Aaron did not interfere with Astolfi's actions. Having regained his characteristics, he could, to some extent, be seen as the reborn, chained god. Furthermore, Aaron couldn't be sure whether the distorted beliefs of the Rose School of Thought's indulgence faction, which pointed to the chained god, would affect Astolfi's divine balance after he returned to the angelic sequence. The historical fog shrouding the depths of the spirit world slowly receded, and the 7 clear lights hanging high in the spiritual sky gradually became distinct. A deep voice, as if capable of moving souls, echoed. More than 1,000 years of resistance, and finally, a glimmer of hope before the apocalypse arrives. Looking at Astolf, who had returned to calm and showed no abnormalities, Aaron's vigilance eased slightly. He pondered before asking, "What should I call you now? Astolf, or Talsna?" As soon as he finished speaking, the mummy-like figure covered in thorny thistles appeared before him. Controlling his body's instinctive reaction, Aaron finally saw his messenger's face at such close range. It was an ugly face hidden beneath thorns and vines, with the light in its blood-red eyes flickering erratically. A name is just a code. I am him, yet I am not him. Since I have been reborn, the old appellations should also be discarded. The dawn brought by perseverance, Astolf is the beginning of my new life. Meeting the gaze of those blood-colored eyes and clearly feeling the emotions contained in the words, the smile on Aaron's face grew more sincere. The only thing he couldn't understand was why Astolfi's humanity was still so strong despite having just advanced to an angel and lacking sufficient anchors. A bandaged hand wrapped in thorny thistles pressed onto Aaron's shoulder, just like the first time they went to Calderon City. The surrounding colorful spirit world space seemed to lose its realism and faded, turning into a black and white ink painting. The two figures in the center of the image had strangely disappeared, and the remaining aura and traces also vanished along with the fading spirit world. But a moment later, a twisted arm, black and viscous, suddenly stretched out from the spirit world. In the flowing evil liquid, numerous white feathers stained with yellow oil seemed to be floating, and an extremely evil and mad aura permeated the air. Backland, North District. Melissa led Benson across the still damp streets, through the square, and into St. Samuel Cathedral. After waiting for a moment outside the Grand Prayer Hall, she joined other believers attending the Moon Mass and, led by a priest, entered the hall. In the dim and quiet atmosphere, they were greeted by neat and ethereal chants. This sound grew louder and louder, transmitting through the church to the square outside, where even more believers gathered. As the sacred and rhythmic voices echoed in layers, the crowd spontaneously calmed down, seemingly forgetting their life's troubles and no longer worrying about the terrible disaster. Led by several priests, the believers each found a seat. In front of the altar, Bishop Electra, who was in charge of this grand mass, held the Revelations of Night, and began a simple sermon. Melissa saw candles lighting up on the altar, which, against the backdrop of darkness, resembled stars in the night, emitting comforting light and warmth. The empty voice, imbued with a sacred feeling, entered her ears. Melissa, who had already thoroughly digested the archaeologist potion, seemed to resonate with all the spirits present. As a sequence whose initial sequence was Savon, Melissa at this moment also felt as if her spiritual body was being cleansed, and her spirituality flowed out naturally and smoothly. Then, a serene darkness seemed to appear before her eyes, a darkness without the slightest sound. In the darkness, bodies lay there, surrounded by slumbering flowers and moonflowers, their faces pale but peaceful, as if they had not died, but were merely in slumber. In the densest part of the flower bushes, a young man with black hair, brown eyes, ordinary features, and a clear scholarly aura, lay with his eyes closed in relaxation, a faint smile seemingly on his lips. Klein. She silently spoke that name, and then the sacred and ethereal voice echoed in Melissa's ears. The only destination is peace. The dim, hazy world shattered. Melissa lowered her head, closed her eyes, raised her hands, and crossed them over her chest, chanting along with all the believers attending the Mass. The only destination is peace. Again and again, until the grand prayer hall became extremely quiet, Melissa finally opened her eyes and raised her hand to wipe away the dried tear stains at the corners of her eyes. Aided by the dim candlelight and the crimson moonlight slanting into the hall through the stained glass, she noticed that a stern young man in a priest's robe had appeared before her at some point. Handing over the glowing deep slumber flower, Klein, wearing the face of Gehrman Sparrow, pulled at the corners of his mouth and revealed a brilliant smile. Suffering will eventually pass, and those who have left do not wish to be a burden to others. Although it might be a bit early to say this, I still wish you and your family a happy new year, and may the goddess bless you. Taking the deep slumber flower, Melissa smiled faintly and drew a crimson moon on her chest. Looking at Klein as he turned to leave, her voice no longer carried the heaviness accumulated over the past few days. Thank you for your blessing, Pastor, and I wish you a happy new year too. Walking towards the empty and deserted corridor, Klein's expression grew increasingly wistful, but he ultimately did not look back. Upon reaching a corner, Klein stopped, took off his priest's robe, and handed it to Bishop Electra, who stood opposite him, having just returned from the altar after the Mass. He spoke calmly. Praise the goddess, Bishop, I should leave now. Bishop Electra looked at the guest whom his attendant had specifically instructed him to observe, and did not question him further. He pointed to the deep passage behind him. Go down to the second floor from here, and someone will lead you out of the North District. Remember, underground, no matter what you hear, do not look back. Maintaining a stern expression, Klein nodded subtly, guessing that this might be a passage specifically reserved for internal custodians, similar to St. Selena Cathedral in Tingen City. Having already known that Leonard had left Backland, Klein no longer had any reservations and walked directly into the darkness. Beyond the Sonia Sea's safe shipping lane, the high-altitude clouds grew thicker, and the occasional crimson moonlight cast a faint glow on the dim night. On the choppy sea surface, dark clouds layered, pressing very low, and substantial hurricanes swept back and forth, covering an immeasurably wide sea area. Under the illumination of streaks of silver-white lightning, two figures quietly emerged amidst the dense downpour, and the originally terrifying disaster, like the end of the world, silently vanished. The thick, layered dark clouds dispersed, revealing the blood-red full moon behind them. After the colorful patches around his body completely disappeared, Aaron surveyed his surroundings, his gaze lingering on a nearby area, where mist permeated and light was dim. At Aaron's Sequence 3 level, ordinary mist naturally couldn't obstruct his vision. In an instant, the scene obscured by the mist naturally appeared in his mind. The azure sea was cut off here by a huge fissure, and endless seawater, like a waterfall, plunged vertically into the bottomless darkness. This was the entrance to the gods' battlefield ruins. Confirming his current location in a few breaths, Aaron turned his head to look at Astolf, who had returned to normal human size, awaiting his explanation. His body drifted uncontrollably towards the gloomy area, then stopped. The scarlet in his eyes suddenly flickered, and Astolf let out a long sigh. His deep voice carried a hint of inexplicable reminiscence, as if drifting from the long river of history. The chained pathway, or more precisely, high-level beyonders of the chained pathway before being corrupted by the mother tree of desire, require far less faith and anchors than angels of other pathways. Controlling faith, letting the heart become the body's prison, we have always been restraining madness and suppressing desire. Whether it's an ancient bane or an abomination, every battle is a release of suppressed madness. Each release will lessen the pressure on the anchor, but it can also lead to indulgence in that pleasure of abandon. This is a divine corruption unique to the chain pathway. Currently, Baranka, the king of curses from the Rose school of thought, has fallen in this manner. Looking at Astolf, who was covered in black thorns, Aaron suddenly understood. In the previous hunt in the spirit world, whether as the hunted angelic remnant or as the bait, Astolf had already released the madness accumulated within him. This was also why he could remain clear-headed and retain his humanity after reascending to the angelic sequence, even without sufficient faith for positioning. Recalling how Talsna, who had been dormant, suddenly appeared after the death of the Balaam Empire fell, establishing the Highland Kingdom with the title of Chained God, and based on the Rose school of thought to collect faith, Aaron frowned slightly and asked directly. Were you already corrupted when you established the Highland Kingdom? Was taking Rynette Tinacare as an attendant to better collect faith and resist corruption? Astolf nodded silently, then whispered with a hint of self-mockery. The Rose redemption caused that great change. Although I participated, due to insufficient strength, I gained little. After that, I stayed in the southern continent until the death of the Balaam Empire became increasingly mad, that lunatic. Seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories, the black thorns covering his entire body gently wriggled, and Astolf continued. To protect myself, and also because the gods were in opposition at the time, which gave me an opportunity, I wanted to take advantage of it to accommodate the uniqueness of the chain. You should know that the most feasible way to accommodate uniqueness now is to use an incomplete ritual of becoming a god. Hey, my initial goal was to borrow pollution from underground, but I didn't expect it to almost cause me to lose control directly. So I changed my approach and thought of the abyss, which is a neighboring pathway, but I didn't expect. He didn't expect that the devil monarch Farbati had already been controlled by the mother tree of desire, becoming a delicious meal delivered right to her doorstep. Completing his unspoken words in his mind, Aaron glanced at the dark and deep entrance to the god's battlefield ruins, his eyes flickering as he retorted. So now, you want to obtain that last abomination characteristic. Do you know its exact location? Without hiding anything, Astolf nodded and then added after some thought. That place is already considered the core of the god's battlefield ruins. The few who assassinated the creator in the third epoch left their power there. Besides those who have disappeared without a trace, the remaining ones have even formed power projections under the blessing of faith over these few epochs. Listening to Astolfi's narration, a scene suddenly appeared in Aaron's mind, the moment the Evernight goddess's divine power projection acted outside the sanguine holy city in the forsaken land of the gods. His mouth twitched slightly. Although he often visited the gods' battlefield ruins, he usually reached the Ghost Empire directly through the darkness of the ruins, using a token. That Death's ruins was already the deepest he had explored. He had never actually been to the true core of the gods' battlefield ruins, at most only seeing corresponding abstract images in the dream world. Able to guess what Aaron was thinking, Astolf gazed into the distance, sensed for a moment, and then continued. It's not about entering now. The deepest part is very dangerous. I just came to confirm that the characteristic hasn't been taken by Seer. Quote, after all, this is the only thing I can get a head start on now. Aaron did not refuse. For him, the gods' battlefield ruins was an extremely important place. Whether it was his future advancement or the emergence of the Ghost Empire, it was inseparable from here. After a moment of silent contemplation, a plan already formed in his mind, Aaron looked at Astolfo, who had regained his composure, and spoke cautiously. Even if you don't need to rely on the Rose School of Thought's faith to stabilize your condition, you have just revived after all. Sia must already know about you. You've been sleeping all this time and aren't aware of the changes that have occurred within the Rose School of Thought. Those primordial moon believers who were originally marginalized are now unusually active. This is a very bad sign. That last abomination Beander characteristic hidden deep within the Divine War ruins was also the final piece, the last material for achieving godhood not controlled by the Mother Tree of Desire. If it obtained this last Beander characteristic, with the active cooperation of the Mother Tree of Desire, a chained one would emerge, completely corrupted and controlled, in addition to the abyss, which was already corrupted and polluted. Once the initial barrier shattered, the tenebrous world would almost certainly fall into the hands of this outer god. Based on this consideration, the mother tree of desire, having already failed once, would never stand idly by. It would likely even go so far as to seek help from other outer gods. Watching Astolfo tacitly agree with his words, Aaron did not continue speaking. There was only one chance to open the deepest part of the Divine War ruins. Apart from that abomination Beander characteristic, this was also a rare opportunity to announce Truncest's return. Since a world-engulfing war was unavoidable, taking the initiative in the war was one of his essential plans, as chaos could bring more opportunities. And before that, he needed to have everything prepared. As he thought this, Aaron's ears were suddenly filled with a clear, calm voice, and his expression subtly changed. The dawn sunlight shone down, and peach blossoms drifted, vibrant and colorful. The originally turbulent sea surface was smoothed by an invisible force, like a sapphire mirror reflecting a lush peach forest with blooming flowers. After becoming a sage, Bernadette could respond to prayers worldwide. She no longer needed to deliberately return to Emerald City, relying on the mystical item, source of peach blossoms. She could directly penetrate the barrier. Ignoring the tempting words of the wishing lamp, Bernadette stood before the mountain at the end of the peach forest's water source and threw the pale death in her hand towards the source of peach blossoms, towards the cave that ran through the flowing water. When silence returned to her ears, the peach forest, with its drifting petals, also vanished like a bubble. Just then, Bernadette's eyes narrowed, sensing something. A powerful aura, no less than her own, was rapidly approaching. She raised an eyebrow, her azure eyes looking in a certain direction. "Is this your messenger?" Looking at the appearing figures of Aaron and Astolfo, whose aura was somewhat familiar but whose appearance had greatly changed, Bernadette scrutinized them for a long time before murmuring. Being a favored one of the Lord of Order must mean being special. Therefore, Bernadette could accept that Aaron knew so many secrets even before becoming an angel and could even find several angels to assist him. However, the fact that this messenger, who was clearly only at the demigod level a while ago, had silently achieved angel status was still somewhat difficult for her to accept. Fortunately, her emotional regulation was excellent, and she quickly composed herself. She first offered an apologetic smile to Astolfo, then looked at Aaron and said, "Since you're here, that's even better. Bonoa has some questions he wants to ask you." As she spoke, a strange puppet made entirely of metal parts appeared in her hand. Its eyes, composed entirely of gears, flickered with lively colors, and a cold male voice emerged. "It's an honor to meet you, Duke Aaron." Aaron observed the strange puppet that stood up from Bernadette's hand and floated in midair. He wasn't too surprised. A Sequence 4 alchemist could inject souls into their creations, let alone a Sequence 2 knowledge magister. Moreover, he currently had a demigod-level life alchemy bestowed by Saintess Roland of the Earth Mother Church. Aaron's expression remained unchanged as he met the puppet's gaze and gestured for him to proceed. The turning of gears moved the joints, and the voice from the puppet grew deeper. "I apologize for only being able to meet you this way first. I already know what happened in Backland, and I am very grateful for your and the being behind you's help to Bernadette. Bernadette has already told me your request. I now only have 2 questions I wish to ask you." Recalling Russell's diary's description of Bonoa, Aaron looked at the puppet with a strange expression. He felt a strong sense of humanity within it, which was nothing like a loyal follower of the god of steam and machinery, corrupted by divinity. Although he didn't know what the siblings had discussed before his arrival, judging solely by Bonoa's current attitude, the previously firm refusal to trade had completely vanished. Thinking of this, Aaron's face also broke into a warm smile. He nodded slightly at the somewhat wary Astolfo and stepped forward to stand opposite the puppet. "You may ask. If I can answer, I will give you a satisfactory reply." The mechanical puppet's eyes rotated slightly, its expressionless, blank face staring intently at Aaron. "As the Lord of Order, you believe in the revived Russell Gustav?" Somewhat surprised that Bonoa's question would be so direct, Aaron glanced at Bernadette, who was also staring at him from behind the puppet, and a realization dawned on him. Being able to read Roussel's diary, knowing many of Roussel's secrets, always showing goodwill towards Bernadette, and the connection between the Black Emperor pathway and order, this question had probably been weighing on Bernadette's mind for a long time. Given his identity as a favored one, Aaron did not answer immediately. After feigning contemplation, he slowly shook his head. I can confirm that he is not him. As if some expectation in her heart had been shattered, Bernadette eagerly spoke up before the puppet could even make another sound. Why do you have this judgment? What is your basis? Aaron glanced at the unchanged puppet and whispered. Is this your collective, second question? The puppet, which contained a trace of Bonoa's soul, gently shook its head, stopping Bernadette, who still wanted to say something, and finally asked. Although I don't know why the Lord of Order behind you needs the Night Emperor's kingdom fragment, I believe you are well aware of the value of this item itself. Since the first question has been answered, there is no need to ask the second question, or rather, to put it another way, I wish to exchange that kingdom fragment for a promise from that being. When the apocalypse arrives, protect her completely. Looking at the finger pointing at her, Bernadette's eyes flickered. She opened her mouth to say something but didn't know where to start. Was he worried that when the apocalypse arrived, the god of steam and machinery, or the hidden sage, or even outer gods coveting these two pathways, would harm Bernadette? Aaron looked at Bonoa again, a little confused as to how this guy's humanity remained so intact. But on the surface, he still nodded, then, in front of the three angels, began to pray. After leaving St. Samuel's Church through the underground passage, Klein, with no further worries, took the steam train overnight to the nearest port city, Pritz Harbor. The sudden changes in Backland meant that the identity of Sherlock Moriarty was completely unusable. Even thinking with his butt, he could guess that 15 Minsk Street was definitely being monitored by various forces now. Fortunately, he had long anticipated this situation and had exchanged his merits from Mi-9 for gold pounds and other Beander materials early on. The only potential loss was the scattered gold pounds hidden in the room's false floor. Watching the morning light pierce through the dark clouds, Klein, feeling a bit tired, lowered his hat and blew on the still wet ink on the letter. Dear Mr. Azek, I am about to embark on a long voyage. I wish you an early awakening, and I wish myself a safe journey. Your student and friend, Klein Moretti. After reading the last paragraph of the letter, he picked up the copper whistle Mr. Azek had given him and summoned the messenger by blowing it. The messenger was still nearly 4 meters tall, composed purely of white bones, with black flames burning in its eye sockets. But Klein's spiritual intuition told him that this was another messenger. Was the previous messenger scared by Mr. Fool? Or was it that the effects of resurrecting from the underworld hadn't completely dissipated? Sighing inwardly, Klein raised his arm and placed the letter into the messenger's lowered palm. The messenger looked down, then rapidly disintegrated, turning into individual bones that fell like heavy rain and burrowed into the ground. Seeing this, Klein tapped his right tooth, closed his spirit vision, and returned his gaze to the table, where a human skin glove lay, and a faint, illusory chewing sound could vaguely be heard. Klein's eyes flickered as he recalled what Aaron had said about the characteristics of living sealed artifacts. Without hesitation, he immediately drew the curtains, took 4 counterclockwise steps, and entered above the gray fog. As soon as he arrived in this mysterious gray fog space, the faint, illusory chewing sound immediately vanished, and the human skin glove, which had been intermittently emitting malice, now became extremely docile and obedient. It really works, Klein nodded inwardly. He directly put on the creeping hunger, closed his eyes to sense the distorted and illusory souls, and finally, he tried to release the faceless. After interrogating the faceless soul from the ascetic order, Klein silently watched its spirit body achieve complete liberation, taking the final translucent, jelly-like object that remained into his hand. Watching the various faces subtly appear and disappear within the translucent object, Klein nodded almost imperceptibly. It truly is a mystical item that allowed Keelangos to become a pirate admiral at sequence 6. Just the Beyonder characteristics attached to these herded souls are a huge treasure. If only I could herd a traveler. Suppressing his unrealistic thoughts, Klein, relying on the gray fog, madly squeezed the creeping hunger, constantly switching between various abilities and familiarizing himself with different combat styles. Finally, he threw the somewhat overwhelmed human skin mask into the junk pile. Only then did Klein contentedly retrieve the paper crane he had obtained from Will Osepton from the pile. Taking a deep breath, Klein, prepared for the backlash, began his divination. A moment later, he opened his eyes, somewhat strangely, and looked at the unchanged paper crane. The expected backlash did not arrive. He easily divined the correct way to use the paper crane. Recalling the desolate wilderness with the black tower he had seen at Dr. Allen's house, and the suddenly vanished Wheel of Fortune card, Klein tapped his finger on the bronze long table and finally took out a telegraph machine. This was a brand new model of telegraph machine he had purchased earlier in Backland, using his detective identity, following Rhodes's advice. According to the magic mirror, this could help him contact Rhodes outside Backland. Holding the telegraph machine, Klein thought for a moment, then retrieved the paper crane he had placed in the junk pile, and together, they exited this mysterious gray fog space. Following the method Rhodes had described earlier, Klein prepared himself, but the telegraph machine showed no change until his fourth attempt at the ritual, when a faint clicking sound emerged, as if testing. Watching the telegraph machine finally react, Klein's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. He spoke in the majestic tone of the fool. Rhodes. As if finally confirming Klein's identity, the new telegraph machine began to automatically spit out illusory white paper, with lines of Lonis script appearing. Great existence above the spirit world, your loyal servant Rhodes has arrived and greets you. Do you have any questions you wish to test me with? Looking at the somewhat fawning stick figure that appeared after the text, Klein thought for a moment and calmly said. First question, your origin. This was a question he had wanted to ask ever since he came into contact with Rhodes, but since he had been in Backland and too close to the magic mirror, it had been inconvenient to ask until now. This was the perfect opportunity. The clicking sound paused for 2 seconds, then resumed. White paper emerged section by section, with a new scene appearing on it. Large amounts of black viscous liquid surged out of holes in the ground. They twisted and stretched outwards, growing varying numbers of arms and legs, then transformed into strange monsters that charged forward. During this process, a speck of light was ejected along with the black liquid, landing on a stone and quickly merging with it, evolving into a silver mirror with ancient patterns and black gemstone decorations on both sides. What a strange scene. Was this how the magic mirror was born? What was that speck of light, and where did it come from? Was it a Beyonder characteristic? Questions surfaced in Klein's mind. Although he had no answers, he instinctively memorized the image. The tapping sound of the telegram didn't stop because of Klein's thoughts, and Rhodes asked with some guilt. Great Master, do you have any other questions? Without further contemplation, as the time for contact via telegraph was limited and the next communication would be a long wait, Klein nodded and asked without hesitation. What exactly happened to Ince Zangwill? This former archbishop, who wielded 008, was clearly a crucial part of the Great Smog conspiracy, yet after attacking St. Loft Church, he didn't return to Backland to continue manipulating Triss's fate. Instead, he immediately went on to attack Dillis, a coastal city in Intis. This reckless, insane behavior was completely inconsistent with Ince Zangwill's ruthless and patient style of action back in Tingen. It could be said that the hasty uprising of the Great Smog was inextricably linked to Ince Zangwill's absence. The tapping of the telegram fell silent for a few seconds, then text appeared. Ince Zangwill has been possessed by the evil spirit from the underground ruins beneath Williams Street, and he craves a high-sequence Beyonder characteristic of the Hunter pathway. Possessed by an evil spirit, Klein inexplicably recalled a scene Rhodes had shown him in a dream when he was still in Backland. Able to bypass 008 and directly possess Ince Zangwill, who is already a demigod, and still craving a high sequence Beander characteristic of the hunter pathway, the identity of this evil spirit. However, given 008's tendency to write its holders to death, it should also have played a part in this. Klein frowned imperceptibly. 008 alone was already giving him a headache, and now there was an unfathomable evil spirit. Sighing heavily, Klein lost the mood to ask further questions and waved his hand. Great Master, you have completed the answers, and I should leave now. Ruler above the spirit world, your humble and loyal servant Erodes looks forward to serving you again, and hopes to always follow in your footsteps. Goodbye. As the last characters on the illusory white paper dissipated, in the quiet hotel room, the deep, dark wireless telegraph machine instantly returned to normal, and the surrounding light was no longer eerie. Klein set up the ritual, re-sacrificed the telegraph machine to Saphira Castle, and without further delay, left the simple rented room and walked towards the docks. No matter what Ince Zangwill had become, for him, the most important thing now was to quickly act as Gehrman Sparrow, digest the faceless potion, and find the mermaid. Deep within the palace shrouded in dark golden mist, Aaron leaned back on his throne, looking at a golden token floating before him, with illusory, complex symbols appearing on its surface. By conveying his promise to Bonneva through his deer, and with an angel's ability to respond to prayers worldwide, Aaron quickly obtained the last piece of the Divine Kingdom fragment. Unlike the Church of the Evernight, which merely treated it as a core for sealing, Roussel, being a craftsman, had crafted this Divine Kingdom fragment into a mystical item similar to a blasphemy slate. It not only included divine-level anti-divination and anti-prophecy abilities but also incorporated part of the Knowledge Emperor's authority to imbue abstract knowledge with tangible power. A peculiar sensation arose in his heart. Relying on his fearlessness within the nation of disorder, Aaron extended his spirituality, seemingly seeing scenes through the illusory and complex symbols. That seemed to be Bonneva's life before Roussel's demise, Roussel's last gift to Bonneva. Withdrawing his spirituality, Aaron's face showed a hint of emotion, and he finally understood why Bonneva could maintain such a degree of humanity right under the nose of the god of steam and machinery. This was a special anchor. Even though Roussel had fallen, the empowered memories could still maintain Bonneva's humanity. Having roughly understood the situation, Aaron was not in a hurry to destroy the token and extract the Divine Kingdom fragment that served as its core of power. As a Sequence 2 craftsman, Aaron believed Bonneva should be able to find a suitable item to replace it, or at least maintain the balance of humanity for a short period. But since there was a better option, he didn't need to shatter someone else's memories. 2 tarot cards, shimmering with light, flew out from the pile of sundries, sandwiching the golden token. They were enveloped by surging dark golden mist, forming a great tide that continuously washed over it under the guidance of the Black Emperor card and the Judgment card. The powerful aggregation effect of the Nation of Disorder on the high-level powers of these 2 pathways became even stronger with the blessing of the 2 blasphemy slates, quickly reaching a critical point. An illusory, dark golden light sphere, seemingly composed of countless city phantoms, was suddenly extracted, and the entire magnificent palace trembled at that instant. Placing the dimmed token, whose aura was extremely weak, aside, Aaron put away the 2 blasphemy slates again. Feeling the craving spreading from deep within his spiritual body, he suddenly clenched the dark golden light sphere in his hand. Scenes, some clear and some blurry, flashed through his mind like slides, and streaks of complete or fragmented order power emerged as if an epiphany. In the endless dark golden world outside the magnificent palace, not only cities appeared, but mountains and oceans also faintly emerged amidst the tremors of the dark golden mist. Although broken and illusory, it had a foundation. As often, the step from 0 to 1 is the most difficult. After fusing all the remaining Divine Kingdom fragments of the Night Emperor, to some extent, Aaron had inherited this half-destroyed Divine Kingdom, gaining a true prototype of a world. All he needed to do next was to fill and solidify it with his own rules and order. Whether it was for advancing to Balancer, or even later to Hand of Order, this would bring considerable help. A lingering sigh echoed slowly. Aaron suddenly opened his eyes, and it seemed as if two golden suns rose within the magnificent palace. After a moment, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Continuing to mobilize the power of the nation of disorder, Aaron felt his changes more clearly, and at the same time, wisps of faint light peeled off from his spiritual body. Even if the Divine Kingdom fragments did not contain specific Beander characteristics, as carriers that once bore the power of the peak of a sequence, they possessed a common characteristic: spiritual assimilation. Without erasing the peeled-off will of the Night Emperor, Aaron, who had regained his calm, had flickering eyes. In the fourth epoch, he had no control over the nation of disorder. Most of the time, he passively slept and underwent transformation in a spiritual state within the nation of disorder, and he didn't know much about Truncest's fall. He couldn't be sure how much pollution from the nation of disorder was contained within the Truncest brass book, which was condensed from the uniqueness of the Justiciar pathway, as it had already been sealed in the headquarters of the God of Combat's church. At that level of sealing, even with the assistance of the nation of disorder, he couldn't sense it, but undoubtedly, the Truncest brass book must contain the mad will of the Night Emperor. To Aaron, this seemed more like an alternative form of identity verification. Any existence wishing to accommodate this uniqueness, besides enduring the inherent dangers of the uniqueness itself, also had to contend with the Night Emperor's will invasion. The wisp of will obtained from fusing the last two Divine Kingdom fragments might be a breakthrough. Thinking this, Aaron gathered that wisp of will, suppressed and sealed it, then placed it next to Ormir's head in the pile of sundries. After doing all this, Aaron's hand revealed Rusko's eye. This ancient god's eye was like a deep abyss devouring souls. Any creature that met its gaze would encounter misfortune. But under the suppression of the nation of disorder, there was no overly intense reaction. The gold coins piled at the edge, which were only used to summon erodes for transactions with Klein, lost their luster. The faint mystical aura they originally carried seemed to be extracted, finally forming a wisp of condensed, unscattered gray-white mist in Aaron's hand. Without the slightest hesitation, Aaron threw this condensed wisp of Saphira Castle aura into Rusko's eye. The aura of this eyeball, which originated from the demonic wolf Phlegre, suddenly changed. After observing it for a long time with his true sight, and confirming there were no issues, Aaron then threw Rusko's eye towards the prayer light spot symbolizing Cavendish Lantern. Along with the blood-stained eyeball, two black iron boxes engraved with strange patterns also disappeared into that deep, dark void. In the forsaken land of the gods, within a mountain range that lightning could not illuminate, a dark peak stood tall, with a cave entrance at its base extending deep underground. This place once harbored many humans who survived the Great Cataclysm, but later, the gloom demonic wolf Kotar turned them into his marionettes. Cavendish Lantern looked at the mummified corpses fallen at the bottom of the cave, some still in suspended postures, his expression unchanged. Through tracing back various clues during this period, Cavendish Lantern had found 3 places where the gloom demonic wolf had hidden in the past, except for the westernmost part of the forsaken land of the gods where Moon City was located, and the easternmost part where the Giant King's city was located, which he had not explored. But the results were all the same: little harvest, and all traces had been cleared. Sighing, Cavendish Lantern withdrew his gaze and took out a hurricane lamp from the fog of history. Just as he was about to use the faint candlelight to continue exploring further into the darkness, his expression suddenly changed slightly. His figure dispersed into specks. In a valley not far from the mountain, Cavendish Lantern stepped out of the fog of history. Not only the hurricane lamp, but even the pathfinder he used was merely a historical projection. Quickly setting up the ritual, he prayed in a respectful whisper. The flickering candlelight suddenly expanded, and in the deep void, a dark golden double door slowly opened. Cavendish Lantern's heart pounded fiercely, and an indescribable sensation permeated him. He instinctively caught the 3 items that flew out of the door of sacrifice and bestowal, and a flood of information appeared in his mind. His expression changed repeatedly. After a few seconds, Cavendish Lantern quickly finished the ritual, stood up abruptly, and looked back at the dark mountain. Deep within a continuous mountain range somewhere in the mystical land, inside an ancient castle. Giants, elves, humans, and vampires served as gardeners, cooks, servants, and guards, respectively. Their expressions varied, and they would exchange low whispers when they met, appearing very lively and spirited. But when they returned to their rooms, they would immediately become sluggish, their eyes no longer moving, their bodies floating upwards, suspended from the ceiling. Deep within the castle, in a hall that only lightning from outside the window could illuminate, a massive figure lay quietly in the darkness. It was like a small mountain, covered entirely in dark, short fur. Its pitch-black pupils occupied at least 3/4 of its eyes, and it had a tuft of gray-white fur on its forehead. Its head resembled an enlarged, distorted wild wolf. This was precisely the god of wishes, the gloom demonic wolf Kotar. Suddenly, this demonic wolf, even more exaggerated than an ordinary giant, raised its head. Every dark, short hair trembled, and all the servants in the castle simultaneously made similar movements with it. Kotar then slightly moved its eyes, tilting its head, as if listening to something. The next second, it opened its mouth, letting out a silent roar, and summoned another version of itself. As soon as this gloom demonic wolf appeared, Kotar's main body leapt into the gray-white mist, rushing into a historical light spot from the second epoch. This was a hidden piece of history it controlled. In the real world, the gloom demonic wolf's historical void image made a wish in an obscure, convoluted language. Then, its figure flickered, and it directly teleported to a stronghold it had once abandoned. After making the necessary preparations, this god of wishes allowed a dark, short hair to fall off, transforming into an illusory, spirit body, which then expanded into a corresponding prayer light spot. Through this light spot, Kotar saw who was praying to it. It was a young man in strange clothes, holding a hurricane lamp, softly chanting the honorific name of the god of wishes. The gloom demonic wolf's huge, pitch-black pupils rotated, sweeping past the young man, who was clearly just a historical projection, and fixated on his right hand, which was not holding the hurricane lamp. There was a layer of gray-white mist there, and within the mist, a blood-stained, massive eyeball could vaguely be seen. As a Sequence 2 angel of the seer pathway, Kotar could clearly sense that this mist was similar to the fog of history, and it could feel a strong attraction to the object within the mist. The aura of Saphira Castle. Kotar had heard some things from the ancient god Phlegre, the king of demonic wolves, during the second epoch, and immediately had some conjectures. It was certain that the object enveloped by the gray-white mist was real, not a historical void image. While contemplating, the gloom demonic wolf's huge, pitch-black pupils suddenly contracted. The blood-stained, massive eyeball within the prayer light spot seemed to suddenly come alive at that instant. Its equally pitch-black pupil rotated slightly, seemingly looking at it, revealing madness and destruction. A sense of fear, as if etched deep in its soul, emerged from distant memories. Kotar interrupted the prayer scene almost without any hesitation. Instead of immediately returning to its true stronghold, the cautious Kotar continuously made wishes, leveraging its thousands of years of migration experience in the forsaken land of the gods, and after changing locations 5 times, it finally stopped in a ruined city. Kotar stood in the center of the ruined city, and as the trembling sensation from the spirit and the deepest part of his memory gradually faded, this mythical creature finally recovered his composure from the sudden shock. However, a deep, crazy, giant eyeball still unconsciously reappeared in his pure black pupils, and Kotar whispered in disbelief. Phlegre. As one of the few existences that could be called a demigod among the offspring created by the powerful and crazy demonic wolf king through instinctive mating and reproduction, Kotar still harbored a deep-seated fear of his father god, Phlegre. Even though the demonic wolf king had separated many Beander characteristics, it was uncontrollable and could not guarantee progress. Therefore, he was still crazy, cruel, bloodthirsty, full of destructive instincts, and had even killed several of his descendants. If he hadn't perished with Lilith in the Gods' War of the Ancient Gods, Kotar even suspected that he would have been killed by Phlegre himself due to the instinctive aggregation of characteristics. This fear, accumulated over long years, had almost become his inner demon, even witnessing the fall of his father, the powerful ancient god, and seeing the ancient god's blood spilled across the land. This fear did not diminish in the slightest. As a Sequence 2 miracle invoker, Kotar's greatest fear was becoming a sacrifice for Phlegre's revival, which was why, in that chaotic battle, he, a high-ranking member of the demonic wolf race, did not contend at all, allowing the full uniqueness and the attendant of mysteries characteristic to fall into Antigonus's hands. And during these years of hiding in the forsaken land of the gods, he had also deliberately avoided Phlegre's fallen place, the former sanguine holy city, Carmia. It wasn't until a period ago, when an unknown anomaly occurred there, that he observed it from afar using a historical void image, without any intention of exploring further. The demonic wolf Kotar finally raised his head after a long time, opened his mouth, and seemed to let out a roar, but it brought no sound. However, a black shadow appeared in front of him, like a translucent, giant velvet curtain, which instantly absorbed all the surrounding light upon its appearance. Streaks of thin, black, illusory, spirit-body threads emerged, extending to different sections of the black curtain, making the curtain increasingly transparent and illusory, until it became invisible to the naked eye. 8 long legs covered in dark, short fur supported his massive body, and Kotar let the transparent curtain quickly contract and roll up, forming a transparent, illusory cloak. The difficulty of advancing to Attendant of Mysteries in the forsaken land of the gods far exceeded his expectations, not only because the aggregation effect of high-level Beander characteristics from neighboring pathways would attract wandering Aemon, easily exposing his painstakingly built puppet city, but also because of the complex advancement ritual. After all, due to the true creator, the spirit world of the forsaken land of the gods is separated from the outside world. If a corresponding area of the puppet city were to be born in this spirit world, which is isolated from the influence of the true creator's divine kingdom, it could very likely directly attract the gaze of that evil god. Under various influences, Kotar had already abandoned the idea of advancing in the forsaken land of the gods, instead using the puppet city and accumulated wish power to limitedly utilize this Attendant of Mysteries characteristic, which could not only improve his self-preservation ability but also seize opportunities to escape this land of darkness at critical moments. It's just a Sequence 3 scholar of yore. With the blessing of this characteristic, as long as it's not Amon's true body arriving, no one can stop me if I want to escape. His thoughts somewhat dispersed, and his dark, deep pupils quickly returned to normal. To have survived from the second epoch until now, Kotar relied on following his heart's desires, never being greedy when he shouldn't be, and knowing when to stop. Grab that eyeball and run. As for the scholar of yore who came from the abyss, I'll let him go. After weighing it, Kotar quickly made a decision. Using the connection formed by the prayer light spots earlier, he used the concept grafting ability of the Attendant of Mysteries characteristic to link this connection, linking the positions of the two, shortening the distance to 0, and indirectly achieving a teleportation effect. A low, solemn chanting echoed through the dark valley. On the mountain peak opposite Cavendish Lancer, a demonic wolf covered in dark, short fur appeared without any warning. Without giving the main body of this scholar of yore, who was still hidden in the historical fog, any time to react, Kotar, as soon as his 8 feet touched the mountain peak, raised his neck and let out a roar. This roar seemed to come from a higher level, containing one word after another similar to giant language. They caused the curtain, originally attached to Kotar's body, to suddenly float up, instantly enlarging and covering the entire mountain range from top to bottom. The curtain quickly became transparent, merging with the mountain range, as if it had never appeared, bringing no effect. But Cavendish Lancer's historical void image instantly became sluggish, its connection with the outside world interrupted, and his figure gradually disintegrated, with several items falling down with it. Under Kotar's manipulation, that Attendant of Mysteries characteristic turned this mountain range into an independent kingdom. This was the domain of mysteries, the embryonic form of a divine kingdom. With one strike successful, Kotar did not hesitate, manipulating transparent spirit body threads to entangle the blood-stained eyeball, and a strange, inexplicable sensation emerged. After being blessed by the domain of mysteries, and gaining some hidden authority, Kotar suddenly felt uneasy, and the countless tangled transparent threads hesitated for a moment. Immediately after, in his deep eyes, one of the black iron boxes that had fallen with the blood-stained eyeball silently opened, and an ancient-looking gold coin flew out, from which a mummy covered in black thorny brambles walked out. Astorfo tilted his head slightly, his blood-red eyes instantly reflecting the eight-legged demonic wolf covered in dark, short fur on the opposite mountain peak. A flicker of light, and the demonic wolf instantly transformed into a black goat. But immediately after, at the very bottom of this dark valley, in the abandoned puppet city, a greenish-black giant corpse suddenly squirmed, transforming into a demonic wolf with a tuft of gray-white fur on its forehead. By regenerating the spirit body threads of these discarded puppets through the domain of mysteries, Kotar, this miracle invoker, swapped positions with his former puppet at the moment he was cursed. This is not a historical projection. Watching the ancient bane that appeared out of nowhere not continue to attack, but instead chant something in a low voice, the strange feeling from before had already evolved into unease. Realizing that he might have fallen into a trap, Kotar instantly abandoned all his previous plans and directly opened his mouth, letting out a roar. This roar also contained multiple words that seemed to be the origin of the giant language, speaking of a beautiful wish. I want all divinity here to dissipate. The next second, the demonic wolf, as the god of wishes, fulfilled his wish. Astorfo immediately felt his divinity suppressed, and all Beyander abilities involving divinity could no longer be used. But he made no movement, merely stood still and quietly chanted the honorific name of Lord of Order, with surging dark gold mist churning before his eyes. Deep within the magnificent palace, fully armed, Aaron looked at the prayer light spots that had disappeared and then reappeared. Without any hesitation, after merging all the divine kingdom fragments, even though he had not yet advanced to an angel, the power of the nation of disorder he could mobilize had greatly improved. The boundless dark gold world trembled slightly, and a majestic voice echoed, speaking with divine authority, instantly merging into the prayer light spots. Wishing is forbidden here. Those who wish shall be punished. The domain of mysteries vibrated slightly, and a certain power, following the connection, caused the black velvet-like translucent curtain to bulge slightly, allowing the independent kingdom to partially merge with reality. His wish power was forcibly broken, and Kotar let out a painful roar. No matter how he used puppets to switch positions, he still couldn't escape the punishment brought by the decree. Twisted worms of spirit slowly wriggled and fell from under his dark, short fur, transforming into even more distorted creatures. Not dominated by pain, within a few breaths, Kotar realized the danger of this situation. Every worm of spirit emitted the same thought. Escape. Must escape. The demonic wolf Kotar's body suddenly trembled, and the translucent velvet curtain that enveloped the entire dark valley retracted into his body, quickly grafting his spirit body threads, one by one onto the curtain. This not only transferred the rule backlash created by the unknown existence but also, by actively accommodating it, briefly elevated his Beyander characteristic, using the attendant of mysteries ability to escape. This was also a contingency plan he had left for himself after obtaining this curtain. As the curtain integrated, Kotar's figure also became illusory, as if the concept of his existence had been tampered with, and he had already detached from this space. And the moment the domain of mysteries disappeared, Cavendish Lancer stepped out of the historical fog, feeling the gaze from the ethereal, took a deep breath, and abruptly opened the last black iron box. Inside was no longer a gold coin, but a transparent worm lying on dark silk, with 12 transparent rings on it. This was a worm of time. A worm of time from Aemon. Holding the transparent worm in one hand, Cavendish Lancer's free arm reached into the void in front of him, with incredible ease, successfully pulling out an illusory figure in just one attempt. Kotar, also clearly sensing this change, subtly breathed a sigh of relief. But then he remembered that he hadn't seized anything, and instead had to forcibly and temporarily accommodate this characteristic. Even if he successfully escaped, it would take a great deal of effort to eliminate the resulting effects. His originally dark and deep black pupils became even more sinister as he looked at the mummy and the scholar of yore appearing beside him. Kotar's heart suddenly pounded, and the black short fur covering his body stood on end. "I have to say, you're very brave." A soft laugh sounded in his ear. Looking at Eamon, who was wearing a pointed soft hat and casually putting on a monocle not far away, Cavendish Lancer's forehead twitched slightly, and he instantly released his arm, even throwing out the transparent worm. Aside from the initial summoning of Amon's historical image from the historical fog, which consumed a lot of his spirituality, the Eamon before him no longer needed his spirituality to maintain his existence. Cavendish Lancer even felt that even if he cancelled the summoning of the historical void image, this Eamon would not disappear. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Cavendish Lancer took a deep breath. He had completed the task assigned by that great existence, and the remaining matters were beyond the scope of an scholar of yore like him, who wasn't even an angel. Picking up the seemingly unchanged blood-stained black eyeball, Cavendish Lancer didn't look back and decisively entered the historical fog to flee far away. Tisk, Knight's little toy, how interesting. Eamon withdrew his gaze from the blood-stained eyeball, muttered something with an inexplicable tone, then looked up at the endless void, and did not stop Cavendish Lancer's escape. Reaccommodating the worm of time in his hand, Amon's lips curled up as he looked at the demonic wolf Kotar, whose body was constantly shifting between illusion and reality not far away, and pushed his monocle. A mottled, ancient stone clock immediately stood out. Its face was divided into 12 unequal regions by gray-white and greenish-black, and each region contained different, mysterious, asymmetrical symbols. The three hands, seemingly composed of worms of time, of varying lengths, then lightly jumped. As the chime of the bell echoed once more, Kotar's gradually illusory body showed a distinct stagnation, then strangely solidified little by little, like the ebb and flow of the tide, alternating back and forth. The demonic wolf Kotar clearly also sensed something, his expression becoming increasingly ferocious and terrifying, with a hint of madness flickering deep within his eyes. Leaning on the throne, Aaron, with the true vision provided by the Nation of Disorder, saw even more clearly. The Eamon projection summoned by Cavendish Lancer had deceived the rules, not only maintaining its own existence but also constantly stealing the anchors, authority, and meander characteristic of other avatars and even the main body. Closely observing the changes in Amon's aura, Aaron condensed a will, transforming it into a ball of light that flew into a certain star on the palace dome. The God of Steam and Machinery Church, Backland Headquarters, Street. Hilarion Cathedral, inner area of the second basement floor. Exquisitely structured mechanical creations, inscribed with complex symbols, divided the space into various areas. Some places were open, some rooms were tightly closed, and each contained a sealed artifact. In a room near the depths, completely sealed by silver gears, complex and illusory symbols appeared on the surface, tending to spread outwards. However, these anomalies did not attract the attention of the duty-bound archbishop or the core of the seal, simply because of a young figure wearing a pointed soft hat. Eamon, with a subtle smile on his face, looked at the mirror that completely ignored his questions, only displaying various meaningless garbled symbols, and chuckled. "What a stubborn fellow, Rhodes. How about I take you out of the Steam Church? I think the days ahead will certainly be very interesting." The light chuckle, tinged with a hint of mockery, caused the originally garbled mirror surface to suddenly freeze. The watery sheen rippled, and pale words outlined themselves, preserving the dignity of the demonic mirror. "The great ruler above the spirit world will surely save me, you devil." Looking at the pale words, Amon's smile grew even brighter. He clicked his tongue, and a worm of time emerged from his right palm. "Your tone reminds me of someone, truly annoying. I've changed my mind. Instead of taking you away, I'll parasite a worm of time into you." "Hey, That way it'll be easier for me to witness that great ruler above the spirit world. The ancient silver mirror, with its peculiar patterns, immediately trembled. The eyes, on either side of the mirror, decorated with black gemstones, even subtly revealed a hint of despair. Almost simultaneously, two slightly dim beams of light extended from the edges, and the mirror grew two somewhat insubstantial arms. Streaks of silver-white lightning appeared, but they mysteriously vanished before touching Aemon. Just then, Aemon suddenly raised his head, his hand reaching for a Rhodes paused, then lifted upwards, pushing the crystal monocle on his eye. His black pupils reflected a blurry image of an ancient, mottled clock. Directly in front of the clock was an even more ethereal demonic wolf, covered in dark, short fur, with 8 legs, standing 4 or 5 meters tall. Without any warning, Amon's figure abruptly vanished, as if all traces of his existence had been stolen. The confined sealed space once again saw the resurgence of the lightning ocean. The rampant destructive aura soon caught the attention of Eakins Bernard, a machinery hivemind member on duty underground today, and also a deacon of the God of Steam and Machinery Church. This man, with his rigid facial features and messy, bushy brown hair, appeared before the secret chamber ceiling erodes, watching the silver-white electric arcs spontaneously generate, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Bang, bang, bang. The secret chamber, specially prepared for erodes, seemed to be struck by an invisible hand, but the barrier could not be broken. With the sound of electricity and banging echoing in his ears, Eakins subconsciously touched his hair, somewhat confused as to what madness this demonic mirror was up to now. Watching the increasing commotion, before Eakins could even report, gears began to emerge from various areas of the second underground floor, finally reassembling into an old man in white priest robes and a soft clerical hat. It was none other than Horamik Haydn, the head of the God of Steam and Machinery Church's Backland Diocese and a member of the Pre-God Council, the Archbishop. However, this was clearly not his true self, but merely a refined puppet. "Your Grace, Archbishop." His tense expression relaxed slightly, and Eakins bowed respectfully. After drawing a triangular holy emblem on his chest, he voluntarily retreated to the back. Horamik Haydn slightly raised his hand, and the secret chamber opened. Silver-white electric arcs surged out, but were suppressed in an instant. Ignoring the surging electric arcs, Horamik Haydn examined erodes, which seemed to have suffered a major blow, with various unidentifiable garbled symbols appearing on its mirror surface. He frowned. This was the second time this demonic mirror had shown such a condition recently. The previous time was due to the hidden sage's power invading. As soon as he thought of this, Horamik Haydn immediately turned his head to look at the deepest part of the underground, and only after confirming that the core of the sealed artifact had not changed did he retract his gaze and calmly instruct. "Do not use erodes for the time being. Furthermore, raise its sealed artifact level from a level 2 sealed artifact to a level 1 sealed artifact. Backland, the end of the third passage on the left, turn in the sewer at 116 William Street, on the border of West District and Empress Borough." A chilling wind, as if permeating the soul, blew past. Morbid nervously looked at Elvin Gallo opposite him, who was entirely entangled in sinister vines and thorns. Even though he knew this ancient bane was also a follower of the Lord of Order, being watched by an angel still made him uncomfortable. After much stammering, Morbid finally bit the bullet and spoke. "According to our previous agreement, everything except the Trojan Horse of Destiny characteristic from the Jacob family treasure will be offered to the great Lord of Order, and that Aemon clone will be dealt with by us jointly." Crimson, blood-like eyes stared at Morbid, or more accurately, at the illusory old man composed entirely of transparent insects within Morbid's body. This was Pallas Zorost's true form. Although they had stood on opposing sides during the fourth epoch, there were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Elvin Gallo nodded slightly, indifferently. A thick, dark gold mist suddenly surged before him, and after a moment, he said in a deep voice, "They have already attracted the attention of Amon's true body in the forsaken land of the gods. We can act now." Having said that, he ignored the stiff-faced Morbid, transforming into a streak of light and drilling into his right eye. Morbid, who had specifically rushed back to Backland from Fenapot, had already learned of the agreement reached with Duke Aaron from the old man on the way. Knowing that this opportunity to stall Aemon was rare, he didn't overthink it and took out a badge and a glass bottle from his embrace. The badge was only the size of an eyeball, its surface a combination of the symbolic patterns of destiny and concealment, precisely the token of the hermit of destiny, society. He removed the wall of spirituality from the glass bottle and poured all of Flora Jacob's blood, which had been kept active with a special array, onto the badge. The originally dim badge, after absorbing the Jacob family bloodline, suddenly rippled with obscure light. In the void before him, a blurry, worm of time, symbol with 12 segments faintly appeared, resonating with it. Quick! Paulez's slightly hurried voice suddenly echoed in Morbit's mind. As the Jacob family blood vanished, it was becoming increasingly ethereal, as if it could disappear at any moment. Startled by Paulez's voice, Morbit, still with lingering fear, retracted his gaze from the strange symbol, closed his eyes, and gritted his teeth as he touched the symbol in the void. A strange sensation came, and then Morbit's ears seemed to hear the dong of a bell, ethereal and distant, as if from infinite reaches. Mixed with the bell sound was a babbling that could tear and pollute even a spirit body. As a marauder pathway demigod, Morbit was still affected even though he had stolen his own hearing. As Morbit's figure vanished, the worm of time symbol immediately trembled, then completely shattered, forming a massive, ancient, mottled illusion. This illusion was like the surface of a stone-carved wall clock, divided into 12 segments in total. Each segment was either grayish-white or bluish-black, intermingled with distinct boundaries, and each possessed a different symbol. As the clock on it turned, an indescribable, invisible torrent surged forth, as if crossing a long history, seemingly penetrating some barrier. The moment Morbit's figure appeared in the central hall of the Dark World, a talisman had already appeared in his hand. Pallas Zorost's somewhat aged voice chanted in a low tone. Yesterday once more. The shimmering river of destiny faintly appeared. Pallas, having returned to his peak, made no exploratory movements. He decisively used his sequence 1 worm of time to steal the existence of this space, which concealed the Jacob family treasure, within the river of destiny, cutting off the possibility of the Aemon clone hidden here, notifying his true body through the river of destiny. Sensing Paulez's strange action of going all out as soon as he entered, even though he was somewhat surprised, the Aemon clone abandoned his cat-and-mouse amusement. The skin of the Jacob family ancestor's stone statue in the center of the hall cracked and peeled, and one hole after another opened, from which strange insects crawled out. In a single breath, it completely transformed into Aemon, wearing a pointed soft hat. In the nation of disorder, Aaron leaned back on the throne, his gaze shifting from Astor's prayer image to the star, symbolizing Elven Gallo. With the enhanced true vision granted by the Sephira, Aaron saw even more clearly. This Aemon clone was only at the Sequence 3 level, but it had parasited the Sequence 2 Trojan horse of destiny characteristic from the Jacob treasure. Even Pallas, who had returned to his peak with the help of the Yesterday Once More talisman, would find it difficult to take him down for a while. They couldn't drag it out any longer. The effect of the Yesterday Once More talisman was limited. Once Pallas was unable to maintain the blockade and the Aemon clone managed to transmit the message, the situation in the Forsaken Land of the Gods might become unmanageable. With this thought, Aaron decisively cast a wisp of his will into that star. The entire palace instantly turned to dust. A chilling wind abruptly permeated the air, and Elven Gallo appeared, his body inscribed with countless mysterious patterns and entangled in sinister vines. His enormous body seemed to stretch open this world. White feathers grew from his chest, and the entangled sinister vines and thorns split in the middle. A terrifying, profound, and indescribable deathly aura and pressure emerged. A white bone gateway slowly emerged from the split body. Mysterious symbols, pale and greenish-black, one after another, protruded and intertwined on the white bones. After forming a hole, they collapsed inward, transforming into a boundless, slowly rotating dark vortex. Gate of Rebirth. A terrifying transformation curse, mixed with a deathly aura capable of annihilating all life, assailed him. The smile on Amon's face vanished. This blasphemer, clone, who had been continuously using the Trojan horse of destiny to graft destiny abilities to evade attacks, finally shifted his gaze from Pallas Zoros to the enormous figure emitting a deathly aura, and said coldly, "So it's Truncest's remnant." Before he could finish speaking, his expression changed from indifference to gloom. At the same time, a majestic and grand voice resounded throughout this space. "No destiny grafting is allowed here. No parasite is allowed here." Under the influence of 2 consecutive decrees, although he had continuously tried to steal and tamper with the decrees, being cut off from his true body, he could at most be considered a Trojan horse of destiny. Coupled with Pallas Zorost's interference, he was no longer able to tamper with these 2 decrees, which were empowered by the Nation of Disorder. Under the full assault of the 2 angels, the Amen clone, affected by the transformation curse and turned into a black crow, was stripped from the parasited Trojan horse of destiny characteristic. Looking at Pallas, whose aura was rising steadily, the black crow slightly shook its wings, took out a monocle from the void, and placed it on its left eye. There was no longer any hint of annoyance, as if this worst-case scenario had only slightly surprised him. "It's a pity for the 1,000 years of waiting, but I am indeed very curious. You seem to have known all along that one of my clones was hidden here. As your old friend, can you tell me why, Pallas?" Pallas, having accommodated this Trojan horse of destiny characteristic and completed all the torn and missing characteristics, restoring his complete sequence 1 Beander characteristic, said nothing. He simply raised his right hand towards the black crow. Pallas had no interest in answering a god of deceit. Making him shut up forever was the correct approach. Amen, in crow form, shook his head regretfully, his figure slowly dissipated, leaving only a light chuckle. "Pallas, I look forward to our next meeting." Vast power poured out, completely shattering the crystal formed by transparent insects. Pallas looked at the recondensed Sequence 3 Mentor of Deceit characteristic, only then confirming the complete disappearance of that Amen clone. Elvin Gallo slowly closed the gate of rebirth. The immense deathly aura and chilling wind gradually dissipated, and the surrounding scene slowly revealed itself. The aftermath of the previous battle had completely destroyed the hall. Items emitting spiritual fluctuations floated in the void, some of which even emitted divine fluctuations. Morbid, who had been affected by the decree prohibiting parasite and had left the battle early, now excitedly walked towards Pallas, who had recondensed his physical form, holding several items in his hands. Pallas's gaze swept over the parasite and secret sorcerer characteristics in Morbid's left hand, then looked at the 2 tarot cards clutched in his right hand. A hint of understanding flashed in his somewhat weathered eyes. One card was a portrait of Russell, leaning against the cosmos, with an illusory door appearing before him. The other was a portrait of Russell, leaning against a 12-segment clock formed by light and shadow. And in the upper left corner of both tarot cards, brilliant starlight condensed into a line of text: Sequence 0, door, Sequence 0, error. "Old man, you succeeded." Meeting Pallas's gaze, Morbid immediately asked somewhat eagerly. Only after receiving an affirmative reply did he let out a sudden sigh of relief, realizing that the items in his hands had disappeared at some point, replaced by a crystalline, dazzling ball of light. Staring at it for too long, his consciousness even felt a little disoriented. Pallas looked at Elvin Gallo with some apology and explained, "I will repay this characteristic in other ways in the future. Please convey my gratitude to that great existence." Elvin Gallo nodded noncommittally. After accepting the 2 blasphemy cards, his already enormous body opened its mouth and inhaled all the spiritual items in this space, whether characteristics or materials, together. That Mentor of Deceit characteristic was, strictly speaking, one of Pallas's spoils of war. Since it was intended for his descendants' advancement, Elvin Gallo did not stop him. Inside the Nation of Disorder, Aaron stood up, holding 2 newly acquired blasphemy slates, and watched with interest the pure and clear figure, like an angel but without wings, formed by streaks of light in the prayer scene. Pallas Soloya, who had returned to his peak, constantly flickered with faint light on his body, seemingly indicating the passage of time. He grasped the mentor of deceit, Meander characteristic and deeply parasitized Mobit's body, while invisible fluctuations simultaneously spread into this crumbling space. This space, dependent on the Trojan horse of destiny, had reached the end of its life. Although rules and order had collapsed, it was the best opportunity to complete the mentor of deceit advancement ritual. Watching Pallas, who was like cheating and personally helping Mobit complete the ritual, Aaron sighed and shook his head. This was also a high-level ability possessed by the Marauder pathway. This pathway, which exploited loopholes in rules, was itself a bug versus bug fight. With Pallas's current Meander characteristic, his personal involvement naturally gave him full confidence. But it's fine. A mentor of deceit can do more in Fenipot. Thinking this, Aaron dispersed the prayer scene and took out the error slate. Both newly acquired blasphemy slates were already activated, which saved him trouble. Mobilizing the power of the Nation of Disorder to give himself the Meander characteristic of an angel, he decisively activated this error slate. Relying on the blasphemy slate's own deity-level anti-divination and anti-prophecy, as well as a subtle connection with the error pathway, Aaron's will, through his true vision, found the trace of connection on Cavendish Lancer's body caused by summoning Amon's projection, and completely severed it. In the forsaken land of the gods, within the largely collapsed gloomy deep valley, mottled layers of power surged. After summoning Amon's historical projection, Aaron lifted the decree against the demonic wolf Kotal. Under the miracle invoker's reckless push, surging wish power emanated like a tide. Part of it blocked Astolfo, who had already moved away from the center of the battlefield to observe, while more power surged towards Amon's projection, preventing this projection, which was essentially just a historical void image, from further enhancing his Meander characteristic by stealing the authority and anchors of his main body. The color on Amon's body gradually faded, then suddenly intensified. The projection, whose aura had already risen to the angel level, always had a smile on his lips, watching the increasingly frenzied Kotal, his hands constantly rising and falling, trying to steal that sequence one Meander characteristic. The blasphemer suddenly seemed to sense something, turned his head to look at the historical mist that the scholar of yore had entered when he fled, and clicked his tongue, muttering. How cautious. This level of wish power, exceeding sequence 2, was not without cost. The cloak formed by the attendant of mysteries, Meander characteristic, which was a piece of cloth, gathered all of Kotal's spirit body threads, subtly wanting to merge into one, which was almost equivalent to swallowing a sequence 1 potion without the aid of auxiliary materials and rituals. Once these wish powers maintaining his sanity dissipated, Kotal's loss of control and transformation into a terrifying monster would be instantaneous. However, Sequence 2 Kotal was powerless to stop this process. The demonic wolf's body rapidly shrank and thinned under the influence of the attendant of mysteries, Meander characteristic and the mottled clock phantom. A layer of shadow reappeared above the gloomy valley, as if covered by a giant curtain. At the risk of losing control and going mad, Kotal, who had actively tried to accommodate the attendant of mysteries, finally regained the initiative. He opened his mouth without hesitation and shouted a name in giant language. Leodoro. Boom, boom, boom. Almost at the instant this name rang out, hundreds of thick silver-white lightning bolts fell from thin air, simultaneously striking the newly appeared shadowy curtain, turning the area into a forest of thunder, emitting a strong aura of destruction. The thick silver-white lightning bolts, like giant snakes, directly struck the translucent black velvet curtain, causing it to shake violently and twist. The spirit body threads extending from Kotal's body towards the curtain also broke one by one under the tyrant's punishment. At that moment, he finally broke free from the control of the attendant of mysteries. This scheme, brewing since Amon's projection appeared, finally succeeded at the cost of Kotal's accumulated wish power over several epochs. The next second, with resentful eyes sweeping over Aemon and the ancient Bane nearby, Kotal's 8 short, black-furred legs simultaneously pushed off, and he actively met the lightning storm, exploding into fragments amidst the aura of destruction. Thousands of years of forbearance in the forsaken land of the gods made this demonic wolf understand that beyond characteristic advancement was illusory, only his own life was the most important. Without the interference of the attendant of mysteries, beyond characteristic, Kotal chose to use the miracle invoker's resurrection to escape, but he also left something for the two guys who had put him in such a state. The tyrant's punishment had greatly diminished in power after piercing the curtain. If Kotal had not been intent on dying and completely undefended, he would not have fallen so easily. The residual lightning storm was merely superficial in the eyes of the two angels. Ignoring the demonic wolf, which had shattered into scattered flesh and blood, Astolfo and Amon's projection turned their heads almost simultaneously, their gazes falling on the translucent black velvet curtain left behind. The crimson eyes reflected the curtain. Astolfo opened his mouth, as if making a silent shriek. A chilling wind, containing terrifying curses, dispersed the blood rain in the sky. As it drew near, the curtain dissipated like foam. Not good. Missing his strike, Astolfo decisively flew backward, while the remaining chilling wind gathered the blood rain that had not yet drifted to the bottom of the valley. By abandoning his body so decisively, Kotal must have completely severed all connections between this flesh and blood and his new main body. However, Astolfo did not intend for this flesh and blood to continue tracking the escaping demonic wolf, it was merely to be used as auxiliary material for a miracle invoker. The anticipated attack did not occur. Astolfo followed his spiritual intuition and looked towards the center of the valley. Without Kotal's interference, Amon, who had directly stolen the curtain before him, was in a strange state. After resolving the hidden danger on Cavendish Lancer in the Nation of Disorder, Aaron had been observing Amon's state through his true vision, judging whether the blasphemer's main body had arrived. Also sensing the strangeness, Aaron used his true vision to look at Amon, who was frozen in place holding the cloak-shaped curtain. His first reaction was that this guy must still be deceiving, stalling for time, waiting for his main body to arrive. But this Amon projection made no other move, as if it had crashed. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Aaron simultaneously picked up the error and door blasphemy slates, and only then did he see a sight that even true vision had not discovered. Amon's figure sometimes became ethereal, as if wearing a mysterious, ancient black robe and a hood that obscured his face, and sometimes returned to normal but was shrouded in a thin layer of grayish-white mist. Such changes appeared alternately, their frequency gradually slowing. And whenever he transformed into the figure wearing the black robe and hood, slimy tentacles with strange patterns would always extend from beneath his clothing. This, as Aaron saw the strange patterns on those slimy tentacles through his true vision, illusory, overlapping whispers immediately echoed in his ears. Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. This was the only information he could decipher from the whispers, but it already made Aaron's expression subtly change. He finally understood that this was not Amon's trick, or rather, it was the demonic wolf's final gift, a fragment of the celestial worthy's will that was about to awaken. Unlike the Beander characteristic within the Fool Pathway angels like Antigonus and Zeratul, after being worn down and hybridized by generations of Beyonders and extraordinary creatures, the celestial worthy's will contained within had been greatly reduced, even leaving only spiritual remnants. But this, attendant of mysteries, Beander characteristic, which was only spewed out by Saphira Castle in the fifth epoch, could be said to have been left entirely by the celestial worthy, and the will contained within was extremely pure. It had been dormant with Saphira Castle before, but the demonic wolf's previous act of deliberately accommodating it and then forcibly stripping it with the residual divine power of the tyrant had completely broken the eternal slumber effect bestowed by the Evernight goddess, awakening that dormant will. As a naturally born mythical creature, Amon accommodated the error, uniqueness upon birth and must have carried a certain amount of the celestial worthy's will. Even the ancient sun god at that time could only assist in suppressing it, not completely erase it. And as Amon achieved the king of angels, and the ancient sun god fell, the celestial worthies will within him would only accumulate further, becoming increasingly difficult to control. In this situation, Amon's clone, no, more accurately, just his projection, was destined to face this outcome when encountering the celestial worthies will that was about to awaken within the attendant of mysteries, Beander characteristic. In just a few breaths, even without the aid of the two blasphemy slates sensing, Aaron could clearly see Amon's body uncontrollably collapsing, which brought more an extensive mental pollution. A vast and distorted aggregation of will, mixed with the authority originally stolen by Amon's projection from his main body, formed a translucent dark cloak, and beneath the cloak, a phantom mask with blank features quietly emerged. The hollow eyes on the mask were pitch black, and a powerful will began to awaken little by little, and began to try to influence Saphira Castle. Deep in the forsaken land of the gods, at the summit of a mountain, stood a giant cross, existing between reality and illusion. A blurry figure was hanging upside down there, with several ancient wooden stakes piercing his body, stained with still flowing but not dripping blood, pinning him to the frame. Seemingly sensing something, the hanged man's figure on the giant cross suddenly faded, spreading into a curtain of shadow that connected the sky above and the earth below. Behind the curtain, a pair of indifferent eyes seemed to be watching the entire world. The next second, the shadowy curtain split open, and a dense, five-headed shadow stepped out from within. Raging Sea, Demir Island Port. Klein, wearing a black top hat and carrying a black briefcase, slowly walked down the gangplank. Although his chiseled, cold face showed no expression, leaving the turbulent sea and stepping onto solid ground always gave him a strange sense of peace. Just as he was about to find a hotel to solve his accommodation and dining problems, Klein imperceptibly shook his head. He was currently playing the role of a mad adventurer and shouldn't always be thinking about improving his meals. A moment later, he appeared in the port's notice area, where bounties issued by LotM and other nations' navies were usually posted. Of course, this was also regarded by some pirates as a sign of honor and strength. As his eyes scanned the first line, Klein's cold face twitched slightly, and he muttered in disbelief. King of the Five Seas Nastor Solomon, bounty £800,000. Taking a deep breath, Klein's pupils contracted as he continued to look at the bounty, confirming it with another glance, which left the fool, who had only a few £1,000s in his pocket at his wealthiest, in long silence. After adjusting his emotions, Klein carefully examined the wanted posters that covered the entire wall. Besides pirate generals and pirate kings, there were also many ordinary pirate leaders. The bounties, from high to low, were layered, making for quite a spectacular sight. Closing his eyes, and with the seer's excellent spirituality, Klein quickly reviewed the wanted posters in his mind. After confirming that he had completely memorized them, he exhaled lightly and muttered, "These are all money." After completing his adventurer's self-cultivation, Klein walked towards the hotel in a very good mood, pondering which unlucky person to target for his first pot of gold as an adventurer, when an indescribable sense of palpitation suddenly emerged. Klein seemed to lose control of his body for an instant, his consciousness seemingly pulled by some force, becoming extremely sluggish. In a daze, he seemed to see a magnificent palace standing above a thick, grayish-white mist. Familiar yet terrifying whispers emerged, like a clockwork inserted into his soul, turning with difficulty a few times. Only then did Klein belatedly realize that this should be that mysterious gray mist space. A few seconds later, the next thought just emerged in his mind. What exactly happened? And even faster than this thought entering Klein's consciousness was a sigh of unclear meaning. It's not time yet. Klein, only at sequence 6, his consciousness gradually blurred, but in the end of his consciousness, he seemed to hear another clear female voice, ethereal and indistinct, completely inaudible. A strange sight appeared at Demir Island Port. Incoming travelers and dockworkers unloading cargo seemed to deliberately ignore Klein, who lay in the middle of the street, but their bodies unconsciously avoided this area, leaving an empty space. A middle-aged priest in a simple white robe appeared beside Klein at some point. His clear, childlike light-colored eyes looked at the mark protruding on Klein's hand, which was a small square formed by 4 black dots emitting a deep red glow. The seemingly gentle and innocent priest half closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and tapped 4 times in front of him. A silver crucifix pendant hung there. When he opened his eyes again, his light-colored pupils had turned pure gold, and he nodded in a certain direction. Suddenly, black stone pillars rose up on the bustling port, supporting a magnificent and enormous church embedded with countless skulls. Innumerable, empty eye sockets of different races collectively gazed at Klein, who was suspended in the center of the skeletal church with his eyes tightly closed. Adam took off the silver crucifix from his chest and placed it on the mark on Klein's hand, then began to pray silently. In the Nation of Disorder, Aaron looked at the translucent dark cloak that occupied the entire prayer screen, and his gaze met the blank, illusory mask beneath the cloak. "He's looking at me. This is bad, Astolfo." A very bad premonition suddenly arose in Aaron's heart. Almost at the same moment, the brilliant star symbolizing Astolfo seemed to be covered by a shadow, and the prayer image became blurry as well. Fortunately, this was only the part of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings' consciousness that had revived within the attendant of mysteries' Beander characteristic, far from a complete revival. With Aaron's current control over the Nation of Disorder, he wouldn't be completely defenseless. Surging dark gold mist began to boil, and layers of power tides surged, breaking that invisible restraint, allowing him to see the scene of the forsaken land of the gods again. The barbed thorns stopped growing, and Astolfo stood dazed in place. As a complete mythical creature, he actually forgot what to do next for a moment. This was the authority of blind stupor, wielded by the fool. Fortunately, this authority was not complete, and Astolfo's essence was also extremely high. With the help of the dark gold mist that had re-established connection, he quickly left this area and fled without looking back. From beginning to end, other than activating blind stupor once, the figure containing terrifying will made no other movements. It seemed only interested in the Nation of Disorder's aura contained within Astolfo, and had no other thoughts about this angel of a non-adjacent pathway, or perhaps a more compelling presence for his consciousness had appeared. True Creator. This has gotten out of hand. Looking at the shadow curtain that covered the entire sky in the last moment before the prayer image disappeared, Aaron's face twitched slightly, and he cursed in a low voice, truly feeling that this plan was somewhat out of control. That a demonic wolf plus a tyrant's punishment could awaken that celestial worthy's will was indeed something he hadn't anticipated. Although he always felt something was off, he couldn't afford to think too much now. Even if the forsaken land of the gods was barely sealed by the true Creator, that couldn't stop Saphira-level power. Not to mention anything else, what if the true Creator couldn't stop that revived celestial worthy's will from returning to Saphira Castle? Forcibly stopping his increasingly divergent thoughts, Aaron apologized to Mr. Fool in his heart and quickly left the Nation of Disorder, returning to the real world. First, he temporarily shielded the Nation of Disorder's suppression of the Saphira Castle imprint. Aaron sensed it and confirmed that the worst-case scenario had not yet occurred. He then immediately used the historical projection of the Staff of Stars to directly teleport to the Church of Tranquility in Winter County. The familiar tranquil and quiet aura slightly calmed Aaron's somewhat anxious mood. Since he didn't see Ms. Ariana, he went alone to the Great Hall with the Evernight Goddess statue. The situation was urgent, and he didn't bother to set up a ritual. After chanting the honorific name, he recounted the general situation of the forsaken land of the gods. As Aaron's voice fell, the deep darkness around him surged instantly, and a clear, cold voice echoed directly in his mind. The anomaly of Saphira Castle has been suppressed. I will give you a drop of the river of eternal darkness as water. You don't need to worry about Amen. As for the rest, you must rely on yourself. Upon hearing the Evernight Goddess's words, Aaron's hanging heart finally settled. He secretly guessed that the goddess might have again borrowed Antigonus, a half-fool's influence over Saphira Castle. Before he could think further, the voice, like a gentle caress to the soul, continued. Rusco's eye. Can this thing even hold the water of the river of eternal darkness? Aaron was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately. He closed his eyes and had the consciousness he left in the nation of disorder transmit a thought to Cavendish Lancer, telling this scholar of yore to immediately sacrifice that item. A moment later, the huge, blood-stained eyeball appeared in Aaron's hand, and the silent darkness around it surged again. In the tranquil and quiet atmosphere, a colorless drop of liquid with a strong aura of eternal silence quietly appeared, falling towards the dark and deep pupil. This drop of the river of eternal darkness's water fell extremely fast. The gray-white mist originally surrounding the eyeball simultaneously contracted slightly, clearing a path for it, allowing it to silently disappear into the pupil. After the intense aura of eternal silence disappeared, Aaron bowed slightly towards the large statue of the goddess. Only then did he pick up the Rusko's eye, which seemed to remain unchanged. He didn't know if the goddess had attached a hidden authority, but he couldn't feel any of that eternal silence. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be hard to believe that a drop of the river of eternal darkness's water was hidden inside. Putting aside his conjectures, Aaron's figure quickly faded and disappeared. After leaving the Church of Tranquility, he quickly took Rusko's eye back to the nation of disorder. Time was urgent, and he couldn't afford to find Klein to confirm his state. Although he didn't know what the Evernight goddess did to prevent that celestial worthy's will from manipulating Saphira Castle, it was far from the time for him to relax his guard. For him, this only avoided the worst outcome. Without the blessing of Saphira Castle, even if that celestial worthy's will was extremely high grade, it was fundamentally still just a sequence 1 Beander characteristic. Aemon, who could be considered half an error, might be constrained, but the true creator, who belongs to the 5 pathways of omniscience and omnipotence, was completely unfazed. It was only a matter of time before this complete sequence 0 true God took down that attendant of mysteries' Beander characteristic, and this was something Aaron was unwilling to let happen. Even if Aemon snatched it, he might still be able to make a deal with that sequence 1 worm of time Beander characteristic. At most, Klein would have to compensate Pal as well then. But if it truly fell into the hands of the true creator, with whom he had many grievances, Aaron couldn't even imagine what method he could use to retrieve that Beander characteristic from this lunatic. Well, it's not impossible. There's still hope of retrieving it after Adam achieves visionary and merges with the true creator, taking the dominant position, but by then, it would be too late. Aaron, who was still unsure how far the true creator's battle or suppression had progressed, felt a bit anxious. The moment he appeared in the magnificent palace, he immediately connected to the brilliant star symbolizing Astolfo. In the newly stabilized prayer image, Aaron could only see the boundless shadow curtain that seemed to cover the entire world, exuding terrifying pressure comparable to a tyrant's. This was the wrath of a god. Even though he couldn't see through that shadow curtain, judging solely by the aura, this suppression was far from over. At least, it seemed that the resilience of that celestial worthy's will was much stronger than Aaron had expected. His tense spirit relaxed slightly. Aaron reached out and lit up that star. As the dark gold mist surged, the door of sacrifice and bestowal opened again, and he directly threw Rusko's eye towards the open dark gold door. Sitting back on the throne with an uncertain expression, Aaron pondered for a moment, then took off the ring of mysteries and threw it together towards the rapidly closing dark gold portal. If he could create an opportunity to disrupt the true creator's suppression of that attendant of mysteries' Beander characteristic, then the disadvantaged celestial worthy's consciousness, unable to connect to Saphira Castle, would most logically follow its instinct for aggregation and completion, gathering towards high-level Beander characteristics of adjacent pathways. Within the entire sealed Forsaken Land of the gods, the most suitable candidates for this, besides the recently escaped demonic wolf Kotar, would probably only be Amon's true body. Even if Rusko's eye, which carried the aura of Saphira Castle, was once the body of that destructive demonic wolf, from the perspective of aggregation alone, it still couldn't compare to those two. But if Rusko's eye was combined with the ring of mysteries, personally left behind by that celestial worthy, the aggregation effect should not be much worse. Although he didn't know why the Evernight goddess said not to worry about Aemon, Aaron had no other choice now but to trust the Evernight goddess's confidence, which seemed to come from nowhere. Looking at the dissipating door of sacrifice and bestowal, Aaron leaned back against the chair, feeling somewhat tired, and pinched his brow, saying, "Should I ask Will Osepton to give me some luck?" Sighing, Aaron dispelled the thought. Not to mention whether this snake of fate, who had restarted into an embryonic state, would be willing. Even if he was, he probably couldn't do it. After all, there was still the seal of the forsaken land of the gods, and the celestial worthies' will itself was too high in status. Even if the yesterday reappearance charm was strong, it had its limits. Looking again at the brilliant star above the palace dome, and at the boundless shadow curtain, Aaron murmured to himself, "Create an opportunity." Aaron's eyes flickered, and a somewhat crazy plan immediately emerged in his mind. Finally, he gritted his teeth and still transmitted this plan into the star symbolizing Astolfo. Success or failure depended on this one move. In a bizarre and rugged mountain range somewhere in the forsaken land of the gods. After Aaron removed Amon's mark, Cavendish Lancer had been waiting here, and he met with Astolfo, who had successfully escaped while that celestial worthy's will was distracted by the true creator's arrival. Having roughly learned what happened after his departure from Astolfo, Cavendish Lancer's expression turned somewhat grim. Although he didn't know why that attendant of mystery's characteristic suddenly became active and so terrifying, even directly attracting that evil god, it all meant he had lost the opportunity to obtain the miracle invoker characteristic. Sighing, he then looked at the Eye of Rusco, and the Ring of Mysteries, floating out from the dark gold double door. Aside from the oracle telling him to sacrifice the Eye of Rusco, Cavendish Lancer had received no other instructions, so he could only look uneasily at Astolfo and cautiously ask, "Your Highness, does the Lord have any oracle?" He stopped his sentence at the appropriate moment, waiting for this ancient Bane's next instruction. His scarlet eyes flickered, and Astolfo remained silent for a moment before a cold wind picked up, taking the two items, which were somewhat comparable to sealed artifacts of grade 0, that had floated out from the door of sacrifice and bestowal. He stood on the mountain peak, turning his head to look at the other end of the forsaken land of the gods, which was not covered by the curtain of shadows, where faint silver lightning occasionally illuminated the desolate plain, full of ravines and swallowed by eternal darkness. Deep within the undulating mountain range, inside an ancient castle, one by one, lively and spiritual giants, elves, and vampires simultaneously stopped all their movements in an instant, their eyes becoming hollow and dull, their bodies floating upwards, suspended from the ceiling. Transparent spirit threads emerged from the bodies of these puppets, dragging fragments of light that burst forth from the void, like countless transparent, wriggling insects, all entering the hall deep within the castle. Crimson blood seeped from the strange symbol in the center of the hall, floating into midair on its own, constantly fissioning and combining with those light fragments. In just 2 or 3 seconds, these light fragments coalesced into a single, massive ball of light. The ball of light stretched and transformed, quickly outlining the huge body of the demonic wolf Kotar, covered in dark, short fur. Revived in his true lair, Kotar then slightly moved his eyes, tilting his head slightly, seemingly seeing the sky-obscuring curtain of shadows through the endless darkness. The next second, he opened his mouth and let out a silent roar, immediately and instinctively beginning to sever all his connections with the outside world, preparing to abandon this place and transfer to another location. Although he felt that the attendant of mystery's characteristic should be enough to attract the attention of those guys, under the premise of an unexpected situation, his experience told him not to hold any luck mentality, retreat when necessary, and give up when necessary. Just as Kotar began to prepare to clear the spirit threads of the puppets in the castle, the faces of those puppets suspended upside down from the ceiling almost simultaneously revealed eerie smiles, reaching into the void to retrieve monocles, placing them over their right eyes, and a teasing, mocking voice followed. Surprised, unexpected, this terrifying scene instantly made Kotar's body tremble. He no longer had time to think about why Eamon could discover this place, and he almost instinctively wanted to escape into the fog of history, to that hidden history only he knew. And at this moment, the body of this demonic wolf suddenly collapsed, and spirit threads emerged, dragging those transparent, twisted worms that had split into countless pieces after the collapse. The other end of those spirit threads were almonds, each wearing a monocle. After this brief moment of obstruction, more and more monocles appeared in the void. Those monocles collectively reflected the same scene, two demonic wolves with vastly different body sizes. This was from an ancient history from the early budding years of the Second Epoch, and also the deepest memory of the demonic wolf Kotar. This forgotten history, manipulated by Aemon, collided to some extent with the current era, creating ripples that were difficult to describe as they formed corresponding historical gaps. Such ripples spread along the fog of history, seemingly possessing a strong attractive force. As soon as spirit worms poked their heads out from the historical fragments, they were pulled and dragged by an invisible force, flying out from the occupied light spots and regathering in the dim hall. Countless spirit worms aggregated and pulled, merging into one, reforming the body of the demonic wolf Kotar, and letting out an incredulous, despairing roar. You are his true body." With a smirk, Aemon, wearing a pointed soft hat, raised his head, adjusted the monocle on his right eye, and applauded somewhat exaggeratedly. "Congratulations on getting it right. Let me think about how I should reward you. Why don't you become my avatar? This is your honor." Kotar's recondensed body showed a faint tendency to collapse again, after being unable to escape that control even by manifesting his complete mythical creature form. He roared even more despairingly. "Impossible, how could you know?" Looking at the frenzied Kotar, Aemon clicked his tongue, and while stealing everything from this demonic wolf, he chuckled. "Everything is relative, and there are always loopholes. No Beyonder ability is uncrackable or applicable in every situation. I forgot to tell you, I actually knew about that hidden historical fragment of yours at the end of the Fourth Epoch. Well, by your time, it should be 1670 years ago. Do you want to know who told me?" His whites of the eyes completely receded, and his dark, deep pupils occupied his entire eyes. Even though Kotar could no longer speak, the anger and hatred, as if solidified, no longer needed simple words to express. Satisfied with admiring his own work, Amon's smile grew even more playful. After leaving the forsaken land of the gods, that guy gave himself a new name, Antigonus. I think you should be more familiar with his other identity, your good brother, Phlegre's youngest son. Let me see, that resurrection you just used should be your last, right? I've waited for over 1,000 years, and though it's a bit regrettable, it's time to reel in the net. As his words fell, the monocles scattered throughout the void immediately transformed into streams of light and surged into this god of wishes, parasitizing every spirit worm and accelerating the theft of destiny. A moment later, the transparent worms returned to calm, transforming once again into a giant demonic wolf. Unlike before, a monocle appeared on his right eye socket. The demonic wolf Kotar used a thick claw to push the lower edge of the monocle, looking through the endless darkness at the curtain of shadows, and smiled contentedly. It's time to enjoy the curtain call of this play. After transforming the demonic wolf into a clone, countless symbols, patterns, and markings protruded from the crystal monocle on Amon's right eye, rapidly swimming, intertwining, and reorganizing, as if he was observing the scene within the shadow curtain through some medium. The portion of the authority stolen by his historical projection from his true body was itself part of a rule loophole. By utilizing this loophole, he could both avoid the true creator's consciousness eroding the true body through the clone, and also verify some of his ideas. The vast demonic wolf's body illusionarily collapsed and reformed into Amon's normal human size. He gently shook his head, took out a silk cloth, removed the crystal monocle, and while wiping it, muttered, "Fate is truly a headache. My plan still needs to wait for the right moment, but if that Beyonder characteristic were to fall into the hanged man's hands, it would ultimately be undesirable." Putting the monocle back on his eye, Aemon chuckled and said, "I wish to return to Chernobyl." The remaining wish power of the demonic wolf was instantly activated. With Amon's true body personally applying deception, this wish, which should not have been realized, quickly turned into a miracle. The grayish-yellow mist shrouding the boundless wilderness rippled. In the depths of the profound gully, Amon's figure appeared on the top floor of that massive, broad, grayish-white building. This was also the limit of what wish power, after being deceived, could achieve. Beneath the layers of grayish-white in Chernobyl was absolute nothingness. The power of a miracle invoker alone could not directly reach the interior. Having no interest in the unchanging scenery around him, Amon adjusted the pointed soft hat on his head. A hurricane lamp appeared in his hand, and a faint glow emanated from his monocle. He then directly merged into that grayish-white expanse. Passing through the long-abandoned, peculiar buildings that were completely different from the outside world, Amon, holding the hurricane lamp, arrived at a broken cliff. It was actually a section of a building that had collapsed into the ground, dark, deep, and void, with no end in sight. Vaguely, Amon seemed to hear silent calls, coming from deep within the ground, directly resounding in his mind. Amon raised his hand and pinched the upper and lower edges of his monocle. The lens glowed slightly, instantly stealing away the influence brought by the chaos sea, then he lightly coughed. His figure immediately split into two. The Amon who had split off looked at the Amon standing in place and tutted. "Why don't you seek excitement yourself? I think we should have a fair and just vote, letting all Amons choose the unlucky fellow who should go down. Moreover, you could have directly descended with your true body at that time. That way, that thing wouldn't have revived, and there wouldn't be so much trouble." As he spoke, this Amon pouted and, without waiting for a reply, directly leapt into the rift. Being retorted by his own clone, Amon merely chuckled and shook his head, not caring, for some matters only the true body was qualified to know. He was not without thoughts about that celestial worthy's will. In fact, it could be said that he contributed to the activation of that will. After Kotar discarded that curtain, he had already tried to steal the fate of that will, creating a loophole in Saphira Castle's judgment, directly gaining control over this coveted Saphira. It was just a pity that he failed, or more accurately, he actively gave up at the last moment before success, as he only wanted Saphira Castle and did not truly wish to bear the fate of the celestial worthy's revival. What a hassle, but it's not without a solution. No longer paying attention to the clone that entered the Chaos Sea, Amon's figure directly appeared above Chernobyl, with a somewhat intriguing expression on his face. Although entering Saphira Castle through that will might not necessarily lead to direct erosion by the celestial worthy, since there was a better option, why risk his life? Throughout the long years from the Cataclysm era of the Third Epoch to the present, he had attempted countless possibilities, and the closest to a successful work was Antigonus, who became half a fool. It was just a pity that fellow was not the predetermined candidate for the Lord of the Mysteries, revival. Even upon achieving the King of Angels, he did not have the right to use Saphira Castle, and ultimately fell into the hands of night. And now, he had the most suitable target. Recalling the message sent back by his clone in Backland from the Steam Church, Amon tutted and muttered to himself. "Fate to you, Saphira Castle to me. The great ruler above the spirit world, I am truly looking forward to it." As one of the protagonists of this drama, he only needed to wait quietly, allowing the Lord of the Mysteries, consciousness to further revive on the spirit world ruler mentioned by that magic mirror. He would then steal Saphira Castle when the degree of revival reached a certain critical point, so that even if the Lord of the Mysteries fully awakened, it would not be on him. With a faint smile playing on his lips, Amon raised his right hand towards the distant shadow curtain in the sky, then paused slightly, turning his head in surprise to look in another direction. On the edge of a barren plain in a certain gully-filled, eternal night-devoured part of the forsaken land of the gods, a wisp of flame shot up. Cavendish Lancer, who had arrived by leaping through flames, stopped and looked into the distance with some trepidation. This plain was precisely the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods when one passed through the abyss. The evil aura of the cosmic dark side still seemed vivid in his memory. Astolfo walked out of Cavendish Lancer's pupils. His scarlet eyes glanced at the silent plain, and a chilling wind, carrying a wisp of his will, entered Cavendish Lancer's body. After this scholar of yore, with a solemn expression, quickly departed with the Eye of Rusco, and the Ring of Mysteries, leaving only a historical image behind, his eyes became even redder, like a surging crimson tide. At the bottom of the tide, strange creatures entangled by thorns and oozing black stickiness gradually emerged. These were all the contaminations originating from the mother tree of desire that remained on the original body when he was reborn in the spirit world and fully returned to the ancient Bane's Beander characteristic. Even with the connection to the spirit world cut off, those distorted contaminations were still resisting the effects of the deformation curse, faintly showing a tendency to re-aggregate. Relying on those remaining divine powers to destroy the true Creator's actions in the forsaken land of the gods, isolated from the outside world, was clearly unrealistic. The only feasible method was to find a true sequence zero. The only one that met this requirement was the cosmic dark side, which had been observing the forsaken land of the gods since its forceful entry into the abyss passage last time. The silent plain not far away also seemed to be undergoing a change at this moment. All sorts of filthy, evil, and repulsive auras were continuously gathering, and wisps of black mist faintly emerged. Seeing the reaction, which was much faster than he had anticipated, Astolfo did not hesitate at all. Scarlet flames suddenly erupted from his body. Evil patterns appeared on his crimson pupils. He struggled to suppress the torrent of depravity and desire in his heart, and decisively threw all the mother tree of desire's contamination, accumulated in the spirit world for nearly 1,000 years, towards that silent plain. After leaving Astolfo, these evil creatures, attached with terrifying contamination, showed a clear pause and did not attempt to continue polluting this angel. Instead, like children throwing themselves into their mother's embrace, they actively disappeared into the increasingly dense black mist. Cavendish Lancer's historical projection had already arranged the sacrifice and bestowal ritual. Amidst low and urgent prayers, Astolfo had reattached to the surface of an ancient gold coin. As long as he passed through this dark gold double door, he could leave the forsaken land of the gods. Just then, the black mist, which had faintly covered the plain, suddenly solidified. The wasteland collapsed, revealing bottomless fissures, and a massive phantom composed entirely of shadows emerged, with brown branches slowly wriggling around its body. Behind him was an indescribable, boundless shadow that seemed to envelop the entire world, gathering all the filth, depravity, and negative emotions of the world. From the already formed sacrifice and bestowal gate, a golden halo, as if condensed into substance, surged forth, like a miniature sun suddenly appearing, barely blocking the first wave of invasion. The time gained allowed the gold coin, to which Astolfo was attached, to successfully sink into the profound void behind the dark gold double door. Cavendish Lancer also instantly dispelled this historical void image. This pure light, completely incompatible with the filthy aura, was like a lighthouse in the darkness, instantly attracting the attention of the terrifying figure in the black mist world. A brown branch with strange patterns pierced through some kind of restraint, cutting through the black mist world, and directly descended upon the forsaken land of the gods, seemingly intending to continue piercing through the profound void behind that dark gold portal. That miniature sun was almost instantly shattered by force. Amidst the scattered and extinguished light specks, a section of a curled, blood-stained umbilical cord with burn marks flew out from the dark gold double door, which was about to close. The moment this umbilical cord was pierced by the brown branch, a pair of indifferent pupils appeared on the shadow curtain in the distant sky. The dark gold mist of the entire world was boiling, the vast power had exceeded the limit Aaron could summon. This was the autonomous counterattack of the Nation of Disorder. After everything calmed down, Aaron finally let out a long breath and leaned back against the chair. He casually tossed the gold coin, which held Astolfo, towards a certain star in the dome, then looked at the wisp of black mist in his hand. This was also the remaining aura of the cosmic dark side after being purified by the power of the Nation of Disorder, or more precisely, it was the aura of the tenebrous world. After a brief thought, Aaron did not completely obliterate this wisp of aura. He sealed it well and put it back into the pile of miscellaneous items, then looked at the prayer light spot. Cavendish Lancer, who was frantically running through the historical fog, felt a slight spiritual stir, sensing the dissolution of his historical void image, and without hesitation, decisively returned to reality. Just as he placed the Eye of Rusco and the Ring of Mysteries. In front of him, Cavendish Lancer saw the forsaken land of the gods, which seemed to be experiencing the end of the world, and that shadow curtain was no longer complete. Feeling somewhat horrified, Cavendish Lancer still gritted his teeth and softly chanted in an extremely strange syllable. Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. ... That Lord of Order did not explain the specific meaning of this strange language he had never heard before, but Cavendish Lancer himself guessed it might be a title. Along with his call, both the Ring of Mysteries and the Eye of Rusco showed anomalies, and a strange resonance emerged. Cavendish Lancer stood there, his mind almost blank, his ears echoing with chanting and shouting, sometimes blurry, sometimes clear. Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. God Almighty of heaven and earth for blessings. Celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Looking at Cavendish Lancer, who suddenly froze in the prayer image, Aaron frowned slightly, somewhat unsure of the current situation. Just as he was hesitating whether to interrupt the summoning to avoid losing a scholar of yore, he noticed, through his true sight, a dark and profound cloak, constantly changing shape, rapidly approaching. So smoothly. Instantly confirming the identity of that thing, after the surprise, a hint of doubt flashed through Aaron's mind. He carefully scanned the surroundings with his true sight, and only after not finding Amon's figure did he breathe a sigh of relief. There was no time to think further. The curtain, which had been far away in the sky, was now almost within reach. Aaron's spirituality surged frantically into the crown of stars on his head. Brilliant starlight condensed into a pure and clear figure, like an angel but without wings, with faint glows constantly flickering and leaping across its body, like the passage of time. This was Aaron's recreation of Palace Solomon, who had already recovered his complete sequence 1 Beander characteristic. A dong sound suddenly echoed in Cavendish Lancer's ears. It was illusory and ethereal, as if from an infinite distance. This made the prayers that were tearing and polluting his spiritual body abruptly cease, making everything around him quiet, and allowing him to see the strange curtain right before his eyes. It was unknown what the true creator had done to this attendant of mysteries Beander characteristic. That terrifying will could no longer maintain its original human outline. If Aaron had delayed the cosmic dark side's intervention even a little longer, it might have already been forcibly suppressed by the true creator. The illusory bell sound did not stop there, it was interfering with the curtain, which had fallen into a weakened state, making it remain in place, seemingly having forgotten what it was supposed to do next. Intense dark gold mist suddenly appeared before Cavendish Lancer's eyes, and an image emerged in his mind, causing him to instinctively grasp the Ring of Mysteries which was stirring. At the same time, suppressing the trembling in his heart, he directly threw the Eye of Rusco straight at the strange curtain, which was still stuck in place and constantly changing shape. That blood-stained eyeball rotated slightly, and the grayish-white mist attached to its surface dispersed at this moment, revealing layers of profound darkness in its pupil. A colorless drop of liquid, carrying a strong aura of eternal silence, flew out from it and landed on the cold, strange mask below the curtain. The will of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings contained within this sequence 1 Beander characteristic, after being suppressed by the true creator, finally passively entered a state of eternal slumber. The mask without facial features slowly dissipated, and the translucent curtain directly fell to the ground. The Ring of Mysteries, in Cavendish Lancer's hand also returned to calm at this moment. As celestial worthy's consciousness receded, the curtain grew increasingly transparent and ethereal, eventually becoming invisible to the naked eye. Even Cavendish Lancer could only perceive faint, dark, illusory, spirit-body threads, coiling on the ground. Attendant of mysteries characteristic, suppressing the intense craving that originated from the depths of his spirit body, Cavendish Lancer manipulated the spirit body threads to place the characteristic on a makeshift altar he had set up. The door of sacrifice and bestowal opened, yet for a moment, he couldn't successfully sacrifice the characteristic. Was this due to the drop of river of eternal darkness water, or the celestial worthy's instinctive resistance? Aaron, within the nation of disorder, felt the strong repulsion from the door of sacrifice and bestowal, and his brows furrowed. He was still maintaining the reappearance of Palace Solomon, relying on the worm of time and the cooperation of his hidden authority to disrupt this space, preventing the two evil gods from noticing him. However, this effect wouldn't last much longer. As he pondered whether to fully mobilize the power of the nation of disorder and try again, the surrounding darkness surged, sweeping the curtain into the deep pupil of Rusko's eye. Passing through the door of sacrifice and bestowal again, the strong sense of repulsion significantly weakened. Aaron looked at Rusko's eye, in his hand with a strange expression, then put the ring of mysteries, which had been sacrificed again, onto his finger. Since he had successfully brought this item out of the forsaken land of the gods, the most difficult and troublesome step was complete. The remaining matters were much simpler and clearer. It was just a pity about that evil god umbilical cord, but it was put to good use. Collecting his thoughts, Aaron re-bestowed Ariana's Evernight emblem to Cavendish Lancer. Regardless of the outcome of the battle between dark side of the universe and the true creator, the forsaken land of the gods would become even more dangerous. With the Evernight's protection, at least for a short period, his safety against the two angels of the Aurora Order would be somewhat guaranteed. Receiving the metal that flew out from the dark gold double door, completely translucent and seemingly cast from black gems, Cavendish Lancer's body rapidly faded, vanishing into the historical fog and fleeing. A few seconds later, the air here rippled, and a tiny, almost invisible creature crawled out. This creature rapidly expanded, transforming into Eamon, wearing a pointed soft hat and a classical black robe. Eamon adjusted the monocle on his right eye, curved the corner of his mouth, and revealed a smile. Raging Sea, Demir Harbor, inside a certain hotel. Klein suddenly opened his eyes, his body springing up like a coiled spring, pressing against the wall and cautiously surveying his surroundings. When he saw the crimson moon outside the window, his expression couldn't help but become somewhat dazed. He clearly remembered being on the street at the time, and his last memory was of that endless terrifying babbling, yet it was only afternoon then. Feeling a blankness in his mind, Klein's expression changed repeatedly. The black glove on his right hand instantly became transparent, transforming into a human skin glove as thin as a cicada's wing. A string of flames appeared in the room, and Klein's figure vanished with it. After a long while, he returned, his expression still somewhat uncertain. He had confirmed that he was currently in a hotel not far from Demir Harbor, and using the creeping hunger to shepherd that nightmare, he had entered the dreams of the hotel's front desk. Seeing himself in the dream, arriving at this hotel in the evening with a normal expression, these discoveries made a chill involuntarily rise in his heart. Just as Klein was struggling with whether to leave Demir Harbor that very night, he suddenly turned his head sharply, and the glove on his left palm burst forth with a brilliant light, like direct sunlight. Priest of light, holy light. The pure, blazing pillar of light had just condensed when it silently dissipated. Aaron waved away the scattered light points, emerged from the spirit world, and glanced at Klein, whose expression was slightly relaxed but somewhat awkward, and teased. "What, does Mr. Gehrman Sparrow, the mad adventurer, still wish to hunt me?" Klein, who had reacted excessively due to his continuously tense emotions, coughed dryly, but his body also relaxed. Regardless of whether there was a hidden danger in this hotel before, as long as this duke, who had the backing of two gods, arrived, any danger would leave on its own. Just as he was about to speak of the anomaly he discovered, Klein fell silent. Those babblings were clearly related to that mysterious gray fog space, which was also his biggest secret. As a fellow member of the Tarot Club, if only he had experienced such a situation, the identity of Amir Deer wouldn't explain it. Bearing these concerns, Klein composed his expression and directly asked, "Mr. Emperor, may I ask what brings you here so late at night?" "I'm here to see if you're still alive." Noticing Klein's hesitant expression, Aaron muttered to himself and responded with a smile. "By divine oracle, merely to give you two items." Divine oracle. For me. Klein quickly caught the key points in the words. Before he could ask the doubts in his heart, he saw two items appear in Aaron's hand. One was a blood-stained, deep eye, and the other, from its appearance, seemed to be a tarot card. Pushing both items towards Klein, Aaron then spoke. This eye is Rusko's eye, an item bestowed by the Evernight goddess. It is said to originate from Phlegre, the demonic wolf, one of the ancient gods of the second epoch. The goddess commanded me to deliver it to you. As for this tarot card, I acquired it by chance, but unfortunately, it is of little use to me. I am lending it to you for temporary use, you can return it to me after dealing with Ince Zangwill. It has another name, Blasphemy Slate, which you should be quite familiar with. The moment he left the forsaken land of the gods, Aaron immediately separated the attendant of mysteries characteristic from Rusko's eye, and personally suppressed it within the Nation of Disorder. However, due to it not being an adjacent pathway, and fearing to disturb the slumbering celestial worthies will again, separating the sequence 2 miracle invoker characteristic contained within it would still require some time. But Rusko's eye was no longer useful to him. It was time to return it to Klein according to the Evernight goddess's initial arrangement, so as not to disrupt the goddess's plans. As for the blasphemy slate, it would serve as rent for borrowing Rusko's eye, plus compensation for almost awakening the celestial worthies will and nearly killing Klein this time. Unaware that the culprit behind his unwarranted suffering was right before him, Klein's eyes almost popped out as he looked at the blasphemy slate floating before him. The card face depicted a portrait of Russell, leaning against the cosmos, with an illusory door appearing before him. In the upper left corner of the tarot card, brilliant starlight condensed into a line of text, Sequence 0, Door. This is the blasphemy slate, Klein murmured silently to himself, quickly recovering from his sudden surprise and noticing the anomaly within it. That Rusko's eye, Mr. Emperor, you could have directly sacrificed it to the fool. Why did the goddess specifically issue a divine oracle to have it delivered to me? It couldn't be. Feeling a little uneasy, Klein glanced at Aaron, rephrased his question, and voiced the doubt in his heart. Guessing that Klein would ask this, Aaron showed a similarly puzzled expression, spread his hands, and responded. Indeed, why such a superfluous act? Klein was choked for a moment and didn't know what to say. He couldn't very well go and ask the Evernight goddess, so he finally nodded silently. He naturally wouldn't believe that the blasphemy slate was useless, and he roughly guessed Aaron's purpose in temporarily lending him this item. To use the blasphemy slate's anti-divination and anti-prophecy to counter 008, so as not to be completely defenseless against Ince Zangwill. Every gift of fate came with a hidden price, but facing Ince Zangwill, who now had an additional evil spirit possessing him, Klein had no choice but to accept this gift. Watching Klein accept the items, Aaron nodded and said no more, directly stepping into the spirit world and traversing away. After the Duke left, Klein looked at the two items in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then set up a sacrifice and bestowal ritual first. After confirming that the ritual could still proceed normally, Klein felt relieved and performed the 4 steps in reverse to ascend above the gray fog. Looking at the magnificent palace around him, which seemed unchanged, Klein sat at the head of the bronze long table and picked up the door card he had sacrificed earlier. Since this blasphemy slate was already activated, he didn't need to find an additional incantation. By simply infusing his spirituality, he could observe the corresponding changes. The door card quickly transformed into a miniature, illusory book. Guided by Klein's thoughts, it continuously flipped backward, finally stopping on a certain page. Sequence 4 Secret Sorcerer. Advancement Ritual. The advancer seals a demigod-level creature with clear hostility. The less external aid used, the better the ritual's effect. A complete pathway of a god, truly worthy of the name blasphemy. Withdrawing his gaze from the secret sorcerer potion formula, Klein sighed with emotion, muttering to himself. The most direct benefit of this blasphemy slate for him was solving his future advancement problem. If he couldn't find a seer pathway demigod formula after advancing to marionettist, he wouldn't be left without options. Thinking this, Klein tentatively tried to accommodate the door card into his body. His state immediately changed. A layer of starlight appeared on his body, and layers of illusory doors seemed to faintly emerge within the surging gray-white mist, making his demeanor even more profound. Klein could clearly feel that his connection with this mysterious gray fog space had deepened significantly, along with some other, more subtle changes. Nodding with satisfaction, Klein then looked at Rusko's eye, bestowed by the Evernight goddess. Apart from an intense feeling of unease that arose when his gaze met its deep pupil, he gained nothing else, even divination yielded no useful information. This is something the goddess gave to the fool. I'm not even a demigod, so it's normal that I can't activate it. Sighing, Klein consoled himself, then placed both Rusko's eye and the blasphemy slate into the pile of miscellaneous items, and retrieved the telegraph machine again. After some thought, instead of immediately returning to the real world, Klein used the previous scene of his prayer to examine the hotel where he had awakened with his true sight, hoping to gain some useful information from this mysterious space. His gaze swept past the various room doors and the sleeping faces, but Klein detected no anomaly, as if everything was perfectly reasonable. Suddenly, his eyebrow twitched, and the prayer scene paused, stopping at a room on the third floor of the hotel. The original disguise was rendered useless under the gaze of true sight, revealing a man in the prayer scene who appeared to be in his 30s. His hair and eyebrows were yellowish-brown, his eyes deep blue yet bright, and his features were not too sharp, like people from southern Intis and the Romberg and Siegel regions. This face gradually overlapped with a portrait on a wanted poster in Klein's mind. His expression was somewhat intriguing as he muttered softly, "Golden Dream, Bosun, Fiery, Danitz, bounty £3,700. Waving his hand to dismiss the prayer scene, Klein held the telegraph machine, his consciousness simulating the sensation of falling, and swiftly passed through the gray-white mist to return to the real world. Not rushing to find the first unfortunate soul he met after arriving at sea, Klein first looked at the telegraph machine in his hand, but waited for a long time without any reaction. His brow unconsciously furrowed. Klein thought for a moment, then cut his finger and used his blood to draw the symbol for summoning erodes on the side of the telegraph machine. Time passed by second. Klein stood up expressionlessly and decisively sacrificed the telegraph machine back above the gray fog. Something happened to erodes. Did the steam church discover the anomaly of this magic mirror? His thoughts raced. Klein took a deep breath, deciding not to think about it anymore. The human skin glove on his right hand quickly manifested an impure darkness, with specks of light flickering at its core, like a night sky dotted with stars. In a hazy, illusory dream, Danitz lay comfortably on a bed made of gold coins, watching the blurry figures bustling on the deck, and commanded arrogantly, "Hurry up and work, I'm talking to you, Tinhead. Tisk, when the captain returns from his vacation and sees such a brand new golden dream, he'll definitely praise me profusely." Using the shepherded nightmare, Klein entered Danitz's dream and guided it to some extent. Looking at this pirate with a completely different demeanor, his expression was somewhat strange. He was playing the role of a mad adventurer, not a cold-blooded killer. If this guy wasn't utterly wicked, he didn't intend to actually kill this unfortunate soul, especially since he might need to deal with Admiral Iceberg later, and the mermaid matter also required foresight. Thinking this, Klein's expression became indifferent again. He appeared directly behind Danitz, lightly patted his shoulder, and said coldly, "Fiery, Danitz. Shit. How many times have I told you, call me Bosun?" Before he could finish speaking, Danitz had just turned his head when his pupils violently constricted. Reflected in Danitz's pupils was a thin glove that looked like it was made of human skin. Two eyes had split open in its palm, their pupils a fresh red, as if stained with blood. Distorted, ferocious, and wailing transparent faces immediately appeared in his spirit body, filled with a sorrow and madness that made one unbearable to look at. The intense emotional fluctuations shattered the dream, and Danitz abruptly sat up from his bed. He glanced at the crimson moon outside the window, wiped the cold sweat from his face, and cursed under his breath. "Shit. Just trying to sleep in." Before he could finish, a chill instantly permeated his bones. Danitz seemed to hear unwilling shouts and painful moans. Following that sensation, he stiffly turned his head to look behind him, only to see a cold-faced young man sitting on the sofa in the living room. His appearance matched the one in his dream, and he wore a human skin glove on his right hand. Creeping hunger. The name flashed through his mind. Danitz's body tensed. This fellow in front of him was either a powerful individual who had killed Kilangos, or there was a powerful figure of the Four Kings level behind him. Neither possibility was something a Sequence 6 like him could handle. And the other party could clearly have killed him silently in his sleep, but he hadn't. It had to be said that the Conspirer potion had indeed improved Danitz's intelligence to some extent, at least allowing him to recognize his current predicament and make the most correct choice. He cleared his throat and said, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Flame Danitz, first mate of the Golden Dream, greets your excellency. I can guarantee with my life that the so-called key to the Death's treasure is a frame-up by someone with ulterior motives against us. I believe you have already confirmed that I do not possess the so-called key. Death's treasure. Klein, somewhat surprised, lowered his eyes slightly, concealing the gleam within them. Then, as if nothing had happened, he fiddled with the human skin glove on his right hand, abandoning his previous line of talk. Following the first mate's words, he continued coldly. Whether it's a frame-up, I will make my own judgment. From now on, you are my captive. Do you have any objections? Dog. Danitz's eyes widened instantly. Fortunately, he managed to hold back the words that were about to blurt out at the last moment. He had only been promoted to Conspirer for less than a month. Even if he were to compare himself horizontally with the former Vice Admiral Hurricane, he would not be an opponent, let alone the one in front of him. It only took 2 seconds for Danitz to choose between fighting to the death for dignity, and a true man knows when to yield and will seek revenge later. Watching Klein slowly stand up, Danitz showed an awkward but polite smile and tentatively asked, I can't just keep calling you your excellency, can I? Also, what are you planning to do next? His expression grew increasingly stern and sharp. A slit opened in the palm of the human skin glove on Klein's right hand, revealing rows of illusory teeth, and a chilling chewing sound emanated from it. Maintaining his persona, Klein glanced at the tense Danitz and responded coldly. I am merely an adventurer. You may call me Gehrman Sparrow. As for now, I need to replenish some sacrifices. Take me to the underground black market in Demir Port. I imagine you should be very familiar with places where pirates gather, right? Listening to the illusory chewing sound echoing in his ears and recalling certain rumors about Kilangos, Danitz's face twitched. He hurriedly got up, opened the door, and made a, please, gesture. Fainapotter Kingdom, Serenity, Governor's Mansion. Mobert, who had secretly returned from Backland, floated in midair with barely concealed joy. This was not achieved by borrowing some divine artifact, but by the use of the Mentor of Deceit's own abilities, specifically deceiving gravity to make himself or objects float and fly. As the pinnacle existence of this pathway, Eamon had indeed used the corresponding authority to tamper with the knowledge originally contained within the Beander characteristic. However, Mobert had been personally taught by Pallas. Even though he had just been promoted, he had basically mastered the Mentor of Deceit's abilities, including deceiving skills to break free from locks, and preventing the Scholar of Yore from manipulating his true spirit body threads, etc. As the initial excitement subsided, Mobert seemed to remember something and muttered in a worried whisper. Old man, after you recover to Sequence 1, what about that Eamon? It was no wonder Mobert thought so much. Paulez's main body was still with him. The cumulative effect of a Sequence 1 plus a Sequence 3 on Eamon was simply unimaginable. If it were in Backland, that blasphemer might still have some scruples, fearing a divine descent, but this was Serenity. Specks of light emerged from Mobert's body, condensing into Paulez's figure beside him. Before his junior could speak again, Paulez's figure disappeared directly, leaving only a brief sentence. Do your part. As for Eamon, you don't need to worry. Losing his connection with the old man, Mobert sighed, his expression once again becoming solemn. Imitating Odinson Castia's voice, he spoke with authority. Immediately summon Anderson Hood to the governor's mansion. Northern Serenity, the central plateau belonging to the Phaenopotter kingdom. The void vibrated, and Paulez's figure immediately appeared, nodding to the two figures who had long been waiting there. The Sanguine's, New Moon, Duke Jorna scrutinized Palez with a somewhat strange gaze. Although she had only been promoted to an angel in the 5th epoch, as a long-lived species, she had also met the patriarch of the Russell family in the 4th epoch. After Aaron used the mark he had left on Klein to go to Demir Port and confirm that he was fine, he left the Eye of Rusko and that blasphemy slate before rushing directly here. As the convener of this meeting, Aaron smiled and spoke first when Palez arrived. This is New Moon, Jorna, the youngest of the 3 Sanguine Dukes, and a descendant of Blood Moon Queen, Ornia. She is also extremely concerned about the matters of the Truncest remnants. Listening to this introduction with hidden meanings, Palez gave a wry smile. He did not put on airs despite having recovered his complete Sequence 1 status. Being an old fox, he immediately understood Aaron's hint. I will go with you to the Divine War ruins in the Sonia Sea. That was a promise I made back then, and it will not change. Aaron nodded in satisfaction. Looking at the two angels, he pondered for a moment and said carefully. Astolfo needs some time to recover due to the matter of the Forsaken Land of the Gods. The approximate time will be set for a week later. The reason I invited you two here now is that some matters are quite complex, and there may be some unexpected, uncontrollable situations that arise. Jorna's blood-colored eyes shifted, moving her gaze from Palez. She asked back with an uncertain tone. Are you referring to the Forsaken Land of the Gods? Aaron nodded, and a faint golden glow condensed, forming a rough sea chart of the Divine War ruins in the middle of the 3 of them. This was also a map Astolfo had simply drawn from memory before going into seclusion to recuperate. After Aaron's previous exploration and modification of the Divine War ruins, even if there were discrepancies, they would not be significant. The map attracted everyone's attention. Aaron pointed to the easternmost part of the Divine War ruins, which was also the only place marked besides the core area, and continued. This area connects to the Giant King's court in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and the true Creator's divine kingdom is also in this location. Even if the 7 deities have sealed it, if a major change occurs in the Divine War ruins, I cannot be sure what that evil god will do. As soon as these words were spoken, not only Jorna but also Paulez's brows furrowed. He asked with some uncertainty. What did you do in the Forsaken Land of the Gods before? After he recovered his complete status in the Jacob family's treasure, he personally helped Mobert complete the Mentor of Deceit's promotion ritual. He only knew that Aaron was plotting against the abomination hidden in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. During this period, he sensed that Aaron had reappeared himself at Sequence 1 using the Star Crown, but he knew little about the more specific details. Aaron carefully chose his words and briefly described the various accidents in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. After listening, Palez added with some helplessness. The battle between the true Creator and the dark side of the universe should have ended. After resealing the Abyss Passage in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, he may remain dormant for a period. But if he senses your aura, alas, if it's not necessary, try to avoid provoking that lunatic. Circumstances forced it. Aaron gave a wry smile and sighed. Then he straightened his expression and continued. This Divine War ruins is a rare opportunity. Not only can it help Astolfo obtain the last abomination characteristic, but my ritual to advance to Sequence 2 Balancer can also be completed through it. This is also the opportunity for the Phantom Empire to return to the world. The lost history will return. The Miracle Invoker characteristic has now been obtained. I am also preparing to let Cavendish Lance take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to advance together. Jorna frowned tightly and said in a deep voice. Isn't that too rushed? Although this is a rare opportunity, with so many things happening at once, if any part goes wrong, I'm afraid. At this point, she paused, glanced at the thoughtful Palez, and asked directly without avoiding the topic. Moreover, as far as I know, that blasphemer has always been craving the last worm of time. If he interferes, even if the 7 deities watch from the astral world, how will you deal with it? Aaron's expression remained unchanged. He did not elaborate but calmly explained. I have already prepared for this. If he acts outside the forsaken land of the gods, someone will stop him. It is not yet time for him to obtain the last worm of time characteristic. The error's apotheosis ritual destined Amen not to obtain the worm of time before Adam achieved the visionary. Otherwise, if Amen backstabbed and replaced the apotheosis ritual, who knows when the next world trend would be. Adam, completely dominated by his divinity, would only consider gains and losses, and would not allow such a threat to arise because of Amon's identity. However, to add insurance to this idea, Aaron felt it was still necessary to meet Adam again. Although she didn't know why Aaron was so confident, Jorna said no more. She added calmly, I have convinced, Purple Moon, and Full Moon. At that time, I can mobilize the power of the Moon Kingdom to assist you during your promotion. Aaron was somewhat moved but still slowly shook his head, declining Jorna's kind offer. Seeing Jorna's somewhat puzzled expression, he explained. The relationship between the Sanguine and the Truncest Empire is already prone to suspicion. The Phantom Empire still has the Night Emperor's remaining arrangements, and its emergence will certainly attract strong hostility from certain individuals. Therefore, the Sanguine should not appear directly in the Divine War ruins. Unless a special, unsolvable situation arises, you don't need to directly intervene. You only need to maintain Cavendish Lance's historical void image. All preparations for the Miracle Invoker's promotion had been completed. The only and biggest problem was that Cavendish Lance's main body was still in the forsaken land of the gods and could not leave for the time being. However, fortunately, he had discussed this issue with Pallas a long time ago, drawing inspiration from how Amen and Adam helped Antigonus advance to half a fool in the 4th epoch, which led to a more feasible solution. That is, before the promotion ritual begins, summon Cavendish Lance's historical void image. With Cavendish Lance's active cooperation, Pallas, who has recovered to Sequence 1, will personally act to temporarily steal Cavendish Lance's main body's fate, identity, self-cognition, and even Beander characteristics onto the historical projection. Combined with the Worm of Time's deception of rules, this would allow Cavendish Lance's historical void image to successfully complete the promotion. Finally, the fate of successful promotion would be returned to the main body, and that Miracle Invoker characteristic would then be bestowed upon Cavendish Lance by Aaron. Having completed the ritual to some extent and possessing the fate of successful promotion, Cavendish Lance could also become an angel in the forsaken land of the gods. This was also why Aaron risked everything to help Pallas quickly recover to Sequence 1. Aaron himself also wanted to attempt to advance to an angel, and he had no spare capacity to summon and maintain Cavendish Lance's historical void image. Jorna, as a mobile emergency force, was the most suitable. Pallas glanced at Jorna, who seemed to want to say something but then fell silent. He turned his head to Aaron and said in a deep voice, I need the scholar of yours essence blood and one of his worms of spirit to use as a medium for stealing fate. Also, the commotion of me fully stealing fate will not be hidden from Amen. You should understand what I mean. Aaron nodded, not surprised by this, but it was also a risk that had to be borne. All he could do was minimize the risk as much as possible. After roughly finalizing the plan for the Divine War ruins a week later, Aaron watched the 2 angels disappear one by one, and his own figure gradually faded. It was also time to talk to that fanatic. In addition, he also needed to consider the reactions of Augustus and Castia after the Phantom Empire emerged, at least to ensure it wouldn't immediately become the fuse for a world war. Amantha Mountain Range, Winter County. Aaron stepped out of the spirit world, gazing at the black, spurred Gothic church standing amidst the snow-capped mountains not far away. With a slight thought, he ceased using the Nation of Disorder's authority to block his senses, then calmly murmured to himself. Adam. There was no need to deliberately search for the angel of imagination. His characteristic of, what is said, shall be known, was enough to cover the entire world. Without the corresponding shield, Adam could accurately receive information. Aaron's voice echoed through the vast, white mountain range, and the serene church at the cliff's edge emanated a familiar yet profound aura of tranquility. Silently, a priest in a simple white robe with a silver cross pendant appeared on the mountain peak opposite Aaron. Even with the Nation of Disorder's vision, Aaron couldn't discern how Adam had appeared. Not his true body, likely just an imagined form. As this thought crossed his mind, Aaron glanced around. The familiar bone church hadn't risen, which eased his mood considerably. He deliberated before speaking. The Red Angel evil spirit in Backland seems to be currently parasitizing in Zangwil. According to our previous agreement, I can act as if he doesn't exist. But what if Medici obstructs my path? The Sequence 1 Conqueror characteristic of the Augustus family now belonged to the East Tucker family. Once Aaron advanced to an angel, he would begin to strip away the contamination mixed within that characteristic. Aaron would not readily hand over a characteristic he had painstakingly acquired, especially since the Red Priest's uniqueness was enough to create another true god in a short period. The Medici family's angel in Bansi Harbor had already been hunted, and Bansi Harbor itself was sealed. If it were merely Sauron Einhorn Medici, Aaron wouldn't be too concerned. He was only worried that this uncontrollable individual, wandering the world, might collude with the primordial demoness and suddenly act at the critical moment of Valna's advancement to Conqueror. Adam looked at Aaron, unconcerned by the questioning tone, and smiled genially. Then it shall naturally be as it should be. The air quickly fell silent. Aaron frowned slightly, no longer pursuing the topic. The current Red Angel evil spirit was, in Adam's eyes, more like a locator firmly tied to 008. If in the future, suppressing some thoughts in his mind, and to show his sincerity, Aaron moved past the somewhat unpleasant topic and spoke softly. I have already helped Pallas Zoroast restore his completeness. I imagine that before you achieve visionary, you wouldn't want that worm of time characteristic to fall into Amon's hands, would you? After all, you should be the person in this world who understands Aemon the most. Still maintaining his genial smile, Adam picked up the silver cross on his chest. His pure, childlike eyes looked at Aaron and the serene church behind him, then he shook his head with a smile. The return of the door cannot be stopped. Aemon will not replace my godhood ritual. Even though he knew the figure before him was merely an imagined body, Aaron felt a strong sense of conviction, as if this was a destined future. This feeling vanished in an instant, and surging dark gold mist churned in the deepest parts of his eyes. Aaron pondered for a moment before continuing. Since that is the case, why don't we make a deal? As he spoke, a book bound in parchment appeared in his hand. On its dark brown cover was a line of ancient Fasak. Grossel's Travels. This item, left by the dragon of imagination Ankwelt, conceals the city of miracles, Levashid, and has some deep connection with 008. I think this should be worth some concession from you, shouldn't it? My request isn't complicated. In the core area of the God of Combat's ruins, I want to exchange for one use of the second blasphemy slate, and ensure Paulez's safety during my advancement. Adam's eyes deepened, as if he understood something. A moment later, his gentle voice continued. The value between these is not equivalent, and you are not the all-knowing and all-powerful 5 pathways. You cannot fully mobilize the power of the second blasphemy slate. If it is merely to assist you in completing your advancement ritual, I can help you activate the blasphemy slate. Essentially, the core area of the God of Combat's ruins was the final battlefield of the Great Catastrophe in the Third Epic. The remaining divine power mainly originated from the ancient Sun God, Evernight Goddess, Earth Mother, and possibly the God of Combat. The other 7 gods in death had not yet achieved Sequence 0 at that time, and their residual power was limited, not worth worrying about. Knowing that Adam had likely guessed his intentions, Aaron nodded indifferently. It was naturally best if the Angel of Imagination was willing to act personally, as he could fully mobilize the power of the blasphemy slate. It was a pity he couldn't take the opportunity to interpret this slate, which contained the secrets of an outer deity, but as long as the most troublesome part, the residual divine power from the ancient sun god, could be resolved, Aaron's pressure would be much lighter. The parchment book in his hand slowly disintegrated into dark gold mist. Grossel's travels had always been stored by Aaron in the Nation of Disorder. Even if an agreement was reached, he had no intention of immediately handing it over to Adam, at least not until he successfully advanced and gained the true qualifications to speak with Adam as an equal. After all, Aaron couldn't be sure where the remnant of Truncest, about to reappear in Adam's envisioned world trend, would be placed. His, or rather, the East Tucker family's consistent display of desire for the Red Priest, besides their own family's needs, was also to convey a fact to Adam. Whether it was the current East Tucker, or the later Truncest, both craved war, aligning with the world trend Adam was promoting. After all, Storm, Sun, Reader, Spectator, and Shepherd were similar pathways that could be interchanged at a high level, with great contradictions between them. Especially since the first three true gods among them had devoured Adam's father, the ancient sun god. Even if they tacitly allowed George III to become the Black Emperor, it was highly unlikely they would sit idly by and watch Adam ascend to godhood through the tide of the era. Therefore, the Fasak Empire, which controlled the Red Priest pathway, was the one that ultimately initiated the war. Having long discerned the essence of Grossel's travels, Adam's expression remained unchanged. He nodded slightly towards the serene church not far away, and his figure faded, leaving only an echo. The key to the giant king's court is in your hands, its fate also needs to be borne by you. Was this an additional condition? Aaron nodded noncommittally. Besides confirming the state of Dark Angel Saucerer, he probably also coveted the first blasphemy slate. After all, whoever seized this item first would gain the initiative in Adam's subsequent fusion with the true creator. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Aaron exhaled in relief, then turned and bowed slightly towards the spurred Gothic church. After reconnecting with the Nation of Disorder to block his senses, he re-entered the spirit world. Moments later, when he stepped out of the spirit world again, he had already returned to Elysiel, the capital of East Tucker County. In the lower hall of the Ancestral Tower, after briefly explaining the forsaken land of the gods and his transaction with Adam, Aaron looked at Valna and asked softly, "Has Katerina spoken?" Valna, who was playing with the blood-stained crown, chuckled softly and slowly shook his head. Ordinary methods are no longer effective on her. If you want to know the location of the demonist sect's main altar, you can only forcefully conduct a séance, and this is very likely to be secretly contaminated by the primordial demoness. Not too surprised by this outcome, as he had only impulsively allowed Valna to spare the demoness's life, Aaron pondered for a moment before continuing. The events in Backland can be said to have caused heavy losses to the demoness sect. Let's first observe their reaction. If necessary, I will then request that one's help for a forceful séance. Let me borrow this conqueror characteristic for now. Handing over the sealed, blood-stained crown he held, Valna's eyes flickered, and he asked in a low voice. "You've found a way to remove the contamination." "There has always been a way, but I have to wait until I advance to an angel." Without speaking his true thoughts, Aaron nodded, simply replying, "That will still take some time, but these contaminations are actually useful to me." After leaving the Ancestral Tower, Aaron returned to his ducal mansion and met with Councilman Ryoyort, who had been staying in Elysiel for a long time. This fate councilman seemed to have foreseen Aaron's arrival, as he had already covered his eyes with a black cloth and sat quietly on the sofa, with a ring box placed in front of him. Looking at the ring box containing the dice of probability, Aaron closed his eyes and sensed it for a moment, then slowly nodded. Even though Will Osepton had been reset for some time, the rate at which the sealing power dissipated was better than Aaron had expected. Looking at the three scarlet dots facing upwards like snow inside the ring box, Aaron chuckled softly. He directly placed it, along with the ring box, into the blood-stained crown, slightly undoing a bit of the seal. The maddening will originating from Tudor, mixed with two different Saphira contaminations, caused the dice of probability to tremble slightly. Aaron's body also rapidly emanated the aura of the Nation of Disorder. Gripping the milky white dice, Aaron began to intimidate this uniqueness of the fate pathway, hoping it would be obedient and play a role in the god of combat's ruins. Raging sea, waters near Bansi Island. The turbulent sea surface above quickly became colorful and dense. Ince Zangwil, with dark gold hair, stepped out from it, his single arm clutching a pure white quill. His blue, almost black pupils reflected Bansi Island, not far away, shrouded in shimmering light and mist. On both sides of the Nightwatcher's cheeks, a crack appeared, and two mocking, derisive voices, one after another, rang out. Tisk, although my Sauron family has declined, at least our lineage hasn't been cut off. I truly didn't expect the famous Medici family to fall to this state. This seems to be the power of the cycle of fate, mixed with the aura of the storm. Medici, I told you then not to be so clever and led that fellow to Pants Town. Ignoring the two fellows' taunts, Medici, who was currently controlling Ince Zangwil's body, snorted softly, then chuckled. I sense Ouroboros's aura. That fellow has always served by my lord's side. I cannot confirm the current situation in Pants Town. Why not just let Ouroboros take this body to my lord's divine kingdom? Before he could finish, the voices erupting from the bloody flesh cracks on Ince Zangwil's cheeks interrupted Medici. And then you gain new life, and the two of us become sacrifices herded by that evil god. Medici, don't dream. As long as the two of us are still here, you can give up on that idea. Clicking his tongue with some regret, a hint of inexplicable emotion flashed in his deep eyes. He raised a hand to rub both sides of his cheeks. After the flesh cracks disappeared, he examined the pure white quill in his hand and finally said, "What two cowards. In that case, once we shake off those guys from the Evernight Goddess's church, we'll go to the southern continent. That high priest of the Death Church shouldn't mind providing us with another undying." Even further away from this mist-shrouded sea area, a steam sailboat was slowly moving forward. In the spacious and comfortable first-class cabin, Blazing, Danitz, hoarse from talking, received permission to stop. Klein put down his pen, looking at the white papers scattered on the table, marked with sketches. A large portion of them contained information about well-known pirates that Danitz was familiar with, while the remaining small portion consisted of recent eye-catching news from the sea. Vice Admiral of Diseases, Black Death, has been missing for several weeks. A pirate gathering will be held in Sonia Sea 2 weeks later. Looking at the two pieces of news he had selected, Klein fell silent, so silent that Danitz felt a chill down his spine. Gathering his courage, Danitz glanced at the papers in front of the crazy adventurer and cleared his throat. The Black Death is said to have encountered the King of the Five Seas some time ago, and no one can explain where the Vice Admiral of Disease is now. As for this pirate gathering, apart from the pirate kings and pirate generals, other pirates only received news of this gathering a week ago. This is also to guard against surprise attacks from various navies and powerful individuals from major churches. Because of that damn frame-up, the Golden Dream will not participate in this gathering, but the captain still sent me to disguise myself and inquire about the latest news. To maintain his persona, Klein resisted the urge to pinch his chin and nodded coldly. He pointed at the messy table and instructed Danitz. Put the things on the table back into the suitcase in their original order. What? Clean up? You want me to help you clean up? Danitz could hardly believe his ears. In an instant, he felt a surge of anger rush to his head. Blazing, Danitz, the quartermaster of Iceberg Admiral, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 3,700 gold pounds, how can I be ordered around like a servant? My dignity, my reputation, neither allows me to accept such an insult. Klein saw, Blazing, Danitz turn into a stone statue, standing motionless, so he gave the captive a cold look. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.